He spent his whole life supporting others, never asking for credit. Then his childhood friends looked at him and said, "You're useless." Left to die with no party, no beast, and no future, he should have disappeared. Instead, he survived and tamed a dungeon boss meant to wipe parties. His strength comes from trust, bonds, and standing by others. What happens when the one who was abandoned starts growing stronger through loyalty alone? Let's go. This story begins with the protagonist, Rock, pondering his profession as a holy beast tamer. An extremely rare calling, it seems. A tamer is able to harness the power of monsters and beasts, also known as familiars. He lived in the village of Grayla, on the outskirts. In this village, as soon as a child turns 12, the priest chooses their future path. Each child is told about the possibilities of their work. When it was his turn, he was told his profession. The protagonist repeated in surprise, "A holy beast tamer?" Amy, who had received the profession of a mage, was a childhood friend, and now she exclaimed enthusiastically, "That's so cool. He'll become a beast tamer. It's a very interesting and unusual calling." MC countered, but the priests know nothing about it. Isaac, also his childhood friend and destined to be a gladiator, told him it was all right, he'd definitely do it. Cara, who was also a member of their friendly group and had become a priest, agreed with her comrades. She also thought it was cool, and everything would be fine. Rock thanked his comrades with a warm smile. Isaac extended his fist and said, "Well, he'll become the best gladiator in the world." Amy, joining her fist, declared she too will definitely become the most powerful mage in the world. Cara placed her fist next to her comrades and said, "Yes, and she'll become a priest who can heal any wound." The protagonist also extended his fist and remarked, he too will become a tamer of holy beasts. Pressing their fists together, they chorused, they will join forces to become an S-rank team, after which everyone burst into laughter. Even though they all had different callings, he wanted to enjoy their journey together forever. He decided to support everyone so that their dreams could come true. 3 years later, one rainy day, the protagonist returned from a mission to his team and suddenly overheard their conversation through the door. Isaac suggested the girls kick MC out of the team. He added that even though he'd said he'd become a beast tamer, he didn't have a single strong beast. The only thing he could do now was carry their things and perform various tasks that anyone could do. Amy exclaimed indignantly, they'd always done everything together. Isaac replied that they'd already become an S-rank party, admired and coveted by everyone. They couldn't keep bringing useless small fry into battle. Cara didn't intervene in their conversation, admiring her new outfit with fascination. Amy hesitated, and Isaac continued, "Besides, there's a brave hero named Kid who's interested in joining their team. This is their chance. If he joins their party, they'll become kings. They simply can't resist taking him. He'll have a significant impact on their village. Plus, it'll bring them closer to fulfilling their dreams." Amy said hesitantly, "Maybe so." The protagonist felt as if he'd been doused with ice water. He was deeply offended by this. Isaac concluded decisively, "Tomorrow they'll meet Kid, and together, they'll go to the dungeon Extinction." Amy, tormented by remorse towards the protagonist, looked hesitantly at Isaac. The boy continued, "So they'll say goodbye to the protagonist." Amy wanted to object, but fell silent, looking down. Isaac looked at Cara and asked her irritably if she would take the dress to the dungeon tomorrow. The girl answered him with a smile that it was true. She just didn't want it stolen, so they shouldn't whine about her having an extra bag. Isaac let out a resigned, loud sigh. He walked to the door and said, well, their discussion was over. Amy could tell MC about his exile in person. Rock, hearing the door open, hid behind the wall so his allies wouldn't see him. Amy ran out after Isaac and asked him to stop. She wanted to tell him something. The protagonist still couldn't believe what he'd heard. He thought with resentment that, of course, as Isaac had said, he hadn't met a holy beast yet. How many holy beast tamers spend their entire lives searching for companions? Lucky were those who found another calling. But using his divine power, he improved the basic stats of his friend's equipment and support magic. He handled all the chores, cooking, carrying bags, spying, negotiating with guilds. Yet, he couldn't understand what he'd done wrong. The protagonist sat down on the floor, buried his head in his knees, and wept bitterly. The next day, MC didn't even acknowledge his friend's conversation. They met with Kid, who introduced himself as a brave man and said he was very pleased to meet them. He added that he was honored to take part in the dungeon expedition. The protagonist looked at Isaac and said, "It's so wonderful that this guy is coming with them." Isaac glanced sideways but said nothing. Meanwhile, Kid, turning to the girls, flatteringly declared that he bowed before God for bestowing such special talents on such beautiful women. The protagonist remarked that it was a great compliment. He had good manners. At that moment, Kid looked at him, casually addressing him as a henchman, and told him to be more careful with his bags. There were things in there he could never buy in his entire life. MC grimaced, telling him to take that back. Amy told Kid, "Rock isn't a henchman." The new team member remarked with surprise, "Really? He's just carrying all their bags." Looking at the luggage slung over the protagonist's back, Kid asked in surprise, "Is that a dress?" Cara quickly changed the subject, asking Amy if she cared. "Maybe they should move faster?" Isaac said. Before they set out, let him see what weapon he had. When the boy drew his sword from its sheath, Rock realized with amazement that it was a dragon-slaying sword. They say it's a weapon bestowed personally by the king, and it can even defeat a dragon. It's considered a great sword, extremely difficult to forge. All his allies gaped in surprise at their comrade's sword. Kid was pleased with the impression he'd made. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something and said there was a crack in the blade. His friends stared at him in confusion, and Kid exclaimed irritably, "That's not true. He wasn't allowed to speak. He was like a servant." MC, unable to find support from his allies, didn't respond. Isaac said, "Let everyone leave him alone. They need to gather their strength and set out." Kid turned to them and asked them to take care of themselves. Amy added, "They'll take this dungeon together." Cara assured them she'll heal them. They should rely on her. The allies crossed their swords, and the protagonist looked at them from the side, perplexed and confused. He remembered that gesture from childhood. They always clasped fists like that, and now he was left behind. Through thick and thin, they were always together. He dreamed of making his dreams come true, but it seemed he could no longer sustain them. When the allies arrived at the dungeon, the protagonist opened the map of the area, consulting it. Isaac irritably told him that he was walking like a turtle. He should lead them faster. The protagonist, ignoring him, thought that with a skill called terrain sensing, he could roughly determine the location and number of monsters in the dungeon. Using the map as a guide, they could reach their destination without encountering a single monster. The shortest path isn't always the best. Isaac flared up. Didn't he hear him? He told him to lead them faster. The MC wanted to explain why he couldn't, but the group leader interrupted him, shouting, "No excuses." He told him to lead them faster. The boy then turned ingratiatingly to Kid, apologized, and assured him they'd get him to the boss as soon as possible. Kid spread his arms, then touched his chin and said, "Still, there are far fewer monsters in this dungeon than the last time he came here, so they shouldn't be afraid of anything. Even a henchman can easily go first." Isaac, surprised, asked his new ally if he'd been here before. The boy answered, "Yes, indeed. When this dungeon first appeared, he'd gone there with a self-proclaimed adventurer and nearly died." The girls looked at him in bewilderment. The boy continued, "Ever since then, he tries to avoid dungeons with losers." Isaac agreed ingratiatingly, "They really are tough." He turned his attention to MC and urged him on again. While they were listening to Kid's story, the protagonist discovered the caterpillar-shaped monsters and in no time silently dispatched them all alone. He then wiped his sweaty forehead and exhaled. Isaac exclaimed in irritation. What was he doing? He'd told him to move his legs faster. He wasn't asking for anything complicated. He was just telling him to speed up a little. What's so hard about that? Kid, picking up a map of the area, caught Isaac's attention and said in confusion, "This guy isn't leading them along the shortest route." Amy and Cara were surprised by this. "Are you serious?" The protagonist explained to his allies. "Yes, it is, because it's safer this way." The group's leader glared at MC and suggested, "Maybe he's doing this on purpose. Out of revenge?" Isaac glared at him and asked, "Is he deliberately leading them in circles, toying with them?" Rock, confused, objected. "That's not true at all." He wanted to come closer and explain everything in detail, but Amy blocked his path with her hand, stopping him and said, "Can't he understand? They didn't come here to have fun. That's why she's so angry with him now." The protagonist understood. Even Amy was against him. He used to lead them through the dungeons, explaining which path would be easier, and they all believed that, despite the length, he was leading them the right way, where they wouldn't encounter a horde of monsters. At what point did they stop trusting him? Isaac said angrily, "Okay, let him lead them the shortest route." MC countered, "Then they'll face more monsters." The leader exclaimed sarcastically, "What a difficult task. What kind of idiot was he? Let him fight them." He replied, "Okay," and prepared to face more bat-shaped monsters. But he was tormented by the thought, when had their attitude toward him changed, and these were his childhood friends? Noticing the monsters, Amy shouted at Isaac to focus on the enemies. There would be more soon. Kid exclaimed that he'd pulled his leg and limped away. Cara activated her healing spell, noting that Rock was truly useless. Kid sarcastically exclaimed, well, he really should be kicked out of the guild." The protagonist wanted to object, but remained silent. After a while, he led them to the huge doors, telling them that the boss was here. He suggested that the allies take a short rest after their journey. Isaac exclaimed in confusion. What did he say? The protagonist repeated his suggestion and added that they needed to unload their bags. His friend angrily remarked, wondering whose fault it was that they arrived so late. Amy had also scolded him. Did he understand that it was getting more and more dangerous to be here as time went on? Kid laughed and exclaimed, "The henchman is stupid. He still can't understand the tone of voice they were speaking to him in." Or was he deliberately pretending not to understand? The protagonist sighed heavily and muttered, "Idiot." Isaac became even more angry with him. Why was he answering so condescendingly? The guy turned to the girls and asked them, "Can we go now?" Cara looked determined, but Amy shyly turned her head to the side, avoiding looking at the protagonist. Isaac told him they were unsure when to tell him. He would tell him now, because they couldn't bear to watch this any longer. As soon as they left the dungeon, he would be expelled from their party. From there, they would go with Kid. MC looked at those he considered his childhood friends. Everyone looked at him defiantly, only Amy bowed her head, avoiding his gaze. Rock sighed and told the leader that he understood everything. So the others agreed with this too, although he didn't have to ask, it was obvious. Isaac, relieved that everything had gone smoothly, raised his fist and exclaimed, "Well then, they're off to defeat the boss." And again they bumped their fists, exclaiming that they were the best team. Amy still didn't look at the protagonist, averting her gaze. The protagonist, looking at their unity, again recalled their childhood ritual, the fist bump. After that, Isaac assigned roles. MC thought he'd been told to keep an eye on Cara. He'd likely be playing his last role. Isaac and Kid were the first through the door, followed by the girls, and Rock brought up the rear. Upon entering, they saw a huge Fenrir, who was currently sleeping. The allies were surprised. A grey wolf? The protagonist immediately realized that even E-class adventurers could defeat a grey wolf, but this boss was much higher in the hierarchy. Besides, it wasn't grey, it was silver. It wasn't a wolf, it was a Fenrir. That couldn't be true. It was a legendary rank monster. Even an S-class adventurer would have a hard time defeating it. It seemed the only option was to absolutely not attack it and leave, ignoring it. Isaac let out a disappointed sigh. It's just a wolf. They need to finish him off quickly and get back to the village. The protagonist exclaimed, "No, it's not a monster." But it was too late. The allies, ignoring him, attacked Lucky. MC and the girls stared tensely at the large column of dust and dense magical aura. When everything cleared, Kid looked at his broken sword in surprise. Isaac, seeing the risen Fenrir, exclaimed in amazement, "Doesn't it work on him?" Lucky glared at them, then, raising his head, howled terribly, emitting a magical roar that sent out a powerful shockwave. The girls froze with fear. Cara's legs buckled, and she fell to her knees. Amy, stepping aside, let out a bewildered breath. The protagonist shouted at Isaac and Kid to stop. Cara panicked, frozen. Kid also shouted at Isaac that they needed to retreat. Even though he, Kid, was incredibly tough, his sword was broken, so he couldn't fight the wolf. The leader exclaimed mockingly, "Seriously? They haven't even started fighting him yet." Kid continued to press his point. "You can't disturb the wolf, even when it's sleeping. They better run." Isaac cursed, but heeded his allies' words. He shouted for everyone to run, and the allies rushed for the exit. The protagonist ran first, carrying the unconscious Cara over his shoulder. Lucky kept up, catching up. Isaac angrily protested, "They're just running away. This is so annoying." Rock thought warily, thinking they were behind him. Kid exclaimed, "Don't worry, that's just the guy's role." He ran ahead of the protagonist and stabbed him in the chest with all his might. The protagonist stopped, confused. Cara flew off his shoulder. He looked at Kid in confusion. The boy's eyes glowed with some inhuman fire. Cara lay on the ground, still unconscious. MC sank to the ground, clutching his wound. Kid rummaged through the bags, picked up the sword, and exclaimed, "The spare royal sword. He could keep all the other clothes. Consider it a gift, one he'll take with him to the next world." Kid rose from his knees, sheathed the sword, turned to Isaac, and asked him if he was now a member of their party. The leader grinned maliciously and answered, "Of course he was." The protagonist looked at his friend in surprise, refusing to believe he'd betrayed him like that. They turned and ran to the exit. The protagonist watched them in amazement, perplexed, wondering, is this really true? Why did it all turn out this way? A Fenrir's roar was heard behind him, and Amy ran past MC, begging his forgiveness as she went. Rock, watching her go, remembered how not long ago they had sworn loyalty to each other and vowed to become strong. They wanted to strive to be better together. Cara said she trusted him and asked him to protect her. Amy said their team was only possible thanks to him, and she thanked him. And now, what happened to them all? Why did it all happen? He didn't notice the tears streaming down his face. The protagonist realized that a Fenrir had approached him from behind. It opened its mouth and roared with a terrifying roar. The protagonist said that despite the current situation, he simply couldn't hold a grudge against them. Suddenly, Lucky spoke in a human voice. How cruel people are. Letting one of them die to save themselves is terrible and vile. His death will be quick, he won't feel pain. MC was stunned. These words, Fenrir speaking them, forgetting the mortal danger. He turned to his opponent and exclaimed in amazement, "He can speak human language?" Fenrir, who had already opened his mouth to swallow his prey, remained gaping in surprise. Then, confused, he asked MC if he understood his speech. The protagonist answered that for some reason, it seemed so. He wondered if this was one of his skills as a holy beast tamer. Lucky pointed out that was true, so he still wanted to fight. He was free now. Fighting him could help him kill time. The protagonist countered, "Not at all. He would be very grateful if he let him go." Fenrir began to persuade him. Let him play with him. It was so boring to stay here, on this floor. He can't even get out. MC briefly imagined the consequences of their game and thought he wouldn't want to die while having fun. In that case, he had something to offer Fenrir. He pulled Isaac's breastplate from his bag and offered Lucky the chance to use it. Rock tossed the item into the air, and Lucky looked at the breastplate in surprise. But instincts took over, and he leaped and caught it in his teeth, returning it to the protagonist. Afterward, he asked him what he was doing. The protagonist silently tossed the breastplate again, and Lucky leaped after it, catching it in midair. He handed the item to MC again and said, "I don't understand what's going on, but this is so funny." Rock laughed and exclaimed, "This is so cool. It's a good thing he learned to take care of a dog when he was a kid." Then he remembered Lucky's words and asked him, "Did he say he couldn't get out?" Fenrir confirmed that it was true. He nodded toward the stairs and said, "There was a powerful barrier at the entrance to the this floor. Even he couldn't break it. The protagonist said, I see. He felt very sad, and Lucky immediately wilted. After thinking for a moment, the protagonist told him, it's just a suggestion, but if he could get out of this prison, would he go on an adventure with him? Fenrir looked at him in surprise, then laughed in his own way and said, that was a good joke, but he wasn't against the idea. MC was surprised. Was he seriously saying this? Lucky pointed out that Fenrir didn't lie after all. Rock couldn't believe it. Could it be? Suddenly, a voice in his head told him that Fenrir wanted to be his friend. Would he befriend him? The protagonist was shocked. What had he just heard? Suddenly, he remembered, while he was reading about his profession, there was a part that said something about a voice in his head. It also said that after this event, the one who heard the voice would change. Is that really what was happening now? Of course he wanted to befriend Fenrir. Lucky suddenly lit up with a bright light, and a voice told the protagonist that Fenrir had become his friend. Since he fulfilled all the conditions, he would be granted access to the mini-monster garden. His monsters would now be able to transform. MC thought with a smile. He heard a lot of things in his head. I wonder what the effect would be, since little is known about this profession. He didn't understand what was happening. Maybe he should just wait and see what happens. Rock looked at his newfound friend. Lucky was beaming with joy, saying he felt like he was overflowing with power. The protagonist introduced himself and added that it was nice to meet him. Lucky replied that it was nice to meet him too. However, he shouldn't always call him Fenrir. That's the name of his species. The protagonist was surprised. He needed a name? Fenrir winked at him and smiled. Right, let him give him a cool fitting name. MC thought for a moment, then suggested the name Lucky. Fenrir enthusiastically accepted it. Jumping for joy, he exclaimed, what a cool name. He was so happy with this name. While Fenrir was jumping for joy, a chest fell from above. Rock noted in surprise, a treasure chest? Of course, befriending offenders like defeating a boss. He asked curiously, what's inside? Opening the box, the protagonist was surprised to see a bracelet and collar of enormous size. Lucky exclaimed enthusiastically, this is so cool. The red collar is so cool. Let him put the collar on him quickly. MC complied and slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. A voice in his head informed him that the mini-monster garden bracelet was equipped. He could enter and exit the garden whenever he wanted. The protagonist thought in surprise, that voice again. Looking at the bracelet, he wondered in confusion, what the hell is a mini-monster garden? Suddenly, the dial revealed a sphere through which the house and garden were visible. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, is this it? Lucky looked at his friend and asked if something was wrong. He would show him how it was done. Fenrir pressed the button on the bracelet with his nose, and a powerful stream of light emerged from the bracelet, drawing Fenrir inside the sphere. The protagonist worriedly asked his friend over the radio if he was okay. Lucky replied that he was perfectly fine. That was very interesting. Let him try to enter too. The protagonist hesitated, but only briefly. Closing his eyes, he thought he was trying to enter the garden. Before he knew it, he was sucked in and found himself in this place. A solid, simple house stood before him, the space around them seemingly protected by a barrier. The protagonist thought with surprise. This place made him want to doze off. Based on what he could see, this place didn't seem spacious, but the temperature and weather were fine. If they ever needed to store things, they could use this hut as a warehouse. Among all the magical items, there were some that granted access to another dimension for storing items, but he had never seen one that also allowed acquaintances to enter. Lucky yawned and asked him, so what are they going to do? The MC thought for a moment and then said, even S-rank adventurers won't be going anywhere else today. It would be great if you could gather other monsters like Lucky. Fenrir remarked, gathering comrades, huh? Sounds fun. He could assure him he'd have others like him who would also want to escape their prisons. Rock said that was true, but for that to happen, they first needed to escape this floor. He mounted his friend, and they raced forward. Lucky warned him to make sure he held on tightly. The protagonist, breathless at Fenrir's speed, thanked him, adding that he greatly appreciated it. He thought, as expected of Fenrir, they'd covered such a distance on foot in such a short time. At this rate, they'd soon reach the barrier, and the stairs would lead them out. He told Lucky to head for the opening on the right. Fenrir asked him why they had to turn right. The opening straight ahead was the shortest route to their destination. The protagonist told him that a swarm of monsters awaited them if they went there. He wanted to avoid pointless battles. Lucky replied that he understood everything, and added that he was very glad to have a guy like him by his side. They turned right, and suddenly the protagonist was alarmed by a number of dead monsters. He asked Lucky to stop. Fenrir asked him what this time? Monster corpses? Rock answered that monster parts could be sold. Some of them could also be used to make food. Lucky exclaimed in surprise, what delicious food! He would love to try it. The protagonist activated his skill and created a storage facility. Saying the command stack, the dead monster parts were transferred to the storage facility. Fenrir remarked in amazement, amazing! When did he learn to store things like that? The protagonist answered, while riding on his back. He simply sensed that this method of storing items was possible. Lucky looked at him with interest. MC understood his gaze and suggested he try moving the monsters into storage himself. Fenrir happily slammed his paw onto the monster's body and gave the command, stack, but he misjudged his strength and instead crushed what he was about to stack. The protagonist was stunned by his friend's strength. Fenrir, embarrassed, said, it's his fault. He'd used too much strength. This time, he'd used the tip of his claw to prevent damage to the materials. He carefully touched the object with his claw and gave the command, stack. Again, nothing worked. The monsters' bodies simply shattered into tiny pieces. They were both shocked. When everything calmed down, the allies looked at the shattered bodies. Then the protagonist, confused, said, "Well, anyway, since he knows the importance of collecting materials from monsters, he should just remember not to harm them." Lucky was very upset by what had happened. MC looked at the entrance and said, "Okay, they should be ready to deal with the real problem." Lucky touched the barrier, but nothing happened. He said, upset, "Okay, it looks like it's very strong. He probably won't be able to go any further." He added with obvious sadness that it had been a short adventure, but he'd had a lot of fun. The protagonist looked at him with confusion, then encouraged him not to give up so quickly. "Now, just let him go into the miniature monster garden," Fenrir exclaimed hopefully. "I see." So they were going to bypass the barrier. Rock activated the button on his bracelet and teleported his friend into the miniature garden. He remained where he was. Rolling up his sleeves, he said, "Okay, he needs to try." Still, there was no guarantee they'd be able to get through safely. Besides, this barrier was quite powerful. Touching it, he wondered if they could get through this way. In the end, everything went smoothly. MC passed through the barrier unhindered, and climbing the stairs, teleported Fenrir back. Lucky delightedly told the protagonist he did it. They then escaped the dungeon without a hitch. When the allies left the dungeon, Fenrir even howled with joy. The protagonist smiled, noting that it was expected of him. Lucky then thanked him, adding that he never imagined he'd be able to escape this dungeon. He was looking forward to their upcoming journey again. MC responded, the same goes for him. He hoped they would get along. He extended his fist to Fenrir, but Lucky, remembering the story with the monster bodies, refrained from touching it with his paw. But the protagonist continued to hold his fist, and Fenrir hesitantly raised its paw. But the protagonist lightly touched its nose and thought with a smile. This is how he first befriended Fenrir. When they arrived in the royal capital of Kronto, at the Adventurers Guild, all the inhabitants were stunned at the sight of Fenrir, shocked by its enormous size. The protagonist said sheepishly, that was to be expected. At that moment, adventurers appeared, panicking and screaming. They need to protect the Adventurers Guild. A huge gray wolf appeared. It's about to attack. The protagonist hastened to reassure them. No, they've misunderstood. It's his familiar. But the adventurers were determined. MC muttered, they're not listening to me. What should I do? At that moment, Rika, the administrator, emerged from the guild and exclaimed in confusion, what's going on? What does this all mean? The girl recognized the protagonist and greeted him, congratulating him on his return. The protagonist replied with a smile that he was also very happy to see her. Rika added, puzzled, wasn't he supposed to be exploring the Flame of Destruction dungeon with his team? Seeing Lucky, she exclaimed in amazement at what a huge dog. Fenrir, meanwhile, was the picture of hospitality. Rock countered that it wasn't a dog, it was his familiar Fenrir. Lucky wagged his tail, greeting the girl. Rika was shocked. The one from the tails? She looked at the protagonist and joyfully congratulated him. She was so happy. He had finally become a true tamer. The adventurers and villagers echoed in surprise. Tamer? Are you serious? He managed to tame Fenrir himself? Lucky yawned widely at that moment. Rika invited the protagonist inside and told him to register his friend, telling him to follow her. When the MC entered the guild, Fenrir, in front of the astonished crowd, curled up and fell asleep. After a while, Rika told Rock that everything was fine. She had finished registering. The protagonist thanked her. Everyone present looked at him with varying expressions. The girl asked him what happened to the rest of his group. The protagonist was surprised. Weren't they back yet? When Rika agreed, MC said, puzzled, oh my? He told the receptionist that Kid had stabbed him with a knife and then abandoned him while they were in the dungeon. He was sure they had all returned by now. Rika exclaimed in bewilderment. He said Kid stabbed him. Is he okay now? The protagonist replied with a smile. Kid's sword was half broken, so he hadn't suffered fatal wounds. The girl said in amazement, so the rumor from earlier was true. The protagonist asked her what she was talking about. Rika explained that the rumor had been circulating when Kid was just beginning to make his name as an adventurer. He had joined a rank of B adventurers and headed into the flames of destruction, but it had all ended in failure. The only ones who returned were him and one other person. After that, a rumor began to spread that Kid had used his friends as bait to escape the dungeon. Rock, remembering how he had treated him, thought that if it was him, it was quite likely. The girl asked him, but why was he being targeted this time? The protagonist thought it was awkward to talk about it, but he had to. He answered, perhaps because he was the most useless? Rika, perplexed, asked him what he was talking about. She was sure he was the most important member of the party. The protagonist stared at her in amazement. What was she talking about? He was useful? The girl answered, really? Rock retorted, perplexed. But the work he did for the party could have been done by anyone. Truth be told, he was kicked out shortly after they entered the dungeon. The receptionist couldn't believe her ears. He was being serious right now? Anyone could have done his work? That was simply a lie. It was thanks to his presence that the party reached rank S. How could such a big misunderstanding have arisen? She indignantly declared that if that were the case, their party would be demoted to rank B. MC, perplexed, said, what? They can't be demoted from rank S, right? Their individual combat abilities shouldn't be underestimated. Rika answered, perhaps so. However, betraying one's own party member is a violation of guild rules and can't be ignored. Moreover, the fact that they still haven't returned from the dungeon is a testament to their abilities. The protagonist admitted, disappointed, well, they really weren't back yet, right? Amy and the others were still with Kid in the dungeon. Remembering Kid's ominous glare and his knack for throwing his friends as bait, The protagonist ran outside. Rika understood his intentions. She called out to him and said that if he went back and helped them, they might treat him very unfairly again, right? Rock admitted that perhaps that was true, but he just wanted their things back. He didn't tell the girl that they were, after all, his childhood friends. The receptionist answered him. She understood and looked at him sadly. Running outside, he heard Lucky ask him, "Is he leaving?" The protagonist looked at Fenrir and was surprised to see his friend saddled with several children. The protagonist asked him, "Will he come with me?" Lucky remarked he'd only tell him that once. They betrayed him once, and they would do it again. Rock answered him. He understood and already knew it. Therefore, this was the last time he would help them. The allies looked at each other carefully. MC was amused by how the children swung, as if on a swing, on Fenrir's braided mane. Lucky told him that since he had made his decision, he would not persuade him otherwise, but he would not let him go alone either. The children waved goodbye, expressing the hope of seeing each other soon. Lucky wagged his tail at them. The protagonist jumped on his back, and they rushed forward faster than the wind. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Kid was shouting at the allies that they were idiots. They didn't have a map of the area, but why couldn't they remember where they came from? Isaac rudely told him to shut his mouth. He couldn't remember where they came from either. Cara said that Rock was with them to navigate the dungeon. Amy sighed sadly after her words. Kid was furious. Were they really S-rank? Their movements were weakening. Isaac was indignant. What was he saying? They came here from the 10th floor. Stop complaining all the time. Besides, he can't even hold his weapon properly. Stop bragging about your heroic adventures. Kid couldn't think of anything to say in response, so he just sighed angrily and thought they took a different route. Supposedly, it was shorter than the previous one, so why did they keep encountering endless hordes of monsters? Besides, he was sure the monsters would weaken the further they went, but he felt like they were only getting stronger. He cursed. What should they do? Finally, Isaac sighed heavily and suggested the team take a little rest. He added that they would soon descend to the 4th floor. If they got there, the monsters would probably be weaker. They just had to hold out. The leader asked Kid if his spare sword was in good condition. The boy brazenly replied that he should be more concerned about his own sword, since he used it constantly. He looked at Isaac's weapon and exclaimed in bewilderment, "Why is this sword in perfect condition?" The leader replied that he bought it at a store down the street, but there was never a rust or scratch on it. "It's a beautiful sword." Kid turned to the girls and asked them to show him their staffs. When they complied, he carefully examined their weapons and asked in bewilderment, how could this be? How could he have teamed up with a bunch of idiots? Isaac was indignant. Let him choose his words. Kid shouted at them in confusion. Do they seriously not understand? They had been surviving all this time thanks to that assistant's divine protection. It was impossible that they had become S-rank in less than 3 years. Isaac asked him, perplexed. What did he mean by basket? He'll remind him that they've risen through the ranks and earned S-rank for their efforts. Kid exclaimed furiously. That's not a basket, that's divine protection. You can only receive that in the presence of a magic caster. Their sword and staffs can't be damaged or contaminated. A useful skill that can boost an ally's basic abilities. They've been under this divine protection all this time, but they haven't once thanked the protagonist. In other words, without him, they're still at C rank. All 3 of them, Isaac and the girls, stood silent as if struck by lightning. Such a thing had never even occurred to them. The leader looked at the adventurer and wondered, what's going on? He was saying they only became S-rank adventurers thanks to the protagonist. He remembered their first training sessions. The teacher always praised the protagonist, and Isaac heard the coach tell him he needed to be as diligent as Rock. Yes, it's always been like that. This guy was always ahead of him, even when he was no longer in the party. He said out loud that he refused to believe that was the reason they'd come this far. Amy looked at him accusingly and addressed him by name, letting him know he was wrong. Kid cursed and exhaled. What a troublesome guy he was. He turned to Cara and asked her how many more times she could cast spells. The girl told him about once or twice per party member. Kid asked Amy the same. She told him she could store magic, so she could still fight quite well. The adventurer noticed, was that right? He understood her. He thought that if they wanted to reach the 4th floor, they would first have to get past 5 orange ants. But they would definitely call on their allies for help. Having gathered all the facts, a frontal attack was a terrible idea. Kid turned to Cara and told her to heal each of them once. Isaac would be in the vanguard, with the mage right behind him. Then the healer, and he would stand at the back, guarding the rear. He looked around at his allies and asked if they all agreed with his arrangement. Cara, activating her staff, answered him. She understood. No one objected to the adventurer. Everyone prepared for action. Kid said, okay. No one should turn around. They were going to break through. Orange ants advanced toward them. At that moment, Kid drew his sword and plunged it into Cara's back. The girl gasped in confusion and collapsed to the ground. Kid, with a sly smile, thanked her for healing them, but now they didn't need her. He was very glad she would act as bait to give them a chance to escape. Cara, trying to rise, looked at her retreating comrades and thought, No, this is impossible. Where are they going without her? She wanted to scream at them not to abandon her, but her strength had failed her, and her voice was very weak. Neither of them turned around, neither Isaac nor Amy. They hadn't even heard what had happened. The ants began to approach her. Cara, seeing this, rolled over onto her back and screamed, "No!" When the team reached the 4th floor, they saw that Cara was no longer with them. Kid unabashedly told them what he had done and why. Isaac exclaimed angrily, "Why? Why did he cut Cara down?" The adventurer was justifying himself. There was no other way. The sacrifice was necessary for their survival. They shouldn't worry about what happened here. No one would know. After all, they were still in the dungeon. Isaac grumbled, but that wasn't what he meant. Kid smirked and said, "Of course they, his allies, were also accomplices." They exclaimed in surprise. What was he talking about? Kid told them that having this servant was of great benefit to them. The fact that they had betrayed such a man would serve as good proof of their complicity. Isaac and Amy looked at him in confusion. Slicing a blue ant in half, he added, "It was downright painful. Why had he agreed to team up with a bunch of useless losers? Let them not even hope for cooperation in the future." Isaac, also fighting monsters, retorted, telling him to shut his mouth. He himself is not as strong as he claims. He swung his sword left and right, then cursed and exclaimed, "Why are his attacks not working on the monsters? The monsters on the 4th floor should be weaker. Stupid blue ants. They weren't so difficult to deal with before." Kid answered him, "They had been under divine protection this whole time, but they never thanked him once. Without him, they are at rank C." Isaac, looking at the advancing monsters, cursed again. There were too many of them, and he couldn't handle them. At that moment, the protagonist appeared on his friend's back. Lucky scattered the monsters in all directions, tearing them apart with his claws. Kid, Isaac, and Amy couldn't believe their eyes at the protagonist's appearance. The leader asked him in amazement, "Wasn't he supposed to die?" MC replied with a smile, "And he came back from hell." The boy cursed foully. Lucky asked his master if he should kill them. As long as they were in the dungeon, no one would know who killed them, right? Kid glared at Fenrir and the protagonist. Amy turned to the protagonist and asked him to save Cara, adding that she was still on the 5th floor. MC exclaimed in bewilderment, "What was she talking about? They did this to her too." Kid responded sarcastically, "They had no other choice. Their survival required sacrifice." Rock called them scum. Lucky was simply stunned. He said, "How absurd. They betrayed him and still have the audacity to ask him for help. How annoying. Apparently they still don't think about their actions." The protagonist frowned, patted his friend on the back and told him they needed to go. Fenrir grinned. What a good-natured guy he was. Suddenly, he looked at the backpack and winced. What was that smell? If he wasn't mistaken, that dress belonged to Cara. What was lying on top of that backpack? The protagonist answered him. It was perfume. Fenrir sighed and said, "He understands." They rushed forward. Amy looked after them with hope and shame. Lucky and the protagonist burst onto the 5th floor and began smashing monsters, saving Cara. After a while, the protagonist exhaled and said, "There are so many of them." He looked at his friend, who was dealing with the monsters, and realized that the scent of blood seemed to be luring these ants out of their nests and drawing them here. Even if Lucky was very strong, there were still too many of them. But the presence of his friend by his side instilled fearlessness in him. The monsters swarmed around Lucky's body. MC gripped the hilt of his blade tighter and rushed to his friend's aid. It was as if wings had sprouted. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength, and he fought his opponents with masterful skill. After a while, they both looked around. There were simply piles of defeated monsters everywhere. Lucky noticed that it seemed they had succeeded. He turned to Rock and admiringly told him that he had pulled off such impressive stunts during the battle. The protagonist grinned and replied that he had also noticed. This was the first time he had fought like this. They really made a great team. After these words, the protagonist touched his friend's nose with his fist. Then he looked around again, noting that now he only needed to find Cara. Fenrir froze for a moment, then turned to one side and said, "A man named Cara is there." MC rushed in that direction. The girl lay among the dead bodies of ants, blood dripping from her mouth. She showed no signs of life and was very pale. Rock said her name regretfully. Even Lucky felt uneasy. The protagonist remembered how Cara once asked him how he liked the potion she had prepared. He had told her then, "It was amazing. This is an excellent restoration potion." He even bet everyone would be stunned. Cara answered with a satisfied smile. He helped her, and everything worked. Thank him very much for that. And now, he took out the potion that was on him, crouched down next to her, lifting her up, and said that he was very sorry he didn't make it in time. Pouring the healing drink into the girl's mouth, he added that thanks to her, he was able to make a restoration potion. Cara still showed no signs of life. Rock burst into tears, hugged her, cursed and exclaimed, "He's the one who should be grateful to her." Lucky looked at his friend sympathetically. Suddenly, the girl coughed and her breath returned. Weakly, but it returned. Coming to her senses, she pulled away from the protagonist, looked at him in surprise, and asked, "Why is he here?" MC smiled happily. "So she was alive?" Cara asked in confusion. "So? She's not in heaven?" She looked at the protagonist and apologized for leaving him behind. She understood that she could no longer change her past actions, but she still asked for his forgiveness. He told her that it didn't matter now. Now that she was dead, they would face a problem. Cara looked at him in confusion. What was he talking about? The protagonist pointed to Fenrir and told her it was the gatekeeper of hell, a monster they were bound to encounter. They had to deal with this guy. Cara looked at Lucky in confusion and asked again. Fenrir, smiling, She collapsed unconscious on the floor again. Rock didn't understand what was happening. Lucky answered him and she fainted, and he was sure their gatekeeper was a Cerberus. MC, surprised, agreed. It seems so. After that, he suggested they return to the city. He apologized to his friend and asked him if he could give Cara a piggyback ride just once. Fenrir agreed, but only this once, his back, for Rock only. The protagonist, touched by his words, thanked him. He hadn't expected his familiar to say something so sweet. Suddenly, he saw a hole in the wall and said it was the entrance to a nest of orange ants. Lucky was surprised. What was he saying? Fenrir sniffed and exclaimed joyfully, "Delicious eggs. I wonder how tasty they'll be." He sniffed the air again and rushed forward. The protagonist shouted at him to wait for him. When the allies arrived inside, there were indeed a lot of eggs. MC noticed in surprise. Were they orange ant eggs? Looking closer, he noticed that one of them looked different. Furthermore, it looked as if someone had broken all the others. Suddenly, the egg that Rock had singled out began to crack, and all the others, as if on cue, followed suit. A multitude of small ants appeared. Then something happened that shocked the protagonist. The ants rushed towards him, calling him Daddy. The protagonist didn't understand what was happening. Lucky said he postponed their return trip because he knew there would be women outside, right? MC asked him, confused, what he was talking about. A voice in his head said, "It seems the young orange ants want to befriend him. He would be friends with them?" Rock was confused, and the voice in his head again. But they had killed a bunch of orange ants not long ago, and yet, it would be bad if he left them here alone. He answered the voice. Okay, he agrees to that. The voice informed him that from now on, the orange ants were his familiars. In an instant, the young ants transformed into young girls, similar to each other. The protagonist was surprised. They looked like people? A voice told him they were being transported to a miniature monster garden. The ant girls disappeared, and the protagonist simply looked at the spot where they had just been standing, perplexed. He told Fenrir to go check on the miniature monster garden. Let him please take care of Cara. Lucky promised he would. Rock closed his eyes and was transported to the miniature garden. The voice informed him that, since he had befriended 6 new monsters, he could now upgrade his miniature monster garden. He was presented with a choice of upgrades: a hut, a small river, a small pond, spatial expansion, a fruit tree, a small sea, a vegetable field, a mine, and a mountain. MC thought happily, upgrades? That was something new. For starters, he decided to upgrade the river and pond, as well as the hut and the fruit tree. He figured that if he increased the spatial scope of this dimension, the vegetable field would also expand. Everything he selected was illuminated by a bright light, after which everything changed for the better. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise. It really had gotten bigger. Suddenly, he noticed the transformed ants, who were cutting up monster carcasses nearby. Rock was even more surprised. He asked them, weren't they orange ants before? What were they doing? One of them stood out. She had a small crown on her head. Her name was Patra. Upon seeing him, she exclaimed, "Daddy's here. They're sorting materials from the monsters he destroyed." The protagonist exclaimed in admiration, "Wow. He never thought they could do something like that." Patra replied, "That's their specialty. She was a good girl, wasn't she?" He patted her head, praised her, and thought, he's not her daddy, although that's not so bad. He wondered why this child was wearing a tiara. Maybe she was special compared to the other orange ants. He told himself, now's not the time to relax. Rock turned to the ants and told them he was counting on them. The ants assured him they could handle everything. After that, MC returned to his world, where Lucky greeted him joyfully. He was back. And then this nightmare. The protagonist asked him in fear, what happened? What happened to Cara? Fenrir informed him in a distressed voice that all the eggs had hatched empty, and he hadn't even managed to taste a single thing. The protagonist laughed and said, really? He's so sorry. Okay, when it's over, he'll treat him to something delicious. Lucky's mood immediately improved, and he exclaimed happily, really? Rock realized, and for some reason, he felt a little better. After some time, the allies arrived in the city. Stopping in front of the guild building in the kingdom's capital, the protagonist apologized to Lucky and said he'd have to wait here again. Fenrir agreed, and a crowd of surprised people began to gather around him again. The protagonist carried Cara into the guild. At that moment, Kid was emotionally telling Rika that he had nothing to do with this. This only concerned their party. Isaac, standing nearby, exclaimed irritably, this was about them. This was about their friends. So why should they have to deal with it here? The receptionist said, so Mr. Rock asked them to wait for his return, and that was all she said. At that moment, the protagonist, having seated Cara, asked everyone what had happened. Everyone turned to look at him. Rika exclaimed joyfully, now everything is fine. So, Kid and Isaac were denying everything he had said. The protagonist was surprised. Denying it? Kid, as if nothing had happened, approached him and, like a good friend, said how wonderful. The guild had made strange accusations. Could he please clarify everything for them properly? MC asked him if he meant they were having trouble on the 4th floor, even though they were S-ranked? Or was he referring to the time they used Cara as bait, cutting her up on the 5th floor? Or was he referring to the time he stabbed him while escaping from Fenrir? Kid blushed with anger and fury, his eyes darkening with rage. Isaac angrily told Rock he doesn't know what he's talking about. Kid told his ally to calm down and turned to the protagonist. He told him that just because he was kicked out of an S-ranked party, that didn't mean he could lie and make up false accusations. And he had no proof, right? The protagonist was surprised. How could this guy lie with such an innocent expression? He'd only asked his opponent. Proof? Kid spread his arms wide and told him with a grin, that's all. Doesn't he think it's somehow wrong to accuse someone without evidence? Amy sat with her gaze downcast, not saying a word. Kid continued, and not to mention that he's a hero, he'll definitely tell the king about this. Rika looked confused. A couple of burly men crossed their arms over their chests and glared at Rock. The adventurer continued to press MC. Does he understand and catch what he's saying? The protagonist, indignant and surprised, couldn't even find a response to his brazen lies and insolence. Finding the strength to do so, the protagonist said, I understand. Let them give him a second. He took Kid's sword and tried it on his wound. The adventurer exclaimed in irritation. What the hell? Rock replied. It matches the wound on his armor perfectly. Is that evidence acceptable to him? Kid screamed in rage. What the hell is he talking about? He probably stabbed himself with his own weapon to concoct that lie. The boy turned to Isaac for support, asking him, right? But Isaac frowned and remained silent. Kid grew even angrier, cursing foully. The protagonist asked him, how was he going to explain Cara's condition? Only now did everyone see the priest's girl, sitting limply in a chair. Amy cried out her name with joy and anxiety, fell to her knees before her, and began begging her forgiveness. The girl, crying bitter tears, grabbed the hem of her ally's dress and said, this whole thing only happened because she didn't help her. Even though she was her friend, she's so sorry. MC looked at the girls with pity and compassion. Kid chuckled and said, the reason for her death was her inability to fight back. They had nothing to do with it. The protagonist was simply astonished by his insolence. He was outraged. How could it have anything to do with it? Didn't he actually stab her in the back? Kid laughed and answered him. Really? Then where's the evidence? You can't take a statement from someone who's dead, right? MC said in shock. Wow. He walked up to Cara and asked her to wake up. He asked her if this was the guy who tried to kill her, right? The girl continued to pretend she was dead. Rock told her he knew she was just sleeping. He started shaking her, telling her to wake up already. Cara's eyes widened. She laughed and remarked, well, how cool is that? Amy was simply stunned by the surprise. Cara removed the protagonist's hands from his hands and jokingly remarked, he's really scary. Then the girl yawned and wished everyone a good morning. Amy, having recovered from her astonishment, rushed to her, hugged her tightly, and exclaimed how good it was that she was alive. Cara tried to break free from her embrace, telling her she was going to kill her. Rock addressed the girls, expressing his regret for distracting them while they were tied up like this, and asked Cara to look over there. He pointed to where Kid stood, unable to believe his eyes. His skin flushed with anger and fear, and then he turned pale. Cara exclaimed, "Oh, Kid." She pointed angrily at him, and angrily demanded how he dared cut her and use her as bait. He was nothing but a demon, an evil spirit, and a murderer. Everyone present gasped in surprise. Kid flinched in fear as all the adventurers approached him, indignant, and he called himself a hero after all this? The boy tried to defend himself, but Rika said sternly, "Such tactics are useless. The witness's testimony is enough for them." She listed the charges: assaulting her employees, betrayal, attempted murder, dereliction of duty to rescue, and finally, breaking the rules of adventure. At the very least, he could be stripped of his hero title. Kid flushed crimson with hatred, anger, and fear, and cursed foully. The protagonist asked the receptionist, "Well then, he can go, right?" Rika replied, "Yes, of course," and thanked him for his cooperation. The protagonist turned to leave, but Isaac called out to him, falling to his knees before him and begging for forgiveness. MC, dumbfounded by his former friend's actions, stared at him in shock. The guy told him he knew he'd done wrong, so he was asking. He had no choice but to support Kid. He was asking him to explain. He still wanted to be an S-rank adventurer. MC looked at him in confusion and sighed resignedly. After a moment of silence, he said, "He knew all along that Kid was planning to kill him, right?" Isaac was confused and said with a stupid laugh, "He doesn't understand what you're talking about?" The protagonist said that as soon as Kid disposed of him, he said he was now part of the party, right? He was absolutely sure of it. That meant he, his former friend, had been trying to kill him all along. Isaac remained adamant. There was no such thing. He won't let him talk like that. He knows how much he cares for him. He's the one who got him to S rank. Rika sighed in frustration and lowered her head. Then she said to Isaac, "It seems he doesn't realize something. It was thanks to Mr. Rock that their party was an S rank." Isaac exclaimed in bewilderment. "What?" Rika added, "Actually, Rock is the only one with S rank abilities, and he, Isaac, is probably a C rank. No, maybe even a B rank at best." Amy and Cara were simply stunned by this information. However, the protagonist was also extremely surprised. He checked with the receptionist. "Is this true?" Rika smiled at him and replied that it was. The girl gave an example. If he had formed a party with an E-rank adventurer, the result would have been the same. Isaac shouted at her not to make fun of him. "They are B-rank? She, the idiot secretary, is simply delusional." The girl smiled and said, "Oh no, it's true." Isaac exclaimed angrily, "Then they need to have a fight. If Rock wins, he'll accept any demotion, but if he loses, they'll pretend it never happened." The protagonist smiled and told him that it would be surprising if he suddenly said that. Rika said, "It's okay." MC told her he hadn't teamed up with anyone in a long time. The girl remarked, "Then it's about time. It's a guild request. Let him team up with E-rank adventurers and show them his abilities." Of course, there will be some rewards for it. Rock noted that this seemed to be his first request since completing a solo run. Although, it's a temporary party, so everything should be fine. He agrees. Rika thanked him and then turned to Isaac, Amy, and Cara, telling them they would issue a challenge. As for Kid, since he was previously suspected of murder, he can't participate. Kid exclaimed in bewilderment. Previously, that was many years ago, there's no evidence. At that moment, Aki, throwing back his hood, said, "Then he'll testify." Kid and everyone stared at the young man in amazement. Aki said he was a member of an A-rank party known as the Black Spear. He turned to Kid and remarked, "Just don't tell him now that he's forgotten everything." The adventurer snapped back. "He knows nothing," Aki said. "It was the Extinction Dungeon." His friends also believe that scumbag Kid. He tried to help his friend, but it was no use. So he returned to the city and told the people, but the story of a nameless adventurer compared to the words of a hero with connections in the capital was nothing. May all his friends forgive him, if only he'd tried harder. Rika glared at Kid, telling him no matter how many connections he had, he couldn't hide this evidence. The boy exclaimed indignantly, he shouldn't have joined that small party with Isaac. His ally cried out in bewilderment. What? The protagonist's former friend had viciously called him a fake hero. Kid responded, seething with anger. Who cares? He wasn't interested in being demoted from S rank, so he could say whatever he wanted, not to mention the fact that the guild would arrest him for reasons he couldn't even remember. With that, he drew his sword and attacked the adventurers standing next to him. Rock, perplexed, yelled at him to stop. Why was he trying to cause more trouble? Kid hysterically told him to shut up. Don't talk to him. He's not one to be demoted. Suddenly, he jumped up at Amy, grabbed her, and put his sword to her throat. Rock, horrified, shouted at him to stop this instant. They could still go back to what was before. Everyone present was dumbfounded. No one expected Kid to do such a thing. Amy grimaced and begged him to let her go. The guy angrily told her to shut her mouth. Then he turned to everyone present and told them to get out of his way. He didn't want to be part of such a stupid guild. The protagonist answered him. He understood everything, so he should just let Amy go. Kid told him that if he didn't want her killed, then he should get out of the way. The protagonist and everyone were forced to part and let him through to the exit. Without letting go of Amy, Kid walked to the exit and told everyone that they would see each other again. They should be careful not to become food for the monsters. With these words, he ran for the exit, keeping Amy under his sword. Rock cried out her name in fear. At that moment, something happened that surprised everyone present. Kid suddenly flew to the side and Amy fell to the ground. The protagonist and the others rushed to the exit. Rock called her name and asked if she was okay. Lucky sat next to the unconscious Kid and Amy, who was sitting on the ground, happily wagging his tail. Seeing the protagonist, the familiar asked him how he felt about it. It was worth the effort, and he succeeded. He made sure that this traitor didn't explode under his paws. Amy and everyone else stared at Fenrir in surprise. MC smiled at his friend and thanked him for his help. That's how they managed to almost neatly detain Kid. He resisted, cursed, and wished everyone to go to hell. The protagonist once again thanked Lucky for his help and assistance. Fenrir smiled and replied, as he'd already said, everything's fine. The protagonist looked at his former friends and remarked that they needed to be dealt with now. He told them he brought them their things. Isaac closed his eyes and didn't even look at him. Amy bowed her head to the MC and asked for his forgiveness. She stood there, bowing low, until Rock told her to stop. Isaac suddenly clutched his head and said regretfully, he knew there wouldn't be a competition. He looked at the protagonist and told him there was no choice, so he was returning him to their party. Was that all he had to do? The protagonist sighed deeply and regretfully informed him that he refused to participate in the same party with them. Isaac exclaimed in confusion and anger, what did he just say? Cara stopped him and told him it was all true. Rock was the one who had known the bitterness of his comrade's betrayal. Therefore, he would be in the party with her. MC looked at her in confusion and asked in surprise, how could this be possible? Had she forgotten that she had also abandoned him? He wouldn't be in a party with people like that. The girl was confused and indignantly shouted at Isaac, saying it was all his fault. He was the one who brought such a bad person like Kid to them. Isaac was outraged. Even she herself had said that Rock was useless. Cara retorted, yes, she had said so, but that wasn't what she meant. What was he talking about? The protagonist clutched his head and closed his eyes, not understanding what had happened to them, how they had gotten to this point. Amy told her companions to stop bickering. She added sadly, they realized everything in the dungeon, didn't they? Rock helped them more than anyone, but they didn't want to admit it and simply pretended it wasn't true. It was all their fault. Isaac puffed angrily. Cara looked down sadly. The protagonist gratefully called Amy by name, letting her know he appreciated her understanding. Rika diffused the situation, smiling as she noted that it was time for them to begin the challenge. The protagonist apologized for keeping her waiting. Rika countered that it was okay, it wasn't that simple. She suggested they go over it again. They needed to fill out a few details for the challenge request. It would range from C to B difficulty. Isaac chuckled and asked, what kind of low-level request is that? Had she forgotten they were S rank? There was no way he would lose. When Rock looked over the request, he read in surprise, rainbow dragonfly eggs, fresh green emeralds, wyvern scales, claws, and fangs. Therefore, they had to obtain any of these within a week. It seemed simple, but that last item was tricky. The protagonist looked at Isaac and asked him if he was really sure. The boy replied sarcastically, "What? Just don't tell him he's leaving now." He even gave him a chance to return to the party. Taking the request, Isaac decided to read it himself. They needed to prove the difference in strength. As he continued reading, he exclaimed in amazement, "What kind of request is this?" Rika laughingly asked him, "What exactly is the problem? He doesn't want to tell her that their S-rank team is leaving already, does he?" Isaac was seething with anger, but couldn't find a response. Rock thought, "I see. So that's it. They've reached S-rank. The guild has information, including all the requests they've fulfilled so far. Of course, they know that Cara can't stand Orengo, and Amy is afraid of demonic insects. They also know that one glance at a green frog is enough to immobilize Isaac. So this is a warning from the guild, hinting that they won't tolerate adventurers who don't follow the rules." Isaac finally said, "They'll do it." Rika laughingly told him she was looking forward to it. He angrily told her to shut up. After they left, Rika approached the protagonist and invited him to come with her. She'd like to introduce him to an E-rank adventurer. MC turned to his friend and told him it looked like they'd be a bit late, so he should enjoy his stay for now. Fenrir responded that he'd accepted his wish. Rika asked the protagonist about organizing a party. Was there anything he disliked? The protagonist thought for a moment and remarked that he probably didn't like being betrayed. He also wasn't a fan of people who didn't follow orders. After all, he was responsible for their lives. He also wondered if it was okay to handle such matters this way. Rika assured him it was fine. Despite her appearance, she was the assistant to the vice principal, so she had authority. MC was extremely surprised by this. The girl added, "She's not just a typical pretty administrator. Does he understand that?" Rock told her he already understood. He suddenly remembered Rika, the administrator for the last 3 years. She still hadn't lost her charm, and it seemed she hadn't changed at all, but according to her, she wielded power in the guild, and frankly she wasn't that young. Rika asked him with a smile, "What's the matter?" He answered, "No, nothing. Everything is fine." He was just curious about the kind of person this E-rank adventurer was. Rika replied that, in her understanding, she was in a somewhat unusual situation, but she didn't think she would betray them or rebel against them. Rock remarked with surprise, "An unusual situation?" The girl answered him, "Yes, it was," so she was a little skeptical. In any case, she would meet him at the training grounds, and she wanted him to give her a good beating. The protagonist thought perplexedly, "A training ground? A good beating?" At that moment, the doors opened, and Shannon walked in. The girl entered and looked closely at the surprised protagonist. Rika introduced her as the elf, Miss Shannon. Rock thought in surprise, so she was an E-rank elf adventurer. Suddenly, he noticed the slave collar around the girl's neck and was even more surprised. Rika answered, "Yes, that's right. She wasn't accepted into the guild for nothing. She was a slave and an adventurer." Rock exclaimed, "What does that mean?" The receptionist replied, "She understands him." All 5 of Shannon's previous masters had died from suspicious deaths and accidents. All were apparently accidents. 2 cases of natural causes, 1 case of poisoning, a fall from a cliff, a demon attack, all in quick succession. Her previous master had business with the guild, and now she is a member. The astonished protagonist said, "I understand." He was sure the deaths that followed one after another couldn't be blamed on bad luck. Shannon said, "She's a dark reaper." She turned to him and asked, "He's not seeking death, is he? Then he should decline this request." Rock replied that even if she said something like that, it would only be a one-time thing, so she shouldn't worry about it. Suddenly, Shannon drew her sword and pointed the tip at MC's throat. He was so taken aback by her unexpected attack that he didn't even have time to dodge. The elf told him, "Weak humans, unable to dodge, shouldn't mess with her." The protagonist looked her in the eye without fear and asked, "What if they act differently?" Shannon sighed in irritation and asked, "Why doesn't he understand? Does he want to die that badly?" Rock looked at her in confusion. She was embarrassed by his gaze, and calmer, she told him that she had sunk to the life of a slave because she had given up on life. She had no choice, but he shouldn't be a part of this. Without hiding her tears, the elf added that she was tired of seeing someone die again. The protagonist and Rika were at a loss for words. They were devastated. Then the protagonist asked her if he was stronger than her. Then everything would be fine. Taking up his weapon for the duel, he added, "Besides, he simply couldn't leave such a kind girl alone." Shannon looked at him in confusion, and then irritatedly told him to shut up. "She's just a slave." MC looked her in the eye, silently but resolutely, and she understood that he wouldn't stop, right? He answered her, "That's true." The elf scowled at him, gripped her sword hilt tighter, and rushing at him, shouted, "Then, she'll just make him understand." He deftly dodged her lunge, and then parried her blow. The protagonist realized with surprise that she was naturally fast, so to speak. She must have swung her weapon tens of thousands of times. Shannon attacked him again and again, swiftly, and the protagonist barely managed to parry her blows. The elf was perplexed by his reaction. During a break, he told her that practiced attacks were clean, but had the disadvantage of being predictable. He thought they were finished. The girl glared at him angrily and attacked him from a low position, using her leg, shouting at him, "She hasn't lost yet. She never loses." MC methodically parried her blows, thinking all the while that she had a good grounding in martial arts. But her technique was clearly not up to the task. Grabbing her hand, he told her it would hurt a little, and twisting her arm, threw it over his hip. Shannon fell to the floor and groaned in pain. Rock told her, "They're done, right?" The elf stubbornly stood her ground. "No. If she admits defeat, he will die too." The protagonist said, "Don't let her kill him without asking. He won't die so easily." Shannon gritted her teeth. "He will die." Unable to bear it any longer, she cried out through tears. They all said that, but in the end, they still died. Rising to her feet, she continued, "So she can't afford to lose." The protagonist said her name in surprise, and then told her, "Then, he'll just show her the reason why he won't die. Please, don't let her be too surprised, or she might die." He activated a magical summoning and summoned Fenrir. Lucky appeared in front of the astonished girl from a bright glow, who howled so loudly that a passing bird crashed to the ground. Rika squinted from the bright light, which almost blinded her. The injured bird fell next to the astonished Shannon. Lucky let out his terrifying roar again. The magical light disappeared, and the familiar looked at the girl. The elf, not believing her eyes, quietly said, "This can't be. Is he joking?" Fenrir looked at his master and asked him, "Did he call him?" Shannon realized with surprise, Lucky is his familiar. The protagonist stroked his friend's nose and thanked him with a smile. The elf, dumbfounded, thought about MC. Who the hell was he? The girl remembered one moment. Her brother called out to her. She then ruffled his hair and exclaimed, "Oh my god!" Was he following her again? Seth, who was 5 years younger than her, laughed joyfully. They were born and raised in a family of elves. She thought their life would be peaceful and calm, but one day, Seth suddenly disappeared in the forest of affection. Her mother then told her that her father and everyone would look for him, and she would stay here and look after the house. Shannon sadly agreed. These were her parents' instructions, but the mere thought of her precious and beloved younger brother still in danger consumed her with fear for his life, and she couldn't just sit quietly at home. She went alone into the forest of affection and began to search for him, periodically calling out his name. After some time, she realized he wasn't there, so all that remained was the mage's mansion. She came to an empty house, which looked slightly ominous in the light of the full moon. Shannon folded her arms across her chest and said, "Mage's mansion." The forest where they played was the place where human mages and elves once swore an oath of friendship. It was called the Forest of Affection. In that very forest was a mansion where a mage lived. Few were allowed to visit this house. Hundreds of years had passed, and it was hard to believe it hadn't suffered any damage. If her brother wasn't in the forest, then he must be here. She opened the door and paused hesitantly on the threshold. The mansion itself was completely silent and dark. Entering, she looked around and was surprised to see that no one lived there, yet there wasn't a single dusty speck in sight. What kind of place was this? Suddenly, she saw the door to a room on the second floor slightly open and called out her brother's name. No one answered. Then she climbed the stairs and called out again. "Seth, is he here?" Approaching the room, she saw her brother lying on the desk. Forgetting everything, she rushed to him, calling his name. But Seth lay motionless, his eyes closed. Checking his breathing, Shannon realized his pulse was racing and his breathing was accelerated. She needed to get him home immediately. Suddenly, a cloud of dark aura appeared above them, with someone's pupil within it. Shannon cried out in fear. "What is this? Some kind of joke?" The eye looked at the door, and in that same second, it was closed. She rushed to the door, began tugging at the handles, and cried out in panic, "Why isn't it opening?" The eye looked at her, and in the silence, an ominous whisper echoed. "Which of the two? Who will be saved?" The elf's legs buckled with fear, and she collapsed to the floor, her voice trembling as she pleaded with the eye to save Seth. The eye narrowed and struck her with a powerful dark blow, knocking her unconscious. She doesn't remember what happened after that. She woke up in her bed. Coming out of the room, she saw Seth was home, waving cheerfully in greeting. He was smiling as if yesterday had happened. Her parents also wished her good morning. Shannon murmured with relief, wondering if it had all just been a dream. But after that day, strange things began to happen. The creatures around her began to die, and more of these creatures appeared. They included insects, mammals, rodents, and many others. Eventually, their horse died, which shocked the entire family. She mentioned this strange occurrence to her parents, but they didn't take her seriously. They blamed her overactive imagination for everything. It made her suffer. If she didn't do something bad would happen to her family. So, Shannon quietly fled the village alone, without telling anyone. However, she was only familiar with the way of life in her home village. The world outside turned out to be quite cruel. Subsequently, the next thing she realized, she had become a slave. But still, her first master was very kind and gentle with her. He taught her that the best path is the path of education and understanding the world. First, they began to study money. He taught her, knowing nothing about life. However, 6 months later, as if he had simply fallen asleep, the master left this world. She grieved greatly. She suspected that she was the cause of what happened, but she so did not want to believe it. However, 3 months later, her second master died of illness. The third died a week later, falling from a cliff. The fourth mistress took poison herself. The fifth was attacked by a monster and also died. Anyone who comes into contact with her dies. Around then, she became recognized and feared as a grim reaper. She didn't want anyone else to die. When she found herself at her most desperate, an organization calling itself a guild took her in. She hoped to end up in prison, so as not to have to deal with anyone again. But the guild had other ideas. Rika asked her if she would join their party as an E-rank adventurer. She preferred solitude, so she told everyone everything that had happened, trying to convince them to abandon her. Many were horrified. She was a grim reaper. Sometimes persuasion was enough, sometimes brute force was necessary. Afterwards, many said in horror, "Rika, did she see how cruel this woman is?" The administrator calmed everyone down. But still, many adventurers said they didn't want to deal with the walking death anymore. And so it went on for a while. Then one day, this man, Rock, appeared. She tried to refuse him again, but instead of leaving, he treated her quite seriously. She heard rumors that he had been kicked out of his S-rank party, but he was the strongest of them all, and very kind. But why couldn't she get through to him? Shannon angrily shouted at him. Why doesn't he understand? Does he want to die so badly? And then he showed her his power, showed her Fenrir. Looking at him in amazement, she thought he possessed immense abilities. It was hard to believe he'd made the legendary Fenrir his familiar. Many adventurers didn't hide their hatred for her. They even said they wished she, the Dark Reaper, would die. She didn't wish death on anyone. The best solution would be her own. She'd always thought so, but that was only because she'd suppressed her true feelings. Shannon hadn't noticed she'd said it out loud. She still wanted to live, too. The protagonist, stroking his friend's nose, heard her words and looked at her, confused. The girl thought about him. If this was the one she could rely on, she thought she had a chance at life. Suddenly, she lost consciousness and fell to the floor. The protagonist jumped to her side and cried out anxiously, "Is she okay?" Rika, picking Shannon up, told him she was fine. It seemed like everything that had happened had been a bit of a shock to her. She was very tired, but she looked as if a weight had just been lifted from her chest. The receptionist helped the girl to her feet, adding that she would let her rest for a while. Rika led Shannon away, and the protagonist and Lucky watched them go for a long time. Fenrir turned to his master and remarked, "Was that a bad idea?" MC reassured his friend, assuring him that everything had gone as planned, for which he was extremely grateful. The familiar immediately smiled relaxedly and exhaled with relief. He remarked, getting to the point, what was he going to do with this bird? The protagonist looked in surprise at the bird lying on the ground, shaking slightly. Lucky had told him that when he howled, it had lost consciousness and fallen. The protagonist remarked, his truth. Indeed, that was how it had all happened. At that moment, a voice in his head said, "The heavenly bird wants to be his friend. Will he be friends with it?" MC looked at it and said, confused, "It's so unexpected and so simple. But it will be fun to have lots of friends. So yes, he will be friends with it." The new familiar glowed with a bright light, and a voice informed him that the celestial bird had befriended him and was transported to a miniature garden. Rock thought, it seems their numbers will only gradually increase. Excellent. Lucky remarked with a satisfied smile. I wonder what she tastes like. The protagonist admonished him. No, he won't eat his friends. At that moment, Shannon approached them. With tears in her eyes, embarrassed, she bowed low to him and apologized for what she had done earlier. The protagonist asked her not to do that. He believed she was motivated by concern for the well-being of people. So everything was fine. Shannon said she was so grateful to him. She added, embarrassed, that she knew she had little experience, but could she join him? Rock looked at her with a smile and extended his fist, saying that he was glad to meet them. Shannon smiled timidly and, raising her fist, replied that she was glad too. Lucky almost burst into tears at the sight of the painting. He told the girl it was very nice to meet her too, and gently stroked her head with his paw. The protagonist, mindful of his insane strength, called out to his friend in warning. The familiar simply froze in place. Shannon, petting Fenrir, said, "It's fine." She thought about how big his paw was. Fenrir broke into a smile and said to his master, "He told him he was evolving, didn't he?" Shannon told Lucky it was very nice to meet him too. The familiar turned to the protagonist again and said, most importantly, now that he had touched her, he was convinced she was under quite a powerful influence. Shannon gasped at his words. Rock was also surprised. Influence? Fenrir confirmed. Yes, that was it. He would say it was a very unpleasant thing. An influence of the kind that sucks the life force out of those around you. And an effect of this kind will eventually take the girl's life as well. The protagonist said in amazement, "So it's because of the effect that Shannon is still alone." The familiar remarked, "So it seemed so." The girl looked back and forth in confusion. Rock asked his friend if this effect could be removed or something. Lucky told him he couldn't remove it. Such delicate work wasn't for him. The protagonist sighed heavily and said, "Okay." The familiar continued, but in his opinion, he could handle it. The protagonist exclaimed in bewilderment. "Wow, he doesn't really understand all this." Fenrir asked him if he could borrow his head for a second, after which he opened his mouth and grabbed MC's head. Rock laughed and exclaimed, "What's wrong with him?" But suddenly something started happening in his head. He saw symbols, letters, signs, various figures, and realized with astonishment that all the knowledge he needed was simply flowing into his brain. When Lucky finished and released his head from its mouth, the astonished protagonist exclaimed, "It's clear to him. This is the opposite of divine protection. I mean, this is simply amazing. He was capable of such a thing?" Lucky was pleased by his master's enthusiastic reaction. Then he offered him a try. Rock agreed and was about to get started when Titus, the guild leader, stopped him. He told the protagonist, "Enough." A confused Rika stood next to Titus, her entire demeanor suggesting she had nothing to do with it. The leader continued, addressing the protagonist, "Excuse him, but as the guild leader, he cannot allow him to remove this effect from Shannon." MC's astonishment knew no bounds. he exclaimed. What is he talking about? What do you mean, he can't allow him to remove the effect? Titus replied that he knew perfectly well that Shannon was a slave belonging to the guild. Therefore, she was part of their collective, and according to their rules, they could not allow amateurs to remove effects from their staff. Shannon was pitiful to look at. She hugged herself. Her entire demeanor bespoke embarrassment and suffering. The protagonist, determined, exclaimed that there was no time for further discussion. If they don't take action quickly, she'll die, Titus said in surprise. Wow, how unlike him. If he lets his emotions get the better of him, he'll become like Isaac, won't he? He's sorry, but so much has happened, and he's tired, right? MC said thoughtfully. Then, if they can't remove the effect from any of the staff, then does that mean it'll be okay if Shannon isn't part of the staff anymore? Titus looked at him in surprise, and then drawled in confusion. As expected of Rock, he was thinking of giving him a little more time to cool off, but in that case, they should get straight to the point. So he wants to buy Shannon from the guild? Rock was shocked by his question. Buy Shannon? The guild leader said that if he does that, she will no longer be part of their team. That way, there will be no more obstacles to removing the effect. What does he think about this? The protagonist honestly admitted he had no idea how to respond to that. Titus looked at him condescendingly and added what he thought the purpose of an adventurer's guild was. The protagonist suggested it was to help adventurers make a living. The leader replied that he believed that was part of it, but he believed the guild existed to make adventurers happy. The MC listened attentively. Titus continued, saying that he found Isaac and the others' betrayal unacceptable. Normally, he would have gotten rid of them immediately, and at best, he would have been exiled for life, but that wouldn't change anything for them. So one could say he was naive, but he hoped they would use this chance to take a fresh look at themselves. Rika looked sympathetically at Rock. He himself looked confused, Titus concluded, and finally, they would sincerely thank him as a person for helping them overcome their difficulties. He just wants them to find happiness, that's all. The leader looked at Shannon and said, her life has also been filled with difficult trials. However, she is a sweet girl who cares for others. He believes in this regard that he, Rock, and she are very similar. They have both been through a lot. The fact that they had to sacrifice themselves will make them great partners for each other. Of course, he won't force them, but he will be glad if he helps her. Besides, he will be grateful if Shannon also supports Rock. The girl and the protagonist looked at the leader in surprise. MC, remembering the betrayal of his friends, thought that he never thought anyone would understand him. However, there are still people who look out for him. Yes, they are Titus and Rika. The leader asked Shannon what she wants. The girl hesitated before answering, and then hesitantly said she has no right to decide such things. After all, she is a slave. But if neither Rock nor anyone else gets hurt, then she'd like to come with them. The protagonist looked at her with a smile and said, okay, he'll take care of her. The leader and Rika looked at him with warmth. He clarified, but how much would it cost? Rika answered with a smile. Coincidentally, it was the same amount as the reward for this request. MC sneered. Coincidentally? He laughed. Then, completely seriously, he said, then, first, they definitely need to remove the effect. He sat the girl down right in front of him, extended his hand and said, here we go. Shannon tensed up, closed her eyes and said, okay. Rock began casting the spell, and after a while, something resembling an eye surrounded by a dark aura began to emerge from the girl. Shannon was shaking all over, afraid to open her eyes. A very heavy, viscous black aura was emanating from her. Seeing this, Rock wondered if this something had arisen from the influence? It was trying to influence him too. The protagonist, constantly removing the influence, resisted this something with all his might. He held on with all his might, but it refused to go away. Finally, the protagonist made a final effort and screamed loudly. In that same second, the influence dissipated, and the something evaporated, leaving no trace behind. Rock sank to the ground, exhausted, and exhaled heavily. Lucky shouted joyfully to him he had succeeded. MC thanked him for his support and help. It all worked out thanks to him. Titus, shocked by what he saw, enthusiastically told the protagonist, it was amazing. This truly was the influence of the founder of Majin, and the one who destroyed his spell was him. The protagonist remarked, Majin, did he know anything about this influence? The guild leader answered him. Even he himself isn't very knowledgeable on the matter. Only a few people had reported similar cases to him. Titus continued. Rumor had it that in those days a Majin ruled the world, one who could summon magic. MC repeated, a Majin who summoned magic. After that, he reproachfully told the leader, no, please be kind enough to inform him of such things in advance, so he would be more careful. Titus laughed at his reaction and words. Shannon turned to Rock and thanked him with a smile. She added that she would have to repeat herself again, but she looked forward to working with him. Both the protagonist and Lucky looked at her warmly and smiled. Titus concluded, so it seemed that everything was sorted out. Well, all that remained was to prevent Isaac and company from defeating them. Let them make sure they got all those materials. MC happily thanked him for his support. After that, Rock teleported with his allies to the miniature garden and exclaimed, well, it's time for them to begin preparations. Shannon was absolutely delighted with this garden. Surprised, she asked the protagonist where this place was. The protagonist showed her his hand with the jewelry and told her it was a mini garden. all of which were inside this bracelet. The girl exclaimed in amazement, "What a stunning piece." She had no idea such a wonderful world could be inside a bracelet. The protagonist admired her, her face glowing. Lucky, noticing his admiration, giggled. Shannon perked up and asked MC what was going on. He looked confused and replied, "Nothing, everything's fine." Suddenly, the girl exclaimed, pointing upward, "A skybird." Rock said, "Yes, it's the one he recently befriended." Shannon asked him if he knew that skybirds were rare creatures because they can soar all the way to the sky. So rare, in fact, that they're rarely seen. The surprised protagonist replied that he understood. The girl continued, and the same thing happened with Fenrir. He, the protagonist, was such an unusual person. He became embarrassed and muttered, "So he's abnormal." At that moment, Lucky made a pained expression and told his master that he was hungry. MC realized he was hungry too, and Shannon probably hadn't eaten in a while either. He said, "Okay, he'll cook something." He would ask the orange ants for some meat. Where were they? Where had they gone? Fenrir asked him if he knew they built a dungeon in the basement of the hut. Rock exclaimed in surprise, "What did they do? A dungeon?" When the allies arrived, they saw a huge, deep pit with stairs leading down. The protagonist sighed and said, "When did they even have time?" Suddenly, Patra appeared from the pit, rushed to him, hugged him, and welcomed their dad home. Shannon couldn't believe her eyes. She exclaimed, "Did the orange ants actually have a humanoid form? And what's more, they call him Dad. Is he sure it's an orange ant? They don't look like they have an ant's body." Lucky replied, "Unfortunately, his master has a weakness for such things." It sounded so unambiguous that the protagonist indignantly called out his friend's name. "Shannon," he said. "He just happened to be there when their eggs hatched, so that's the whole point." The elf assured him it was fine, she could keep a secret. MC cursed and said, "That's not the problem." He looked at his familiar and said his name again, as if to tell him what he was talking about. Rock tried again to convey to the girl that this was a huge misunderstanding. She told him it was fine. There were no problems. Let him tell her what Lucky said. The protagonist was surprised. She didn't understand his speech. Shannon, confused, replied in the negative. The protagonist continued, "But she understood the orange ant perfectly well?" The elf said, "That's true. She's human. How could she not?" Rock didn't understand anything. What did this mean? Patra said it was because she knew how to talk to people. She was different from the other ants. She was destined to be the head of her family. Therefore, she knew how to negotiate with other races and command them. The protagonist said in amazement, "It's a skill called interspecies language. If he tried to copy it, would Shannon be able to use it?" The ant girl immediately said, "Done." MC was surprised. "Really?" Lucky asked the elf, "Does she understand him now?" Shannon answered him in confusion, "Yes, she understands him." Rock couldn't believe his eyes. What just happened? Shannon turned to Patra and thanked her for it. The protagonist realized one thing. There was so much unknown to him in this world. He thought he could only talk to this girl, so she was special. Rock thoughtfully asked, should he name the ants? Patra asked him again, "Name? What happiness?" He asked her then, "What's her name, Patra?" The ant girl enthusiastically accepted his offer, and she exclaimed joyfully, "She got a name! Patra, a simply wonderful name." She rushed to the protagonist and asked him to name the rest of the ants. Rock looked at the others in surprise and said, "They all look the same." Patra asked him, despite their different appearances? The protagonist sighed and named the remaining ants, naming them Orange A, Orange B, Orange C, Orange D, Orange E. "Do they all agree?" The ants were delighted. The protagonist remarked, "They like their names." He thought, watching them, it's amazing how much individuality they have. Once he understands their personalities, he'll give them different names. He turned to Patra and asked her what she could tell him about the dungeon they'd created. The ant gave him a tour. Patra showed him and explained that this was the refrigeration room where they stored meat and other things, and this was the drying room where they dried fur. This is where they keep the demon stones they discovered when they dug the pit. Rock said, "This is amazing." He can't believe they've created such a place in such a short time. They must be very good. The ants were delighted by his praise. He was surprised by the news of the dungeon. It looked like Patra's nest. Out loud he said, "Okay, there's meat so they can start cooking." Sometime later he and Shannon went to the town market, listing what they needed. A grill and a frying pan, a knife and seasonings, completely forgetting that they didn't have much in the way of cookware. The girl asked him what he was planning to cook. The protagonist replied that they weren't particularly pressed for time, so he was thinking about fried chicken. Shannon, surprised, asked him again, "Fried chicken?" The protagonist confirmed that it was. He confirmed that it was a very simple dish. Marinate the meat in seasonings and fry it. Chicken goes very well with cabbage. Shannon exclaimed in admiration, already anticipating this masterpiece. Rock approached a vendor and asked him if he had cabbage for sale. The man replied that they hadn't been bringing in cabbage lately, and unfortunately it wouldn't be available for a while. The protagonist was disappointed. He had been craving chicken and cabbage. Shannon agreed with him. She was very sorry. At that moment, the MC heard Isaac ask him, "Are you sure he can afford to have fun?" Turning toward the voice, he saw his former friends. Shannon looked at them in confusion. Isaac's expression was one of superiority and defiance. He continued, "If Rock would kneel before him now, he would gladly invite him back to the party. Suddenly, Shannon stood between them, her face serious, asking what was going on. The leader, confused, asked who she was. The protagonist told her to leave them alone. From now on, they had no connection. The protagonist looked at his former friend and asked him if he could please stop bothering him. Isaac angrily attacked the girl, shouting, "I will." The MC grabbed his fist and, stunned, asked him, "What is he doing?" The guy pulled his hand away and replied with a sly smile that he had no idea what kind of sneaky tactics the guild was using. He thought they'd paired Rock with a strong adventurer, but apparently she really was an E rank, right? But if he worked with that piece of trash, he wouldn't be able to use it properly. Shannon exclaimed, "Please, let him take that back. Rock isn't an object. He's completely insane for saying things like that." Isaac said that the weaker the dog, the more it barks. Cara approached them and asked the protagonist if this girl was really his new partner. MC replied that she was, adding, "Shannon is an E-rank elf adventurer." The protagonist's former ally looked at the elf and, with a sly smile, said that her clothes sucked. If she was going to a party with Rock, it wouldn't be a bad idea to watch what she wore. The protagonist told her it wasn't her business. He sarcastically remarked that her attire didn't seem to affect her strength. Cara exclaimed in irritation. She hadn't even imagined he'd choose an E-rank female adventurer. He pointed out that it wasn't like it was his choice. Cara replied, "Maybe," but it wasn't true. Amy approached them and expressed her regret to Shannon that her companions had been so rude to her. The girl told the elf her name, then bowed to the MC and told him that it wasn't like something like that could be made up for by just apologizing. But she apologized for everything they'd done. She'd thought about it a lot. She'd assumed he was about to quit adventuring, but she felt like she wanted to challenge him one last time and test his strength. And after that, she'll decide exactly what to do next. The protagonist replied with a smile that he understood. Isaac shouted at his ally to hurry up and get moving. Before leaving, Amy wished the protagonist and his ally good luck. The protagonist replied that they would definitely take advantage of this. As they left, Shannon called out to him and said that they should go too. MC replied with a smile that everything was fine. He knew they couldn't afford to lose now. It was time for them to go back. After a while, they returned to the house. When everyone started cooking, Lucky accidentally spilled flour on himself, making a mess. The protagonist, stirring the dish, told his friend not to play with cornmeal. The familiar replied that he wasn't playing with it. He thought his master needed help. Lucky tried to help him, but spilled more flour, causing chaos in the kitchen. After a while, the protagonist noticed that everything was ready. As he placed the dish on the table, Lucky solemnly commented, "Rock's roast chicken was fantastic." Everyone began to eat, admiring the taste. MC smiled and remarked that the food was hot and suggested they eat slowly. Shannon should also be more careful. The girl tasted the food and admiringly declared it delicious. After this, Rock told them that they would now discuss what they would do. This time, their destination would be the Dungeon of Fresh Greens, a journey of 2 to 3 days by cart. Typically, such a request would take about a week. However, that area is full of difficult terrain, such as forests, swamps, and the like. If they traveled in a straight line, they would get there in less than half a day. Judging by the weight of Isaac's company's luggage, as well as the direction of their cart, as he expected, they would take the usual route. Unless they run into trouble in the forest, they have no other reason to lose. Even if they take the shortest route, he can safely assume their journey won't go as smoothly as they think. Shannon agreed with his reasoning and added, he should know. The protagonist said that now that they've filled their bellies, they're leaving too. After that, they set off. The girl riding Lucky apologized to Fenrir for having to carry her too. The familiar replied that everything was fine. MC thought, as expected from Fenrir, monsters weren't attacking them. Suddenly, they heard someone crying. Shannon worriedly asked if someone was being attacked by a monster. The protagonist turned to his friend and asked if he could go back a bit. Lucky turned around and led them to the crying gargoyle. The monster, seeing them, became frightened and began attacking them with wind magic. Fenrir shouted indignantly at his opponent, how dare he challenge him with wind magic? He began casting a powerful magic spell at the monster. MC remarked in surprise. His friend was truly powerful, but this was too much. As Fenrir's magic sphere grew in size, he shouted at him, this is too much. The royal capital of Kronth lies in this direction. If he cast such a powerful spell, the city wouldn't let him escape punishment. Lucky apologized to him in fear, claiming he had no power to stop it. The protagonist quickly climbed off him, thinking he didn't even have time to think. He stood between the gargoyle and Fenrir, and creating a magical barrier, thought he couldn't undo it, but if he focused on one point, he could at least distribute it. At that moment, the familiar's magical sphere began to shift toward him. The protagonist struggled to contain it, begging his strength to endure it all, and finally managed to change the sphere's trajectory. He exhaled heavily and said, did they make it in time? Then the dust cleared, revealing Shannon and a terrified Lucky. Fenrir covered his eyes with his paws, opening them only slightly when everything had quieted down. The protagonist was amused by his friend's reaction and laughed. The elf anxiously asked him if he was okay. He told her he was fine, and then asked if she was hurt. The girl replied that she was fine, and Fenrir was fine too. Suddenly, she noticed his hand was covered in blood. MC reassured her with a smile, saying that a healing potion would heal a wound like that in no time. He drank it and instantly healed his hand. Shannon, surprised, noticed it was a healing potion. The protagonist thanked her, adding that he had specially made it himself from apple extract. Lucky, shedding bitter tears of remorse, began to apologize in horror to his master and lament his repeated misdeeds. Rock hugged him and said with a smile that he, on the contrary, was thanking him. He was just trying to help, right? He really appreciated that gesture. But still, his magical power was a disaster. From now on, they would learn to control their powers and fight together. Lucky howled joyfully and said he would try his best. MC turned to the gargoyle and asked him what he was doing here. The monster only screamed in fear in response. The gargoyle shouted at him, "He's a monster." The protagonist chuckled and said the last thing he needed was to hear that from a gargoyle. Besides, why was he crying in a place like this? The monster replied, because he was sad. He'd been kicked out of the demon lord's army. The protagonist chuckled. So monsters can get fired too, that's funny. The gargoyle continued. He was obviously made from scraps of materials. His magic was weak, so he'd been in the palace and dedicated the last 100 years to cleaning. But recently, the army's leadership had changed, and they told him they didn't need a monster who couldn't do anything but clean. He wandered through the forest, lost, and eventually reached a village nearby. But the villagers attacked him, and he fled. MC told him, regarding this point, that many people don't take kindly to demons. The gargoyle noted sadly, that's true. But all he'd ever done before was clean. It was his first encounter with humans. The thought of being inferior and hated by humans crushed him, and sadness overwhelmed him. He wondered what the meaning of his life was then. Tears welled up in the monster's eyes, and Shannon looked at him sympathetically. Rock had heard that gargoyles were elite soldiers in the demon lord's army, and that their creation required a great deal of magical power. It was hard to imagine creating such a gargoyle from scrap materials, but it seemed so. The protagonist asked him, what will he do next? The monster agreed. That's right. What should he do? He burst into tears again. The protagonist sighed and offered to come with them. The gargoyle immediately wiped away his tears and hopefully asked, is it possible, even if he's just a weak gargoyle obsessed with cleanliness? Rock told him that he didn't care about strength. Besides, he himself said that he'd been cleaning for 100 years. That's amazing. The gargoyle jumped to his feet, thanked his benefactor, and asked, please, let him join them. At that moment, a system voice in Rock's head informed him that the sealed gargoyle wanted to be his friend. Would he be friends with him? The protagonist was surprised. Sealed? He asked the monster if he had some kind of sealed power, or something like that. The monster responded with surprise, only knowing that he was created by the previous demon lord, but he didn't really understand it. He was very sorry. The protagonist chuckled in confusion, then smiled, and said to the monster, then please let him welcome him again. The gargoyle exclaimed joyfully. Of course, it was an honor. The voice in Rock's head spoke, and the sealed gargoyle was transformed into a sacred beast and became his friend. Transformation into the sacred beast Arayan. The voice then said that with the increase in sacred beasts, he could now explore the garden. Let him choose one of the following options. Rock looked at the options and muttered, I understand. This time he could expand the hut. The voice informed him that the expansion was complete. After some time, the protagonist said, there's a village nearby. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something and exclaimed in surprise, what's that, cabbage? How could there be a cabbage patch in such a remote place? Lucky, curled up, was asleep. MC looked at him and said, it's getting late, so they should make camp. Shannon agreed. The next day the allies set out. Approaching the village, Rock noticed that the gargoyle had described this place. He read the sign. Before them was the village of Chushino. At the main gate, a man named Gorm was sleeping, sitting on the ground, snoring in his sleep. The protagonist approached him and tried to wake him, but the man remained fast asleep. Then Shannon tried to rouse him. She shook Gorm by the shoulder and greeted him, asking him to wake up. Gorm reluctantly opened his eyes, looked at Shannon, and exclaimed in amazement, an angel himself has descended from the heavens. Then he muttered, I see, he thinks it's time for the angel to take him. He chuckled after his words and added, but if such a sweet girl does it, there's no point in regretting it. Gorm blew her a kiss. Lucky quickly reacted to such insolence and pinned the man to the ground with his paw. Gorm opened his eyes in fear and exclaimed in fear, who are they? Are they bandits? The protagonist answered, no, they're adventurers. They were heading to the caves, and then they heard about the village. Gorm was surprised. Adventurers? But they came just in time. Let them go to the village chief and talk to him. MC was surprised. Talk? When the allies entered the village, all the inhabitants stared at them with bewilderment and interest. Rock noted the many thin people here. He was sure there had never been a famine in these parts, but why were they so thin? Chief Onogami came out to meet him and told him he was glad to see such a traveler. The old man introduced himself and added that he was the village chief. The protagonist smiled and said it was a pleasure to meet him. He also told the old man his name and that he was an adventurer. Then the protagonist introduced him to Shannon and the thug-like sacred beast Lucky. Onogami told Gorm that it seemed his dream had been fruitful this time. The man exclaimed that with his experience, sleep was no obstacle to recognition. He had just gotten rid of a stone statue. Onogami remarked, how touching. It seemed his eyesight was failing him. Gorm irritably replied to the old man, What did he just say? Who else but him, stupid old man? The village chief snapped back. What did he just say? The protagonist decided to intervene in their argument and asked the village chief what he wanted to talk about. Onogami sheepishly apologized to the protagonist, noting that he'd gotten carried away. The old man cleared his throat and said, "Well, actually, about a year ago, the goblins abandoned the green garden swamp just ahead. Their fields weren't doing well, and then the goblins raided their village and stole what little food they had. A group of young men tried to kill them, but they returned like this." The old man pointed to 3 men who looked very exhausted. Onogami turned to the MC, asking for help. MC thought that, unlike other monsters, goblins were more intelligent. But when their numbers increased, they became a vile group. The village chief continued. They petitioned the state and sent requests to the guild, but they couldn't provide a decent reward for the request, so they didn't respond. Rock answered him. "I see," he thought. "He can't help them. He can't make a living as an adventurer if he helps people only out of the kindness of his heart. Besides, even if they save them this time, there's a chance they'll ask for help again. They need to be able to live on their own." The protagonist looked at the old man and said, "For now, let him look at a map of the area. Also, could he tell him where the goblins are?" They quickly brought him a map of the area. The protagonist looked at it and muttered, "I see." He turned to the village chief and told him there was a way to deal with the goblins. The old man exclaimed hopefully, "Really?" MC continued, saying they'd spotted some cabbage patches on the way here, so he thought they wouldn't starve. The elder responded happily, "They're so grateful." Rock added, "But if they don't do anything, it will just keep happening again and again. To prevent that, he could help them develop the village. And when the village turns a profit in the future, could they give them 20% of the proceeds?" Onogami said, surprised. 20%, he said, isn't an amount he can agree to on his own. The protagonist thought, it's annoying, but whatever. He answered the elder out loud. Right now, they're busy with another request. So, if everyone in the village helps, he'll just take 10%. Of course, it's 10% of the profit. So, it could be anything from sales, minus the costs of each person and their labor. Besides, even if the villagers couldn't cooperate, they would still help thin out the goblins and provide the village with food. He fell silent, and the villagers began to converse among themselves and the village chief, discussing the terms. Rock, meanwhile, thought, the fundamental problem with this village is its location. It hinders traffic from the rest of the city. The fields are uncultivated. They don't have any special products, so they buy them from outside. They don't have everything they need. He could help them for free, but that wouldn't benefit the villagers. For that, the villagers also needed determination. The chief said they understood everything, but let him consult with the other villagers. Shannon asked the protagonist what would happen then. He told her the village would make a large profit. He didn't think they would refuse, but in any case, he would go and prepare the garden. Let him know if the village chief called him. The girl assured him that she would do just that. Rock managed to return before the old man arrived. Onogami apologized for the long wait and said, frankly, people's opinions were divided, but if they were left alone, he didn't think they could improve the situation. Was it normal for compensation to go toward unexpected expenses? The protagonist replied, of course. If they were willing to cooperate, they could deal with their goblin enemies and their food supply. Besides, the villagers wouldn't be in danger. Onogami looked at him in surprise. The villagers began to mutter among themselves. If that was true, they couldn't find a better deal than this. At that moment, Horan stepped forward and told the protagonist he didn't believe him. He didn't think it was a good idea. Come to think of it, wasn't that suspicious? The elder scolded him, asking what he was talking about. How dare he talk like that? The boy stubbornly declared that if it weren't for his wound, he would have dealt with those goblins quickly. He cursed, hitting his injured leg. Rock thought, right? The villagers who were injured by the goblins. He pulled a healing potion from his pocket and handed it to Horan, asking him to take it. Rock told him it was his unique creation, a healing potion. The boy refused it, exclaiming irritably, I don't care, as if he'd drink it. MC replied conciliatorily, don't be so silly. If they needed proof, he wouldn't mind treating Shannon to it first. The girl looked at him in surprise and clarified, it's no big deal, right? She was so eager to taste his specially prepared healing potion. She closed her eyes and drank it, and suddenly, her eyes widening, she exclaimed, it's so delicious. She added that although she considered such things sour and undrinkable, this potion was soothing and easy to drink. She felt a lightness throughout her body. Horan looked at her in surprise, while the protagonist and Lucky smiled. Fenrir turned to his master and told him he wanted to drink it too. The protagonist answered, no problem, and poured the potion into his mouth. The familiar's eyes widened, and he exclaimed delightedly, it's so delicious. He didn't know what it was, but it was so calming and refreshing. Plus, it was simply delicious. Zoran looked at them in confusion. The protagonist handed him the bottle and again offered him a try. The boy took the bottle, looked at it and said, it's probably just a game. He won't fall for that lie. But he decided to drink it anyway. After that, he too suddenly changed, joyfully exclaiming, it's so delicious. What kind of healing potion is this? It's not at all like the usual musty smell of water. More like apple. Yes, the taste is like freshly squeezed apple juice. Clean, refreshing, and even slightly sweet. The sweet and sour taste brought back memories of his first love, making it so easy to drink. Afterward, he felt the pain in his injured leg disappear. Horan twisted his leg in surprise and wondered if they were joking. The pain in his body has also disappeared. He could move his leg. It was simply a miracle. The protagonist told him with a smile that they were currently fulfilling another request, but if they helped them, he would share his healing potions with the other wounded. Horan grabbed his hand, shook it firmly, and said, "Please." They would gladly accept them. Let him heal all the wounded. Then the boy came to his senses, let go of the protagonist's hand, and apologized for doubting him. He told Rock his name and added that he was the village chief's assistant. They would gladly cooperate with them. Everyone looked at the joyful boy with smiles. Onogami asked the villagers if anyone objected. The villagers, after conferring again, agreed. Rock said with a smile, "Well, they've reached an agreement." He suggested everyone grab a bite to eat first, which Shannon and Lucky were especially pleased about. Just like that, there were 6 days left until the request deadline. The surprised villagers, after observing the reactions of the protagonist's allies, also began to eat. After tasting the dish, the elder said in amazement that he could not even imagine that cabbage could be so delicious. Horan remarked that he'd previously believed cabbage was only good as horse feed. The protagonist added that cabbage soup was on the menu today, but cabbage itself is quite tasty, or you can sauté it. Onogami was surprised. Really? Rock thought, and he'd added a bit of the restorative potion he'd created while cooking. The people who were feeling unwell seemed to have gotten healthier. He turned to Shannon and asked if she could help him with something. She should take the orange ants A and B with her, and protect them and the villagers when they went gathering materials. The girl was surprised. He was trusting her with such an important task. Was he sure everything would be alright? He told her she was capable of defeating the monsters that inhabited this area. Besides, even though the oranges A and B were small, they could take care of themselves. Shannon replied that she understood him and would do everything in her power. The protagonist told the others that as for the rest, they would build a road that would lead them directly to Kronto. With the road in place, and the help of travelers coming and going from one town to the other, they would be able to solve the problems with food supplies and the lack of imported goods in one fell swoop. But first, he would do the following. Rock activated his magical power and summoned a fortification to help. The villagers were perplexed by what was happening. Their bodies seemed to have become lighter. The protagonist explained that he had cast strengthening magic on them to make it easier for them to move. But it wouldn't last long. Even the wounded were jumping on the spot, unable to believe they could move. Even after that, they were still full of strength. The protagonist, seeing their joyful and delighted emotions, asked them not to overdo it. Shannon, surprised, told him he was no stranger to it. They had cast strengthening magic on so many people at once, so easily and simply. Rock told her that if she practiced, he was sure she could do it too. Next time, he would teach her how to do it. The girl exclaimed happily. Really? She was so grateful to him. MC suggested that everyone start building the road. Lucky howled with joy and, with his magical roar, cleared a space for the road, simultaneously chopping down trees for lumber, and the work began in earnest. The gargoyle, the ants, the villagers, Lucky, everyone was involved in the construction. No one was left behind. That evening, the protagonist said, "Okay, let's leave it at that for now." They were almost finished laying the stone and clearing the road. He praised his familiars and continued, "At this rate, they could finish the road by tomorrow." MC looked at everyone and thought, thanks to Lucky's magic, they could build the road. Tomorrow, as soon as the road was cleared, he would try to sell their goods. Rock looked lovingly at his satisfied familiars and thought they were much cooler than he could have imagined, even dreamed of. They returned to the monster garden for the night. The protagonist was concentrating on something on paper. Shannon approached him with a mug of hot tea and asked him if he was still awake. The protagonist took the tea, thanked her, and replied that he was planning their day ahead. He added that she needed sleep first and foremost. She'd worked much harder than everyone else today, so she should rest well. Shannon objected, saying, no, how could she rest while her master continued to work? The protagonist asked her not to call him master. It sounded awkward. Besides, he didn't consider her his slave at all. Shannon looked at him warmly and said he was very kind. Smiling, she added, I'm so glad I met him. The MC also looked at her with a smile, thanked her for her kind words, and said he was also glad their paths had crossed. After that, he told her the plan. Tomorrow they would ask the villagers to harvest cabbage, and the day after, he planned to sell some goods in the capital. It seemed there was a cabbage shortage in the capital. He was sure the vegetable would be sold out quickly. Also, don't forget about the guild's request, but he was confident victory would be theirs. But just as important is how they win. Shannon, listening to his voice, tried not to fall asleep from the fatigue of the previous day. He continued, when it came to Titus, he believed it was nothing to joke about. Realizing he wasn't hearing anything in response from the girl, the protagonist looked at her and saw that she was asleep right at the table. In her sleep, she whispered that he was amazing. The protagonist, smiling, cast a purification spell on her and thanked her for her help. Stroking her head, he carried the girl to bed, looked at all his sacred beasts, who were all sleeping soundly, and left the house. Lucky spoke, and he went off somewhere again. MC flinched in surprise and asked his friend if he was still awake. Instead of answering, his familiar asked him, so, what are they going to catch today? Rock answered, rainbow dragonflies. They're easier to catch at night. Fenrir asked him what they would do with the goblins. The protagonist replied that as long as he, his faithful friend, remained in the vicinity of the village, the goblins wouldn't dare attack. So even if they left them alone, adventurers would come and conquer them in their stead. The familiar looked closely at its master and said, okay, are they coming? MC replied that they were, and the friends set out. Reaching the rainbow dragonflies, they began catching them with nets in perfect tandem. In the morning, when the protagonist woke up, he heard someone crunching in the kitchen. He noted that it was already light and heard the crunching again. Moreover, the crunching was interspersed with someone singing. The protagonist thought it must be Shannon. She probably always got up early to make breakfast for them. For some reason, this made him happy. Descending the stairs and entering the kitchen, he thanked the girl and asked if she needed any help. At that moment, a gargoyle turned from the table and greeted his master with a smile. He said, "Everything's almost ready. Please let him wait a few minutes." The monster was absolutely glowing with happiness in his beautiful apron. The protagonist was confused. It wasn't Shannon. There had been a mistake. The gargoyle was surprised by his reaction and asked him, perplexed, what happened? Was he having a nightmare? The protagonist regained control of his emotions and hurried to reassure him. "Everything's fine. Can he help?" The monster replied. Let him trust him. When he worked in the Demon Lord's castle, he was often tasked with preparing food for everyone alone. The MC exclaimed, "Okay, fine," and left the kitchen. Shannon came out to greet him and wished him a good morning. She added that she was very sorry she dared to fall asleep last night. Rock assured her she didn't have to worry about it. Looking at her weapon, he asked her if she was going to training. The elf replied that she was going to train. She wanted to make breakfast first, but the gargoyle told her to leave it for him. The protagonist said he understood that. He was very grateful, of course, but something about all this was off. The girl asked him if he wasn't tired. He'd gone out alone last night to catch rainbow dragonflies, hadn't he? The protagonist asked her, confused, didn't she sleep? By the way, he'd caught the dragonflies with Lucky. Shannon indignantly told him that wasn't the point. She wanted to be useful to him too. The astonished MC hastened to reassure her, telling her he was pleased to hear that. Next time they'd go catch them together. The girl looked at him sheepishly and asked, "Is this what he's promising her?" He replied that she understood correctly. At that moment, the gargoyle informed them that breakfast was ready. His appearance was unexpected, and they both jumped, telling him they'd heard him. On the second day, in the afternoon, Horan repeated to the protagonist that he needed to sell the cabbage at the market and then deliver the rainbow dragonfly wings to the guild, correct? The protagonist replied, yes, he wants to know the market value of the cabbage, and he should take care. The boy set off, and MC, watching him go, thought that since they'd managed to clear the road by noon, today, he thought, would be enough time to sell some goods at the market. Later, he'd show them how to catch rainbow dragonflies in large numbers. If they plowed the abandoned farmland and used it to grow cabbage, it would help solve the food supply problems. Sometime later, at night, the road construction was finally completed. Everyone rejoiced at the work done. MC patted Patra on the head and praised the ants. They were so good. They had done a great job laying the stone pavement so well that some craftsmen would have been ashamed. The ants rejoiced. Their dad praised them. The villagers also thanked Patra and her ants. They thought all monsters were scary, but Patra was such a good girl. Patra was overjoyed. She was praised. She had done it. The elder turned to the protagonist and thanked him for today. Bowing to him, the old man continued. Who would have thought the road to the capital would be finished in 2 days? He'd done so much for them, but would it be okay if he only got 10% of their profits? The protagonist replied, of course. Please, have him send the funds through the guild. Onogami thanked him again and said he needn't worry. Every payment would be made on time. After that, just before dawn, MC and his familiars split up and retrieved an orango egg and a green emerald, the kind green frogs possess. They didn't encounter any wyverns, but they wouldn't have to worry about that until tomorrow. Rock just had a feeling Isaac's party would arrive at their destination earlier than expected, and his uneasy premonition told him this could lead to trouble. After a while, the protagonist stretched and told his familiars, okay, they need to try their best today too. Suddenly, a small bird perched on his shoulder and chirped. The protagonist was surprised. Since when had there been a chick in the garden? Patra told him he was wrong. This chick was a skybird. MC exclaimed in surprise. What was she talking about? Wasn't the skybird a bit bigger than this one? She said, well, when they were sorting through monster materials, they found something similar to a rare item, and when the skybird, for some unknown reason, ate it, that's when it became so tiny. Rock remarked in amazement. What kind of things don't happen in this world? So how could it be restored to its original size? The chick began to chirp something in its own language, flapping its wings and explaining something. The protagonist, not understanding her, said, it's okay, everything will return to normal in time. After all, its life is not in danger. The chick flew off his shoulder, landed on the ground, and began to cry. Suddenly, the protagonist smelled a terrible odor and asked in confusion what it was. He realized it was coming from Lucky, who had sat down next to him. He pointed out to his friend that the smell was coming from him. Fenrir asked in surprise. From him? He didn't think so. MC asked him when he last washed. Lucky answered, maybe yesterday? Rock countered, wondering how he could have taken a bath yesterday if he'd been with him all day. And he hadn't even seen him with a towel and soap. The familiar winced and suggested, maybe the day before yesterday then. The protagonist, knowing his friend's habits, persistently addressed him by name. Lucky, almost in tears, replied, he's fine. Even if he doesn't bathe, he licks himself clean. The protagonist said, well, fine, nothing can be done. He laughed and ordered all his familiars to begin the operation to capture and bathe Lucky. Shannon replied with a smile that his order had been accepted. The gargoyle clenched his fists enthusiastically. The ants rejoiced. This should be fun. Fenrir, looking at his allies, grinned and said, "It's even curious. Let them not think that they will be able to catch him easily." At that moment, Rock activated his magic skill, and his familiars and Shannon felt its effects. He explained to them that he had cast support magic on everyone except Lucky. It would last for a short time, but their strength and speed would increase. Shannon thanked him, and Patra joyfully shouted, "Hooray!" Lucky stood in front of his comrades, wagging his tail as he told them they would be fools to even think that some kind of support magic could compensate for the difference between him and them. Patra was the first to declare a duel between the legendary Fenrir Lucky and herself, the queen of the orange ants. She shouted that she was beginning and rushed toward him. Lucky smirked condescendingly. Sweet, naive Patra? She thought she could handle him alone? She activated her magical power and tried to catch him. The familiar deftly dodged her attack and exclaimed, "He told you, right? You can't catch him with a single attack." Patra called upon all her ants to join the fight to capture Lucky, and all her allies joyfully rushed to fulfill this task. They surrounded Lucky from all sides and activated their attack on him. Fenrir thought, "An ambush!" He himself didn't understand how he ended up lying on the ground. Patra shouted to the surprised protagonist, "They did it!" He stroked her head and told her admiringly, "That's what makes her so great." She'd made him let his guard down by pretending she was alone. Patra happily accepted his praise. MC turned to his friend and told him to be a good boy and get in the bath. At that moment, Lucky jumped to his feet, and the ropes he'd been bound with ensnared the ants themselves in the blink of an eye. Then he smugly declared, immortating him was a good idea, but they don't have enough magical power to hold him. The ants cried, "He was so strong." The gargoyle said, "I understand." Then, he's the next one to challenge Fenrir. The duel began again between the proud sacred beast Lucky and the former member of the Demon Lord's elite squad, who had shouldered all the chores of the gargoyle household. Lucky, surprised, asked his opponent if he seriously expected to win. The gargoyle chuckled and said, "They always underestimate him." He began to activate his magical power and continued, "Weak as he may be, he's still a gargoyle." He possessed the knowledge he'd accumulated over 100 years, and the power of Rock's support magic shouldn't be discounted. Although it's a good thing he, a Fenrir, looked down on him. Let him see his power. Lucky smiled and knocked him out with a single flick of his tail. The protagonist anxiously called out to the gargoyle. Fenrir, smiling, asked his allies, "Who's next?" Shannon stepped forward and said, "Very well, with his permission, she wouldn't mind sparring with him." It was time for the next duel. A Fenrir who wasn't a dog named Lucky, and an elf blessed by his master, named Shannon. The familiar said, "I'm curious, let her show everything she's capable of." The girl, gripping the hilt of her weapon, replied, "Then, with his permission, she'll begin." Shannon lunged at him, but Lucky deftly dodged her attack and laughed. "At this rate, she won't even scratch him." Shannon snorted and said, "What will he say to that?" She activated a multi-sword attack and rushed at him. Fenrir, having broken her attack in one fell swoop, chuckled. She wasn't so bad, but she understood, didn't she, that such a casual attack wouldn't do him any harm. She answered him, she understood, and attacked him again. But this time Lucky was surprised to see her accuracy suddenly increase. He barely dodged her blows, and Shannon began attacking him even faster and more accurately. Finally, she made a finishing blow and cornered him, pointing her sword at him. Fenrir asked in bewilderment, when had she learned to attack like that? The elf smiled and told him that from now on he would be a good boy and take his bath. At that moment, Lucky flicked his tail and cast a spell of immobilization on her. Shannon realized with surprise that she couldn't move. The familiar told her that if she moved, she could kiss her head goodbye. The girl sighed in defeat, raised her hands and said, "It's no use, she's giving up." Lucky told her she moved well. It looked like her daily training had paid off. The elf thanked him for the praise with a joyful smile. After that, Fenrir looked at the protagonist and said, "Well, time to move on to the next dish." Now the duel lay between Fenrir, who simply wanted to play, and the boy who really wanted Lucky to take a bath. The familiar activated its magical power and told the protagonist that they were done warming up and let him attack, sparing no effort. Rock crossed his blades and assumed a fighting stance. Lucky looked at him enthusiastically, expecting a fun game, but suddenly he sniffed, inhaled, and asked in bewilderment, "What's that sweet smell?" A celestial bird, in its new form as a chick, perched on his head, holding a flower in its beak. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, "A celestial bird?" The familiar smiled at him, and Lucky, weakening and falling to the ground, wondered what it was. He lay down and fell asleep. The protagonist, surprised, noticed, a sleep flower? He smiled and thanked the celestial bird for its help. Afterwards, he told his allies, well, it's time for them to start washing Lucky. Sometime later, that same day, in the vicinity of the New Leaf dungeon, Isaac angrily pounded the floor of the carriage with his fist, bewilderedly exclaiming, "Why haven't they arrived yet?" Cara told him to be quiet. Amy looked at him silently, her entire expression expressing suffering. Isaac cursed and swore at the protagonist, saying he would make him regret betraying them. Finally, Amy couldn't take it anymore and told him they were the ones who betrayed him first. The boy angrily told her to shut up. He thought irritably, who even cared about this porter? He fought on the front lines and won to reach S rank. Isaac said angrily, but even after all this, he was told that without Rock, they were at C rank level. He wouldn't accept this. No matter what, he would win, and he would prove it to everyone. Cara sighed heavily and said, She's telling him right now she won't help collect Orango eggs. Amy noted that, unfortunately, there weren't that many rainbow dragonflies. Isaac snapped back. He already knew that. This time, they don't need to collect everything specified in the request. The wyverns are the main target, so everything will be fine. Okay? Cara chuckled and said she'd been wanting to ask him for a long time. Why was he so arrogant? The leader responded irritably, not wanting to hear that from her. Despite his irritation, Cara continued, accepting requests without even checking the details, and then adding them to the party without prior discussion. He's something else. Just so he knows, she and Amy are helping him because they have no choice this time, but they'll leave the party after this is over. The guy answered rudely, as they wish. In exchange, he'll give orders while they fulfill this request. The girls remained silent, but what could they say? Finally, the driver informed him that they had arrived. Isaac placed coins in his hand, thanked the man, and added that he didn't need change. The driver noted with bewilderment, but that amount wasn't enough. He'd driven them much closer to the dungeon than anyone else. If he didn't pay him more, then he'd simply wasted his time. Isaac angrily added more coins and shouted, "This much should be enough." The driver thanked him and drove off. Isaac was furiously indignant. What was this? Everyone was making a fool of him. He exhaled and tried to calm down, deciding it wasn't that important. After all, they were now standing in front of the entrance to the New Leaf dungeon. 4 days remained until the request deadline. He exhaled and commanded the girls to move forward. The allies cautiously entered. Meanwhile, elsewhere, everyone was happily petting a freshly washed and deliciously smelling Lucky. Meanwhile, Isaac, pacing the dungeon, sullenly told his allies that their only target was the wyverns deep within the dungeon. The rest, given time, they would seize on the way back. Did they understand? Suddenly, Cara exclaimed in horror, "Orango!" Isaac snapped at her and told them to at least answer. Looking around, he noticed, oddly, that the rainbow dragonflies and green frogs were nowhere to be seen. Orango was available, but he couldn't find their eggs. How were they supposed to gather the items needed for the request under these circumstances? He wondered if the guild was trying to set them up and didn't even have accurate information about the current situation regarding the request. If so, the guild was clearly at fault. They'd be back, and he'd be holding them accountable for this. Just then, a goblin attacked from behind. Isaac wasn't expecting to see it there, but he reacted in time and cleaved it in half with his sword. He then exclaimed, "They didn't warn them about the goblins. The guild staff is so irresponsible." At that moment, more goblins appeared before them, and in front of them was their leader, clad in iron armor and wielding a broadsword. Isaac shouted in disbelief, "A goblin knight?" He assumed a fighting stance, exhaled loudly and exclaimed, "Even high-level ones have appeared. Looks like this place has become their lair." Shouting for them to get lost, the leader charged at the monsters, but the goblins parried his attack. Holding back the enemy's onslaught, Isaac suddenly remembered Kid's words about them being under Rock's divine protection, and without it, they were at rank C. He clenched his teeth and thought angrily, "That's not true. There's no way he could lose to this idiot." At that moment, Amy struck the enemy with a fire spear and asked the leader if he was okay. The boy angrily replied, "Yes, he's fine. He could have handled something like that just fine." Cara noted, and yet, he looked like the battle had been tough. Isaac glared at her with irritation and growled. The remaining goblins surrounded them. Amy noted that everything would come later. Now they needed to focus on their enemies. The allies formed a circular fighting stance, covering each other's backs. Isaac cursed. After a while, they looked around. It was all over for the monsters. The companions looked around for more, but there were no more nearby. Isaac noted, "Was it all over?" It looked like the Goblin Knight was the leader. Everything should be fine now. They needed to go. They still had to deal with the wyverns and return to the guild. Amy, with a sad expression, told him they had heard him. Cara continued to look around. The allies continued on. Finally, they reached the depths of the dungeon where the wyverns they sought lived. Peeking out from behind cover, Isaac said there were quite a few of them. He told Amy he'd attack and draw their attention, and she was to use magic to pierce their wings. And when they attacked, he'd finish them off. They'd first target the two wyverns further away from the group. Amy told him she understood. Shouting for him to go, Isaac rushed forward. The wyverns, noticing him, took to the air. Amy activated a fire arrow, damaging their wings. The monsters began to fall, and Isaac successfully attacked them, dispatching them. Then he exclaimed, "Excellent. They'll move on to the next one." At that moment, another wyvern appeared right in front of them. The leader thought in confusion, "Another one?" The monster let out a magical roar and swung its tail, sending Amy and Cara flying. Isaac rushed over to them and asked if they were okay. Cara sighed in irritation and asked him indignantly if he shouldn't have been covering for them. Rock would have definitely protected them. Isaac was furious at these words and shouted angrily, "The protagonist has nothing to do with them. Besides, he didn't know there was another wyvern. Even if she was accompanied, she should be able to take care of herself." Cara, astonished, wondered what nonsense this was. The girl took Amy's hand and told her they had to leave. They would die if they stayed with this idiot. Amy stopped her. Isaac, perplexed, asked them not to go. Cara angrily told him to shut his mouth. She couldn't stand being around him anymore. The girl pulled Amy along, but Amy again asked her to stop. Cara, not hearing her, suggested she go over to Rock's side. They would probably be better off with him. Isaac, gripping his weapon tighter, thought irritably, "I see, they're abandoning him too." He thought back to their training sessions, when his coach had told him, "Rock is truly incredible. Compared to him, Isaac is a weakling." Let him learn from him. He is so disappointed in him, as in his student. Isaac tensed angrily and muttered angrily. Everyone keeps talking about that rock. If that's the case, then he'll make them all fail this challenge. Looking at the wyverns, he thrust his sword into the ground and shouted at MC, he won't let him win. The girls, assessing their condition and the situation, exclaimed, this is bad. Isaac activated the Great Cross and directed its magical power at the monsters. The girls hid behind cover to avoid their allies' magical attack. A powerful explosion echoed, and a cross appeared in the air, visible even from a great distance. At that moment, Shannon, seeing the cross, told the protagonist, it's them. The protagonist confirmed, yes, it was Isaac and his team. MC turned to the girl and asked if she would like to join him. Shannon readily accepted his offer. He told his familiars that everyone else except Shannon would continue their work in the village. Patra assured him that they understood. Rock turned to Lucky and told him that he was counting on him. Fenrir told him not to worry about it. When they approached the dungeon, the protagonist was surprised by how much smoke there was. Isaac and the girls appeared at the exit of the cave. Amy was supporting the wounded Isaac. The leader, seeing the protagonist, maliciously told him that he would not succeed. All the wyverns and materials had turned to dust. Now they would not be able to fulfill the request. Shannon glared at the guy. MC told him he didn't think he, Isaac, would stoop so low. Shannon turned to Rock and told him that if this was true, they needed to return to the kingdom's capital, buy the materials, and deliver them to the guild. Perhaps it was a little unfair, but the most important thing was not to lose. She had seen the required materials for sale outside the city. The protagonist replied, no, they wouldn't do that. There was a chance there were a few wyverns left, so they should explore thoroughly first. Shannon was about to object, but Isaac interrupted her, telling them they could go and search as much as they wanted, and they were returning. He would eagerly await their next meeting. The protagonist and his friends looked at him with pity, then noticed the defeated goblins. Noticing one of the monsters in particular, MC said in surprise, is that a goblin knight? Most likely, he was leading the rest of the goblins. The village was safe now. Lucky noticed, I see, so that's how it is. Shannon, looking around, said sadly, it really was all crumbled to dust. The protagonist chuckled. Isaac's probably more suited to the path of a mage. Shannon, examining the remains of the wyverns, told him everything was destroyed. The scales and claws were torn and couldn't be delivered to the guild. Rock remarked, there's nothing to be done, they'll have to go back. Suddenly, Lucky, crouching near the rocks, exclaimed, there they are! When the protagonist and Shannon approached him, MC exclaimed in surprise, wyvern eggs, they were behind the rocks, so they were unharmed. Lucky, licking his lips, asked him, were they tasty? Rock answered, probably. In any case, they needed to be taken to the mini-garden. Fenrir happily accepted this suggestion. A little later, the allies arrived in the village with news about the goblins. The villagers cheered. They had defeated the goblins. Shannon, surprised, asked the protagonist if they shouldn't also take care of the goblins in New Leaf Swamp. He replied that no. The map of the area was a bit outdated, and the name had changed, but the swamp was located in the same place as the dungeon. The girl hadn't known this. So, while waiting for Isaac and his company to deliver the materials to the guild, the protagonist devoted the entire day to helping with the village's development. He informed the villagers that they would first grow cabbage, and then he would show them how to catch rainbow dragonflies. The villagers rejoiced and rejoiced at the successful development of both life and trade. And finally, the day of departure arrived. The protagonist saw a sturdy structure and asked Patter what kind of fortress it was. Was that the gate to the village? Ant replied that thanks to this structure, even if monsters attacked, everything would be fine. The protagonist let out a joyful cry of delight. The village elder and all the villagers bowed low to MC and thanked him for everything he had done for them. Onogami told him that from now on, they would follow his instructions and continue to develop their village. They expressed their deep gratitude to Patra and everyone else. Gorm, tossing cabbage, exclaimed, they'll make this vegetable their signature dish, and rename the village Chushino Cabbage Village. All the villagers waved goodbye to the protagonist and his friends, asking them to visit again. As everyone said their goodbyes, Rock thought of Isaac and his team. All that remained was to deal with them, and now they were heading to the capital, Kronto. Finally arriving at the right place, the protagonist looked around and said, it must be around here somewhere. At that moment, Horn called out to them and waved his hand in greeting. The protagonist asked him how sales were going. The guy told him everything was as he'd expected. The cabbage was selling like hotcakes. Maybe it's because they swapped cabbage soup for cabbage rolls every day and let people try it. Besides, there were guys who bought the special item at their price. Thanks to them, he made a lot of money. With that, Horan handed him the wallet with the money and said it was his share, as he'd promised. Rock took the money, thanked him, and said he was happy for them. Let them buy a demon cow with the remaining money to help develop the village. After saying goodbye, the protagonist and his allies moved on. The protagonist thought, so, the preparations are complete. Only one thing remains. When they arrived at the guild, Rika and Isaac with his group were already waiting for them there. Isaac sarcastically told the MC, he's late. MC and Shannon were surprised to see the materials Isaac and his team had brought on Rika's desk. The guy continued sarcastically, he already thought that they ran away because he couldn't get the necessary materials. Rock calmly replied that he wouldn't do something like that. Isaac exclaimed maliciously, he came here empty-handed just to lose? The protagonist told him, it doesn't matter. They've already provided the materials? Then they just need to get this over with. Isaac grinned. He seems tough. Rika informed them that she was beginning her inspection. Isaac triumphantly told the protagonist that he could kneel down and beg for forgiveness. MC barely contained himself, but tried to calmly answer his opponent. He didn't want to upset him, but he wasn't the one having to apologize here. The leader paused, puzzled. What was he saying? At that moment, Rika announced that Isaac's party had delivered 20 pairs of rainbow dragonfly wings, 3 orango eggs, and 15 emeralds. Therefore, victory in this competition goes to Mr. Rock. Isaac, perplexed, slammed his fist on the table and angrily exclaimed, "What's the meaning of this?" Rika replied with a smile that the protagonist had already delivered 30 scales, 10 claws, 60 wings, 9 wyvern eggs, and an additional 45 emeralds. So it was all fair game. Isaac couldn't believe it. All in advance? This is simply impossible. Rock arrived at the dungeon after them. The guy spun around, grabbed the protagonist by the collar, and angrily yelled at him. Damn him. He's in league with the guild and is pulling his dirty tricks. The MC smirked and told him he didn't do it. He added, before accusing him of dishonor, let him tell me why he didn't obtain the materials himself, instead of buying them at the store. Isaac, crossing his arms, grinned cheekily and asked, what was he talking about? He defeated the monster and obtained the necessary materials. Rock asked him sarcastically, really? He showed him a dragonfly wing lying on the table, pointed to the sign, and continued, then why are there signs of Tsushino village on the materials? Isaac stared at the sign in amazement. The protagonist said that, based on what he saw at the dungeon entrance, he assumed they hadn't managed to obtain the necessary materials. That's why, on his orders, Shannon had told him those words about the store, and that the necessary materials could be purchased there. He'd thought that, lacking all the materials, they would rush to buy up the remaining supplies in the name of victory, right? However, they were already well stocked. The goods Isaac and his group had purchased at a high price were from his own reserves. If not for his greed, he wouldn't have wasted so much money. Isaac exclaimed angrily. Then how did he get to the dungeon before them? The protagonist sighed and asked him if they'd carefully studied the map. It would have told them there was a faster, but also far more dangerous, route, a direct route from Kronto to the dungeon. Isaac seemed about to burst with rage. Cara suddenly spoke up, and she knew it. He asked her irritably, then why didn't she say anything about it? The girl smirked and remarked, seriously? Why would they deliberately choose a path through a dangerous forest? What kind of idiot was he? Isaac exclaimed in bewilderment and anger. What was she talking about? This was a competition for them to remain S-rank adventurers. That idiot Rock, don't they want to defeat him? Cara sighed in irritation and told him, can't he see that he's the only one who's hungry for victory? He looked at his allies in bewilderment. Amy lowered her eyes, avoiding his, while Cara, on the contrary, looked at him defiantly. Isaac nearly exploded with anger. Rock remarked, by the way, that he should thank him for defeating the goblins. He added that this act had indeed been beneficial, since the goblins were harassing the residents of Tsushino village, and they didn't have the money to pay the guild or the country. However, the guild likely chose this request, in part because they wanted to help them. From Rika's expression, it was clear the protagonist had hit the nail on the head with his guess. MC continued. On the first day after arriving in the village, he asked Shannon to collect wyvern claws and scales for him. There was no need to fight them, as everything he needed was located near their nests. He also suggested that they deal with the goblins for him. Isaac cursed angrily and accused him of using him. The boy was about to pounce on the protagonist, but Titus stopped him with a sharp shout. The leader said Isaac. Kid confessed to him everything, including conspiring with him, with Isaac. This is the end for him and his group. The boy looked at Titus in bewilderment and simply fell to his knees as if struck down, cursing. The protagonist looked at him with pity. And so, everything was resolved, one might say naturally. Afterwards, Isaac and the others were interrogated, and then everyone received their punishments. Amy and Cara abandoned their teammate, but the reason for this was because Fenrir was pursuing them, meaning their lives were in danger. Therefore, they were demoted to C rank, and the S rank party was disbanded. They both wanted to form a party with the protagonist again, but he politely declined their offer. Later, they were able to trust each other again and formed their own party. Kid was sentenced to prison. An investigation into his past crimes has begun, and his sentence may be extended. Isaac escaped the fate of slavery, but he was forced to toil for 6 months for the benefit of the mines. If he wants to become an adventurer in the future, he will have to start at E rank. And the protagonist, pondering all this, didn't notice his faithful friend Lucky approaching him and asking him what he was thinking about. He told his familiar nothing in particular. He was simply thinking about his childhood friends. Fenrir noted his master's eyes were filled with sadness. MC continued thoughtfully. They had grown up together, but as it turned out, they never truly understood each other. There was much to ponder, after all. His childhood friends had done something like that, and it had affected his relationships with his familiars, complicating them. Lucky listened attentively. Rock spoke, but now he had finally come to terms with the bitterness of betrayal. From now on, he would believe in his friends, and he would use his power for his friends. Fenrir noted with surprise. So that's it? The protagonist extended his hand and asked him to take care of him. The familiar, gently shaking his hand, said, okay, let him just rely on it. They gazed deeply into each other's eyes. At that moment, Shannon informed the protagonist that the food was ready. Lucky and MC followed her call. Rock thought, So that's how they solved another problem, especially since today they were eating cabbage rolls. However, the protagonist didn't yet know that in the future, he would be drawn into a matter directly affecting the royal capital. Sometime later, the adventurers standing opposite the monsters were perplexed. Where did ogres come from near the royal capital? One of the monsters knocked the boys down with a blow. Groaning in pain, they barely managed to get to their feet and admitted that things were bad. At this rate, the ogres would destroy the capital. One of them shouted that if they could hold out until the knights arrived, they would be saved. His friend irritably replied, "What the hell is he talking about? If the knights show up here, they'll take credit for their achievements." He was about to add something else, but at that moment, the ogre approached them again and was about to strike. At that moment, the protagonist, riding Lucky, came to their aid. Fenrir sank his fangs into the monster's paw. The adventurer shouted the protagonist's name in relief. MC apologized to them for being held up by other matters. The guy yelled at him, "They're leaving the monsters to him." The vice captain told him to please let him work hard to make up for lost time. Rock assured them they could rely on him. Deal. Rock's here. Time for the enemy to counterattack. Distracted by their conversation, the protagonist missed the moment the ogre was about to attack him. At that moment, Amy arrived to their aid, summoning a flaming spear to pierce the enemy and attacking the ogre. Lucky also continued his attack, repeatedly sinking his fangs into the enemy's arm. When the ogre was finished, Amy told the protagonist not to let his guard down. MC thanked her for her help. Then he turned to Patra and asked if she could take command. Ant reported to him, "It will be done. She's a good leader. It's her forte." She quickly gave the order to split into groups. A and B, C and D, E would be with the gargoyle, and Shannon would fight her. All the allies happily agreed to her order. Suddenly, everyone felt a surprising change within themselves. The protagonist informed them using auxiliary magic to enhance their strength. The allies thanked him for it. Rock called for everyone to attack. Everyone contributed to this battle to the best of their ability. Lucky struck the ogre, causing it to fall dead immediately. Fenrir looked at his fallen opponent and muttered in bewilderment, "How boring, you can't even call that a warm-up, he fell right away." The protagonist was astonished. Just one hit. He told his friend not to say that, he's simply too strong. Although, the ogres themselves were about A rank. MC looked at his battling allies and noted that Patra seemed to be handling her duties well. She was capable of coordinating the adventurers and fighting the ogres simultaneously. She and Shannon made a good team. As expected of the Ant Queen, the protagonist looked at the gargoyle who, along with one of the ants, was also attempting to attack the ogre. He activated a magical wind bullet and aimed it at the enemy. The monster didn't even feel the attack and let out a terrifying roar. The gargoyle paled in fear and exclaimed, "His magic didn't work." The protagonist noted with a smile, "Ah, yes, his power was still sealed." Lucky noted that he himself was unlikely to remove the seal. MC offered to help the gargoyle, and they rushed to their allies' aid. After a while, the protagonist spoke, and the last enemy was defeated. Everyone rejoiced in their victory. Isaac exclaimed, as expected from the rock party, "They're saved." The protagonist paused. Ogres rarely appear around the capital. It's unheard of for 10 of them to attack simultaneously. What's going on? Meanwhile, Cara used her healing magic to treat the wounded, who, addressing her as a saint, thanked her for her help. The girl smiled and replied that if they were truly grateful, they should give her new clothes. The wounded looked at her in confusion. What did she want? Cara continued. Everyone to whom she bestowed a piece of her magic would remain in her heart. MC grinned and said to Lucky, "She'll never change, right?" Fenrir smiled, agreeing with his master. Suddenly, the clatter of horses' hooves was heard. It was Marcus and his army of Imperial Knights. The captain addressed the adventurers and thanked them for their cooperation in researching the ogres. Rock was surprised. "Research," Marcus continued, "to find out the cause of today's ogre rampage. The Imperial Knights will take the enemy bodies for further examination, and no objections will be accepted." Gorm cursed in impotent rage. The protagonist and Shannon looked warily at the captain. A short while later in the guild, Titus slammed his fist on the table, and Marcus shouted indignantly, "What the hell is he talking about? He's trying to steal the monsters they destroyed?" The captain calmly retorted, "Didn't he already say it was for research?" It was quite unusual for ogres to gather in a group and appear in the royal capital. This needed to be properly investigated, and hadn't he heard him mention payment? Titus exclaimed. "The amount he offered was too small," Marcus replied. "It was monetary compensation for cooperation in this operation. Trade had nothing to do with it." The guildmaster was indignant. "Is he kidding me?" Unable to contain himself, he grabbed the captain by the collar and continued, "He showed up completely unperturbed after the battle. There's no sign of cooperation on his part. The ones who fought and risked their lives were adventurers. He must pay an equal price." Marcus icily told him to let him go. Was he even starting a fight with a knight? Titus gasped in surprise at his insolence. Rika intervened, telling them both to wrap things up. She and the vice-captain would handle this conversation. Titus, having calmed down a bit, said regretfully, sorry he'd let his temper flare. Marcus also agreed, albeit reluctantly. The guildmaster retorted, he knows. If this kind of oppression continues, all the adventurers will flee this country. The protagonist thought, absolutely right. Titus added, adventurers are essential to the development of this country and are a key line of defense. They help solve people's problems, hunt monsters, and raid dungeons. What's the result of this? A decrease in the number of victims from monster attacks. People buy the mysterious items they obtain in the dungeons to increase their strength. and those are the only reasons. But that stupid captain doesn't understand that. The protagonist noted with surprise, it's not every day the leader is so emotional. Titus answered that he and Marcus don't have a good relationship. He remembered, by the way, he had a request for him. Noticing Rock's surprised look, he explained that thefts of magical stones called combustible stones have been increasing in the capital lately. However, since there were no eyewitnesses, the investigation was proving quite difficult. Therefore, he wants him, Rock, to reinvestigate the case. The protagonist again remarked in surprise. Investigation? Titus said that he completely trusted his abilities in this investigation. Of course he would be paid, even if the criminal wasn't caught. And if he managed to apprehend him, there would be a bonus. The protagonist noted, that's how it was. Well, he understood and would try to make the best of it. At that moment, Shannon's stomach growled loudly from hunger. She blushed with shame and sheepishly apologized. Everyone, though surprised, tactfully remained silent. After talking with Titus, MC took his allies to the market and fed them to their heart's content. Patra exclaimed in delight, "It's so delicious." The protagonist said it was a signature dish of the capital. Kronto boar meat skewered on a skewer. The fat in the meat simply melts in your mouth, and it's not that expensive. Shannon sheepishly told him she felt so bad about what happened earlier. They were busy with an important conversation, and she'd ruined everything. The protagonist told her not to worry about it. He was hungry too. The girl, smiling, thanked him for his understanding and support. After a while, looking at the empty plates, MC said, well, since they're full, they'll head to the weapons shop next. When Rock and his allies arrived at the shop, Mateo greeted him cheerfully and asked if he'd come for new equipment. The protagonist greeted him back. Mateo said he'd heard so much had happened to his previous comrades. These people dared to belittle his support magic. What a way to preserve their lives. The protagonist, surprised, asked him if he knew about his divine protection. The weapons merchant answered, of course. After all, he owned a weapons shop. Their equipment wasn't exactly S-class. Rock chuckled at his words. Mateo asked him, so what brought him here today? The protagonist replied, he wants to find suitable equipment for these children. With that, he pointed to his aunt familiars. Mateo gasped, looking at Paige, that crown on her head. Now that he took a closer look at this child, wasn't she the queen of the orange ants? And this gargoyle, from a squad of experienced warriors. He looked at MC and said admiringly, he's in his element, as always. He could freely choose whatever they needed. The protagonist thanked him. His familiars and Shannon began examining everything, trying on weapons. Finally, he looked at them and said, okay, it seems everyone's decided. He looked at the gargoyle and Shannon and asked them, perplexed, are they sure they don't mind? They assured him they definitely did. Shannon said she trusted her current familiar equipment more. The gargoyle remarked, no problem. His main offensive power is magic. Rock answered them, I see. He turned to Patra and asked if she had chosen a staff. She replied that it was true. She wanted to use magic to help people, like her father did. But was she capable of using magic? Rock answered with a smile. She could try it. She had magical power. They could train together. Patra exclaimed joyfully. Good. He thought that since Patra was a good commander, auxiliary magic would suit her. The protagonist turned to Mateo and told him they were finished. The merchant replied with a smile, you're welcome. At that moment, Missile swaggered into the shop. Mateo greeted the new customer and apologized for the shop being a bit crowded today. The knight approached Patra from behind and kicked her aside. The surprised protagonist rushed to his familiar, asking if she was okay. Missile was indignant. Why did monsters dare to be here? What kind of monstrosity is this? Rock turned to him and exclaimed indignantly, what is he doing? The knight drawled mockingly. What dare a half-baked beast's tamer say to him? He shouldn't have brought a woman and monsters here. MC glared at him. The knight snorted and said, don't glare just because he has a few monsters ready to do his every bidding. Does he even know who he is? The protagonist glared at him again, but Patra suddenly flinched and he turned his attention to her. The protagonist exclaimed anxiously, is she okay? Does she hurt anywhere? The orange ant queen suddenly laughed and said, she's fine. If this was surprise attack training, he should have hit her much earlier. That's right, it was very easy to defend. MC breathed a sigh of relief and thought, as expected of an A-rank monster. Missile called out to Rock in irritation and told him to stop ignoring him. Did he seriously not know who he was? The protagonist, gaining control of his emotions, calmly replied, no, he didn't know. Shannon also said, not at all. Patra exclaimed, he's clearly some kind of bandit. The gargoyle indignantly exclaimed, what kind of lunatic does he think he is, who enjoys kicking young girls? The knight even choked with rage at the thought of these filthy peasants. But it didn't matter if they didn't know, he would tell them who he was. The insolent man told them his name, and added that not only was he born into a noble family, but he would also likely become the next leader of the knightly order. Did they know what would happen if they fought someone like him? No. The entire knightly order? Rock calmly retorted. And so what? His threats didn't faze him at all. Let him apologize to Patra right now. Suddenly, Missile let out a sharp breath and told the protagonist to call that impudent elf beast away from him. He meant Shannon. The knight turned to the girl herself and continued. Of course, as an elf who lived so long, she understood perfectly well what happened when someone started a fight with a knightly order, didn't she? Shannon asked him, puzzled what he just said. Missile laughed maliciously and exclaimed, did he offend her? It was only natural that elves living in human domains outside the elven village were no different from old witches. But she shouldn't worry. She didn't need to worry about trifles. Even if she was an old hag, MC and his allies were simply shocked by the knight's statement. The girl exhaled loudly and said, He's wrong. She can't forgive him for calling Rock a half-baked beast tamer. She pointed her weapon at him and icily told him, right here and now, she's going to teach him, a bandit who doesn't even understand words, some good manners. So, let him prepare for this. The knight exclaimed in bewilderment. How dare she say such a thing to him? She would bitterly regret it. At that moment, Marcus appeared next to Missile, his expression and body posture suggesting nothing good. The protagonist and his allies looked at the captain. The knight, following their gaze, saw the captain and seemed to shrink under his gaze, smiling ingratiatingly at him. Marcus, without further ado, tugged the knight aside, demanding an explanation. After a while, the captain approached the protagonist and told him Missile had explained the situation. As the leader of the knightly order, he deeply regretted his subordinate's actions. MC replied, all right. The captain turned to Patra and also told her he was very sorry. The Orange Ant Queen smiled at Marcus and told him not to worry. She wasn't in any pain at all. To be honest, his blow was pretty weak. She's sure he was holding back. Rock said in a disgruntled tone. Since Patra didn't object, this time he'd forgive this insolent fellow and his subordinate. The captain apologized to the protagonist once again, addressing him by name. The protagonist was surprised. Did he know him? The captain answered. Of course. The only people who didn't know about him, an S-rank adventurer from the capital, were idiots like Missile. He was afraid his subordinate would pull something like that, MC remarked with surprise. I see. Marcus turned menacingly to his knight and asked him, are they finished with the investigation? The boy, his voice stuttering with fear, answered his commander. Not yet. The captain turned to Matteo and asked him if he could tell how often combustible stones were stolen. The merchant told him that roughly 1 or 2 stones were stolen each week. They lost another today. Rock asked Marcus if they'd figured out the criminal's target. The captain told him, unfortunately, no. Currently, a combustible rock disappears in the area every 2 or 3 days. Previously, a large quantity of rocks had also been stolen from the Knight's Order's vault. He wanted to ask him to let them know if he discovered any useful information on the case. The surprised protagonist promised. Marcus concluded, well then, he thought it was time for them to return to headquarters. After bidding the protagonist and his allies farewell, the captain left, slapping Missile behind the head. Shannon said, surprised. She'd expected him to be someone more menacing. MC, smiling, asked her, did she really think that? If they hadn't had that conversation with Titus, he might have thought he was a good man. Rock turned to Matteo and mentioned, by the way, whether he could show him the location of all the flammable stones stolen. The merchant invited him to follow him. He led the protagonist into a back room containing weapons, a sack, a chest, and a couple of tables. Matteo told him one was lying on the workbench. MC understood and looked around more carefully. He noticed that there were 2 entrances. It could be assumed that the thief could enter the second door leading into this room without the shopkeeper noticing. But why would the thief steal just 1 flammable stone? If he intended to sell the stone for profit, it would have been more profitable to steal more expensive weapons from this room. In any case, what was his purpose in stealing them? He asked Matteo where the other flammable stones were kept. The man pointed to a chest, saying it was here. He added that this chest was tightly closed. None of the stones in this chest had ever been stolen before. Rock said thoughtfully, is that so? He found it difficult to make any assumptions based on the available information. The protagonist approached the merchant and asked him for permission to summon one of his familiars here, if he didn't mind. Matteo, of course, answered him without a problem. The protagonist activated his bracelet and asked Lucky to come outside. To the merchant's astonished gaze, Lucky appeared in the room, finding the space too small for him. Fenrir had to duck low and, perplexed, asked his master why he'd called him into such a tight space. Rock apologized to his friend with a smile. Matteo, astonished, said, he'd heard rumors, of course, but it really is Fenrir. Lucky smiled at him, letting the man know he was pleased to meet him. MC asked the familiar if he could track the thief by his scent. Lucky replied that he could. After a while, he said, it's difficult. There were so many different scents in this room, making it difficult to find the right one. He was so sorry he couldn't help. His expression expressed genuine remorse. The protagonist hastened to reassure his friend, telling him not to worry. Everything was fine, and thanked him for coming. Fenrir returned the same way to the miniature monster garden. Matteo exclaimed in delight, this is simply incredible. His familiars can enter the bracelet. The protagonist remarked that it was true. The merchant was simply amazed by what he saw, how skillfully he used this item. He simply couldn't contain his emotions from what he saw. Matteo told Shannon that when they first met Rock, he was quite a clumsy guy. The girl remarked with a smile, is that true? She never would have thought he could go through such a period. MC grimaced at his story. The merchant wanted to say something else about what happened once, but Rock, unable to contain himself, said irritably, let him stop doing this. Matteo, embarrassed, patted the back of his head and said, his fault. He won't say anything more. Shannon grumbled. She'd really like to hear it. The merchant suddenly caught himself, turned to Patra, and apologized for what had happened. The man added that he wanted to give her something as a token of his apology. He pulled out a very useful and desirable item, which shimmered in the sunlight. The merchant said it was a breastplate made of mithril steel, personally crafted by him. It was light yet durable, so he was sure his gift would be useful. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise. Is it made of mithril? He thought, if he wasn't mistaken, only the royal family and more elite noble families could own weapons made of such a rare metal. The protagonist protested. He couldn't accept such a priceless item. The merchant assured him everything was fine. His customer had caused them trouble. However, a noble family asked him to make this breastplate for their child, but the child became gravely ill and could no longer use it. The family left the disposal of this item to him, and he couldn't bear the thought of having to destroy what he'd worked so hard to create. He would be very grateful if this item was useful to them. He'd already received payment for it anyway. The surprised MC replied to the man, I understand. Since he didn't mind, they'd accept his gift. Matteo exclaimed, excellent. First, he needs to make some adjustments. Have them come back for it in a few days. The next day, the ants engaged in battle with the boar monsters. They dispatched the first boar with one blow, much to Rock's surprise. He exclaimed in amazement, that can't be right. They took down a huge boar with one blow? It's a B-rank monster. Watching the ant children dispatch the remaining opponents, he was increasingly amazed at their amazing adaptability. They had all mastered their weapons in a single day. He thought they mostly fought barehanded, and he certainly didn't expect their fighting abilities to increase so much simply by wielding weapons. Frankly, he was looking forward to their continued growth. Once the boars were dispatched, Rock told them, all right, the enslavement is complete. This request allowed them to test their skills with their new weapons, but it seemed to him they had no problem with it. The ant girls were genuinely delighted by his praise. Orange Bee approached him and he asked her, how are you? Is she in pain? She shook her head from side to side, indicating that she wasn't in pain. Patra called out to him and gestured for him to do so. The protagonist, smiling, crouched down before the ant and patting her head, declared that she was simply magnificent. Orange Bee squealed joyfully in her own language, and the other ants also rushed to him for his praise, nearly knocking him over. He sternly ordered them to take it one at a time. Patting everyone on the head, he watched with a smile as the ants simply swooned with delight. MC remarked, they seem pleased. At that moment, a voice appeared in his head again, informing him that the sacred beast, a wyvern, was about to be born. Will he be friends with them? Rock asked in surprise. A sacred beast? A wyvern? Patra and Shannon stared at him in amazement. Watching the new inhabitants of the mini-monster garden emerge, Patra joyfully exclaimed, hooray, they've hatched. The protagonist told the hatchlings that they had worked hard. He thanked the heavenly bird for caring for the eggs. The bird happily flapped its short wings, a sign of its satisfaction with his praise. The protagonist expressed surprise. Who would have thought the eggs he'd received back then would hatch so quickly? Even Lucky was a little surprised. He was being a bit disingenuous when he said this. The Fenrir lamented the fact that there were no more eggs. A voice in his head, Rock, told him he had befriended the sacred wyvern. Now he could upgrade 3 places or objects in this dimension. The upgrade options appeared before him. This time, the protagonist chose the hot springs, the mine, and the banana tree, which sounded good in itself. After his selection, the mine, hot springs, and banana trees appeared in the area. The protagonist analyzed what he saw. The hot spring was located on a hill. Bathing in it must be amazing. Now they had a mine. Perhaps he'd be able to create his own weapons and forge armor with special skills in the mini-monster garden. They could also harvest bananas. It was nice to see how this mini-monster garden was developing. He said, excellent. For now, they needed to return to the guild to report on the completion of the request to subjugate the giant boars. He and Shannon jumped on Lucky's back, and the Fenrir carried them to the guild like the wind. MC told the girl that today he was going to cook the meat of the giant boar, and then they would sell the unused meat at the market. Shannon happily agreed. Suddenly, Lucky stopped. The protagonist climbed off him and asked, is something wrong? The familiar told him to look ahead. Ahead of them was a cemetery, and above the darkest monument, a fireball glowed. Lucky exclaimed, we needed to go and check. It could be a ghost. The protagonist was about to stop his friend, but Fenrir was already standing in front of the grave crosses. Rock noticed in surprise that the fireball had disappeared. Lucky sighed regretfully and said, they're out of luck. Shannon gently grabbed his sleeve from behind and tugged it toward her. Rock asked her, surprised, what's wrong? The girl looked very sad and embarrassed. She blushed, apologized, and said that, in fact, she wasn't very fond of ghosts. MC realized she was simply scared, and stroking her head, he reassuringly told her that if anything happened, they were right there, but if that was too much for her, she could always wait it out in the monster mini-garden. Shannon smiled timidly at him and thanked him. At this time, the protagonist noticed a dark tombstone and was surprised to read that the great sage de Mort was buried there. The protagonist exclaimed in amazement, this is de Morte's grave. Shannon asked him in confusion, the name of the deceased. Rock answered, yes, indeed. De Morte is often called a great sage. According to legend, she made great contributions to the country's development. She was not only stunningly beautiful, but also kind. She also possessed incredible knowledge and wisdom. For the sake of this country, this woman went to the demon lord's palace and forced the demons to sign a ceasefire agreement. The peace they enjoy now is thanks to her noble deeds. Shannon remarked in shock, what an incredible person. MC said, well, that's what the legend says. They would never know if she was truly such a person. He noted that the sun was already setting. It was time for them to return to the guild. As the allies entered the building, they heard Missile ask Rick irritably if she meant there was something wrong with his request. The girl patiently explained to him that, as she had said earlier, the problem lay in the request's details. She couldn't say for sure whether any adventurers would be willing to fulfill the request for the offered reward. Therefore, she simply stated that she couldn't give him a definitive answer. The protagonist asked, "What's going on?" The administrator was relieved to see him. The knight haughtily asked him, "He's the same beast TAMER from yesterday, right? He showed up just in time. Let him accept his request immediately." The protagonist picked up the piece of paper and read. Several used combustible stones had been discovered in the sewers. They were looking for someone to explore the sewers. The reward is 30 gold coins? Rock indignantly pointed to the request and angrily exclaimed, "What the hell?" He was practically asking adventurers to volunteer. "The reward for this request is too small." Missile laughed maliciously and said, "What does it matter? He expects the request he, the noble and future commander of the Holy Knights, submitted to be accepted regardless of such trivialities. He should consider it an honor. The guild primarily exists to assist the knightly order with their various assignments. They should all stop throwing up their hands and just approve his request." The knight looked at Rika and called her a useless and ugly woman. The girl couldn't stand it. She slowly smiled and asked him again, "Did he call her ugly?" He answered her nonchalantly. Of course he thought so. But Rika didn't let him finish and angrily shouted at him, "Who is it he considered ugly here?" The knight, not expecting such a reaction, looked at her in amazement and confusion. She instantly became sweet again and said with a smile, "She's the epitome of understanding. For now, she'll stick this ad on the bulletin board." Missile, hastily leaving the guild, looked back and told her he didn't care. Let them do what they wanted. The protagonist looked at Rick and asked if she was okay. The girl laughed and told him, by continuing the quarrel, she will only create problems for others. She thought all she could do was learn from this experience. MC agreed with her. She continued, barely containing her irritation. More importantly, he was definitely trying to insult the guild. No, he was trying to insult her. If he dared to do such a thing, then she would not remain in debt. Rock looked at her in surprise, then at the request, and thought, sewers. After a while, he and Shannon set off to fulfill the request. Descending into the sewers, they held their noses, and the protagonist uttered, apparently, used combustible rocks had found their way into the sewers somewhere around here. Noticing something similar, he used his purification skill and saw the items he was looking for. Picking them up, he noted that this wouldn't be enough to gather the necessary evidence. Shannon pointed in one direction and told him she'd check there. Perhaps she'd find previously undiscovered rocks there. Rock warned her to be careful. The floor was very slippery. She assured him she'd be fine. As proof, she lifted one foot and declared, as he could see, she had no trouble maintaining her balance. But as soon as she said this, she slipped and fell straight into the sewage. The protagonist called out to her in alarm, ran to her, and, grabbing her in his arms, began to make her way out. She looked at him in surprise. Rock laughed, saying that it was wonderful that she believed in herself, but he thought overconfidence was dangerous. Shannon sheepishly apologized to him, and flushing with shame, suddenly realized his face was so close. The protagonist, noticing her attentive gaze, addressed her by name. The girl also said his name in response. He continued, thinking they should go back. The smell here was unbearable. The girl sheepishly responded, and she agreed. Climbing outside, he noticed it was already completely dark. Shannon bashfully wondered if these feelings could be real. The protagonist seemed to catch his breath and said, he almost forgot. Would she like to join him at the hot springs? Shannon couldn't believe her luck. When the allies returned to the miniature monster garden, small wyverns flew into MC's arms. The protagonist, surprised, said, they can already fly. The gargoyle answered him with a smile that wyverns grow quickly. True, they can only fly at an altitude of about 2 meters. Incidentally, it was he and the celestial bird who taught them to fly. Rock asked him if he could fly. The gargoyle replied that he could, adding that his wings weren't just for show. He could even fly with the two of them on his back. The protagonist then asked him if he could fly around the outskirts of the capital. The gargoyle happily agreed. Rock turned to Shannon and asked her what about her. At that moment, the girl was shyly thinking about going to the hot springs together and didn't hear him. MC, perplexed, called out to her. She shyly exclaimed that she was with them. The protagonist said with a smile, that's good, then they should go. They mounted the gargoyle and took off. The protagonist, surprised, praised the gargoyle, saying, he's awesome. He really could lift both of them. Rock asked the girl if she was okay. The girl told him she was fine, and exclaimed with delight upon seeing the city how beautiful it was. The city truly looked impressive. Shannon continued, it looked like a carpet of light. Rock said with a smile that she was right. They should definitely show it to others. The protagonist thanked the gargoyle from the bottom of his heart. The sacred beast replied with a smile, happy to be of use, since he was of little use in battle. The protagonist told him not to worry about battles. He was very helpful with washing and cooking, and being able to fly like that was already quite a skill. The gargoyle burst into tears and thanked him. MC added that if they succeeded, they would remove the seal from him. The familiar thanked him, adding, however, that he doubted he would be able to remain himself after the seal was removed. The protagonist said with a smile that when the wyverns grew up, they would all fly in a flock. He hoped that someday he would have a familiar that could fly and carry Lucky as a passenger. Although Although, perhaps such a thing was impossible, the gargoyle exclaimed that he knew one such monster. He was talking about the griffin. It was quite large, so it should be able to fly while carrying Lucky. He was his best friend, so he would definitely help them. MC replied that in that case, they would visit him as soon as they completed this request. Now, it was time for them to return. After some time, they arrived at the hot springs. All the allies immediately jumped into the water with joy and began to have fun. Patra admiringly remarked that the view was simply stunning. Shannon smiled, not very happily, and said that they were all together. Yes, but that wasn't what she was dreaming of. The protagonist approached her and asked what was going on. She sheepishly answered that nothing special. Everyone was just enjoying the hot springs. Lucky dove in too, and said with a relaxed expression, "This is too cool." The protagonist, perplexed, asked him if he hated baths. Fenrir replied that he didn't like washing, but he did enjoy the hot springs. It was spacious and deep, and he could submerge his entire body. But it was he, his master, who had brought him from that dungeon and granted him the opportunity to enjoy the hot springs now. He was very grateful. MC smiled and replied to his friend that he should be the one thanking him. Without him, he would have died in that flame of destruction. They bumped their fists and continued bathing. Gargoyle drew attention to himself and told his allies that they were about to witness his remarkable dive. He dove like a bomb, creating a huge fountain of splashes. The next day, the protagonist and his familiars came to Mateo. Patra, putting on the armor, admiringly said that it suited her perfectly. Rock agreed with a smile, adding that it suited her very well. He thanked the merchant. The man replied that he had nothing to thank him for. Incidentally, he'd also taken advantage of the opportunity and forged some armor for the ants. Why shouldn't they try it out while they were here? The protagonist sheepishly said he shouldn't have gone to all that trouble. The merchant replied with a smile that he rarely got orders for children's armor, so he'd happily crafted it. He'd only used a small amount of material, so he shouldn't worry and would just accept it. MC handed him a bag of money and hoped it would be enough. Mateo replied that he wouldn't charge him. Rock countered that it wasn't for the equipment but as thanks. If he objected, then he could just keep it and use it the next time a penniless adventurer or a child came to him who needed armor for some reason. He could please make them the equipment for free. The merchant, flustered, said he was sorry. He felt like he'd put him in an awkward position. The protagonist replied that he hadn't. He'd recently left a so-called S-rank party and received the money after leaving. Mateo took the bag and said with a smile that if that were the case, he'd keep the money somewhere else. The merchant entered another room and immediately shouted at the protagonist to come inside. The flammable stones had just been stolen. He noticed a blue light coming from the window. MC summoned Lucky and asked his friend to quickly track down the thief. Fenrir sniffed the room and said that since the scent was still quite strong, he should be able to track the thief. Rock shouted to his allies that everyone else should be ready and wait in the monster mini-garden. He'd call them when he needed their help. After that, everyone scattered, and the protagonist climbed onto Lucky and the allies rushed after the thief. Rock pondered, thinking how they'd managed it all so discreetly. Who could it have been? After some time, Fenrir brought him to the cemetery and said they were there. The protagonist, perplexed, noted that this was de Morte's grave. Surely the scent ends here? Lucky agreed, adding that the trail ended beyond the grave. The protagonist began examining the gravestone and noted that there was nothing suspicious there. He wondered if even if the stones had been stolen by a ghost, there must be some traces. Suddenly, a celestial bird flew into the air and, holding the flower of exorcism in its beak, sprayed it near the gravestone. In the blink of an eye, a huge staircase appeared in the ground leading downwards, greatly surprising the MC. The protagonist mused. It was illusion magic. He thought that being deceived by such an illusion was something else. He had never witnessed such a powerful spell before. Lucky asked him what they should do. The passage was too narrow for him. Rock told him he would go in alone for now. Fenrir remarked that if anything happened, he should call him. He didn't care how small the passage was. He'd squeeze through somehow. MC thanked him, used his light skill, and lighting his way with his hand, began to descend. He wondered if the stolen stones were here. Descending, the protagonist found himself in a huge chamber. He was very surprised to suddenly discover such a vast space beneath the tomb. Suddenly, Domort, the Lich, came out to him and remarked that a guest here was rare. Since he had managed to find this place, he must be a high-ranking mage. The protagonist grabbed his sword and asked her who she was. The Lich answered his question with a question. Couldn't the only creature that could dwell beneath her grave be herself? Rock remarked in amazement. That couldn't be right. Could she really be Domorte? The Lich asked him if she was, then what would he do? MC thought hard. Had she become a Lich? That was impossible. Right? Suddenly, Lala, the pixie fairy, flew out to them, furiously yelling at him to put his weapon away. What was he trying to do to Domorte? If he was looking for a fight, then he'd have to deal with her first. She would burn him until he was a juicy puddle of fire. Domorte told her assistant to stop it. She doubted there was any meaning to what she was saying. The fairy chuckled and remarked that it seemed his introduction to her fury was cancelled today. Domorte asked him what brought him here. The MC replied that there had been multiple thefts of flammable stones recently. Investigating these incidents was the reason he'd come. They'd been following the thief's trail, and that's what led them here. but he had no idea who the thief might be. Lala swallowed convulsively after his words, which couldn't help but attract attention. The lich asked her if it was her. Lala, horrified, began to apologize, explaining that she hadn't found any in the dungeon. Demorte clutched her head and asked regretfully, "Didn't she tell her not to cause trouble for others?" The fairy exclaimed that without these flammable stones her mistress would perish. The protagonist asked if there was a reason for her actions. Demorte replied that there was nothing special. Without the flammable stones, her life would simply burn away. That's all. She wondered how much time had passed since then. She began telling the protagonist how, in life, she ate and drank a lot with demons. One day, the demon king buried his face in the table and said he couldn't take it anymore. The girl asked, "Can he handle even that much? He's a demon lord, right?" Victory was hers. As he promised, he'd end the war, right? He replied that the demons hadn't actually wanted to start it. Humans had cut down all the trees on the hills and fields. The monsters were deprived of food, so he'd simply taken back some of the land. They, the demons, didn't have the knowledge to grow food, so that's why it had happened. Demorte told him she'd teach them how to grow food. If she did, would he stop the war? So they made a pact of sorts. Food became abundant. The monsters' full stomachs satisfied their hearts. After that, the war ended. She used this opportunity to devote herself to researching nutrition, but at the same time, she acquired an apprentice. Her name was Lydia, a kind and smiling girl. She wasn't talented in magic, but her communication skills were unmatched, and many people trusted her. As someone who couldn't hold a conversation without alcohol, she admired this trait. One day, Demorte concocted a potion and joyfully told the girl it should dramatically increase crop growth. If more food could be produced with fewer workers, the food problem would be solved more quickly. Lydia called out to her and asked if it was time to continue researching the hidden treasures of the undead. If they could create the undead and put them to work, then they could have them produce food for them on a regular basis. The undead didn't even need food, so the necessary labor force would be sufficient. Demorte interrupted her and said she had already told her that she would no longer research the undead. At one point, she had actually been actively studying the undead. One could even say she was very close to completing her work. But this research must never be abandoned. Even if only theoretically, such possibilities could be used for militaristic purposes, which would certainly upset the balance of power in the world. Lydia wondered what was wrong with that. They were in a time of peace now. Who cared about food shortages? They should be focusing on world-shaking research. Like her master, she also wanted to achieve something that would make her name in history. That was why she had decided to become her apprentice. Trivial research like this was no good. At this rate, she would never become number one. Demorte ordered her to stop talking about it. After some time, Lydia disappeared along with her research paper on the undead. After that, she spent the rest of her life searching for her. But alas, she never succeeded in it, and so ended her search for Lydia and her research papers on the undead, or so she thought. She died, but not forever. Many years had passed. Her magic began to mix with that of the soil. Eventually, she turned into an undead creature made of bones. She became a lich. She may have possessed boundless magical power in life, but when creating new chambers beneath her tomb, she had to regulate the amount of magic she used. She also cast illusion magic on the entrance. Then, using her own body as a test subject, she began researching the undead again. If Lydia completed her research on the undead, then she simply had to create a countermeasure. However, she couldn't hold out for long. As expected, while she remained in this state without the supply of magic, she couldn't maintain this body. There were no magical stones here for her to extract. That seemed to be all. Demorte said that one day, she was lying on the floor in the created space when Lala suddenly flew in. She saw her and said hello. The pixie exclaimed in fear. The skeleton just started talking. Demorte agreed, noting that this was, incidentally, her tomb. Lala apologized for barging in so suddenly. Lich replied that everything was fine. She was her first guest. Had she entered through the air vent? Suddenly, she noticed her damaged wing and remarked that something was wrong with it. Pixie exclaimed embarrassedly that it was none of her business. It looks bad and ugly, doesn't it? Demorte asked why it was ugly. Pixie answered that she meant that because of this wing, she can't fly very well. Everyone keeps telling her that it's ugly and that she should be ashamed of it. Lich told her that if, as she said, it was ugly, then what about her, since she was a skeleton? She wasn't just ugly, but also instilled fear and panic. Besides, she couldn't even fly. It would be so wonderful if she could fly. Lala asked if she was serious. Demorte introduced herself with a smile and asked her guest her name. Pixie teared up and introduced herself. After that, they talked about many things. That's how each of them made their first friend. So she told her about her imminent death. Demorte fell silent, as if reliving the story, and finally said that this was why she was the thief who stole the combustible stone. Whatever punishment he planned to use, she asked him not to involve Lala in it. Pixie exclaimed that no way. She stole the stone for herself. Let him punish her. Lich tried to reassure her assistant. Everything was fine. Besides, she was simply following her orders, so it was all her responsibility. Lala shouted that the woman was a liar. She didn't even know that decrepit bony hag. She stole the stone on a whim. Demorte asked her who she was calling a decrepit bony hag. Let her stick to her word, and everything would be fine. She begs her to understand that she shouldn't risk her life for someone who will soon die. Pixie cried out in tears, "No, She's her first friend, so she wants her to live. The protagonist watching this thought. It was true that crimes involving magic, even simple theft, carry a high chance of being punished by death. But she had the option of simply beating him and running away. Nevertheless, she chose honesty and decided to atone for her crimes. Two people with kindness bear the blame for each other. There had to be something he could do for both of them. He decided to summarize. They both definitely stole from a store and a nightly order, right? Lala replied that she had indeed stolen from a store, but she knew nothing about a nightly order. MC asked them in amazement, aren't they aware of the huge quantity of flammable stones stolen from the nightly order? Demorta replied that she had no idea what he was talking about. Lala had only brought one flammable stone. He noted that, given her build, this made sense. The protagonist wondered what meant there was another thief. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound outside and ran upstairs. As they climbed the stairs, they saw the capital completely engulfed in flames. He called out loudly for Lucky and said that they should return to the capital. Demorta started coughing to get their attention and asked to take her too. At the same time, in the burning capital, many monsters attacked the residents, who ran away from them in terror. The warriors helped the residents escape, and one of them loudly said that they should quickly run to the western gate. He noticed that the girl had stumbled and a monster was walking towards her. He quickly ran up to her, killed the monster, and was breathing heavily from fatigue. The monster got to its feet, attacked him, and knocked him to the ground. The monster was about to kill him, but at the last moment he was saved by Rika, who with a powerful blow of her hammer threw the monster aside. She approached him and asked if he was okay. He agreed and thanked her, and she thought that the situation was pretty bad. Why now, when there are so few adventurers? Rock reached the city and loudly called her name. She called him and said loudly that she was grateful for his presence. He asked with a worried expression, what's going on? She said that a huge number of monsters stored in the nightly order suddenly turned into undead and went berserk. He was surprised by what he heard, and she said that adventurers were helping them fight back, but the undead could only be stopped with holy magic. Moreover, since the nightly order began collecting monster corpses, many adventurers had moved to other countries. They sent a call for help to guilds in other countries, but it would be some time before help arrived. Their attention was drawn to a girl who was screaming loudly in fear of the approaching monsters. She went to help her and loudly said that she would be there. She apologized, but she was counting on him. Demorta looked at these monsters and said that it seemed that this power was obtained from those scientific works. Also, this magic floating around is Lydia's fault. She used the flammable stones as a core to power the undead. This way, she managed to complete her research on the undead. This means that she is behind the theft of all the missing flammable stones. The protagonist looked at his hand and said loudly that they would leave the explanations for later. Everyone except the Wyverns should leave. When everyone left the garden, he said that they had to destroy all the monsters and protect the people. He left the right to give orders to Patra. He looked to the side and noticed orcs running towards them. Demorta created a powerful stream of fire using the hellish prison spell and said that she would also help. They were all shocked when they saw her magic, and he thanked her for it. He introduced her and Lal to the others and said that she was their ally, so there was no reason to be afraid. She said that she was pleased to meet them. By the way, does anyone have any magic stones? She seemed to be on the verge of death, since she used up too much mana. He called Patra and she immediately handed her the stones and said that they had a lot of this, but the rest was left at home. She took it and said with surprise that these stones were of high quality. With this amount, she would be able to envelop the entire kingdom in a sacred barrier and destroy all the undead. He was surprised by this and asked loudly, is this true? She agreed and said that however, she needed time to cast the spell. He said with an inspired look that it was not difficult. They would help her and buy time. He ordered everyone to attack and ran with them. They successfully defeated the monsters that were on this street, and he said loudly that they should be careful because the undead could still come back to life. He was surprised when he noticed that the killed monsters were disappearing and wondered what this meant. Even Shannon and the other adventurers cannot defeat them. Why are only familiars able to do this? He had an idea. He called her and said that she should tell the other adventurers to support his familiars. His skill imbues their attacks with holy properties. She agreed. He looked at the battlefield and thought that now they had a ray of hope. They all continued to fight against the monsters, and he said with a smile that they had already destroyed most of the monsters. He was about to say something else, but noticed people from the knightly order galloping towards them. The warriors saw them and in a dissatisfied tone loudly asked, why are they taking so long? They should stop pretending. The knights did not answer and began to aim their bows, and MC loudly said that they should wait. Something was wrong with them. Many of these knights fired at them at the same time. They were shocked because of this, but Lucky covered them all with his tail. He stroked him, thanked him, and said that he hardened his fur with magic. After that, he turned to the knights and loudly asked what they were even thinking about. They were their allies, after all. He noticed their red eyes. One of them waved his hand and loudly said that their enemies were ahead and they needed to kill them. Patra called him and asked what they should do. He loudly said that for now, they should just knock them out. The gargoyle understood him, summoned the spirit of the wind, and used storm magic. With this attack, he threw them off their horses. Rock looked at this and asked Did he succeed? The knights began to get to their feet, which worried them, and he began to come up with a new plan. He missed one of the knights who was about to attack him from behind. He realized that he would not have time to block this blow, but Patra saved him, who with a blow of her staff threw him aside. She called him and told him that he should not let his guard down. He thanked her and looked at the knight, who had gotten back to his feet. He insulted her loudly with a displeased look and said that it really hurt. He was glad that he came to his senses and asked, so he recognized them? He loudly agreed and asked, did they take him for an idiot? He started looking around and asked, isn't the atmosphere here a bit strange? He examined him and thought that his eyes looked normal. So they straightened out his brain? Knocking them out with magic didn't work, but with physical force. He loudly called the others and said that they should just hit the knights. They will come to their senses after the blow of a physical attack. They agreed, and the confused knight loudly asked, what happened anyway? He turned to him and said that an army of undead attacked the capital. After that, someone brainwashed the knightly order. He asked, so the undead brainwashed the knightly order, right? The protagonist said that he should leave this place to them. He should help the civilians evacuate. He said loudly that he was a knight of the knightly order. His duty was to fight and protect people. The monsters who harmed the people of the kingdom, they would all feel the depth of his anger. He became worried about this and said loudly that he had to stop. He couldn't handle them alone. Missile didn't listen to him and thought that it was not even worth distracting himself with small monsters. It was better to attack large game. He ran up to a large monster, struck with his sword and loudly asked, how did he like that? He was very scared when the monster turned to him and thought that his damage was minimal. He was dealt a strong blow to the face and thrown aside. He fell to the ground, looked up and noticed that the monster had already swung its fist to hit him. Everyone became very worried when the monster finished its powerful blow. However, he was protected by Patra, who stood between them and blocked with her hands. She said that a weakling like him should just run away. He was indignant about this, but noticed that she was trembling from holding back such a strong attack. MC ran towards her and thought with a worried look that even if she was an A-rank monster, 2 hits from an orc would still be too powerful for her. He quickly killed the monster standing in his way and thought that he had to get to her. He became very worried when he noticed that the monster had already swung for another attack, and she could not raise her hands and did not understand what was happening. The monster struck very hard with its fists, and he called out her name in a worried tone. Everyone was shocked by what happened, and Rock immediately began to remember all the happy moments associated with her. He began to cry, fell to his knees and loudly called her name. However, he did not notice that a wyvern grabbed her clothes and brought her to him. The others noticed this. Lucky called him and told him that he can breathe out. Patra is fine. He raised his head and asked what he said. She apologized to him with a confused look and said that she almost died. He looked at her with a puzzled look and asked how this happened. She looked up and said that the wyvern helped her. He was surprised by this and asked when they became so big. Missile was also saved. The gargoyle said that dragons grow very quickly. He was surprised by this and wondered if it was due to his power as a tamer. He thanked them and said that they helped him a lot. Shannon called him and said she understood everything, but now it was he apologized, handed over a bottle of Patra's potion and said she should drink it. It healed her arms and she was happy about it, thanked him, and said she could move again. They should quickly jump on the wyverns. The ants joyfully jumped onto their backs and pulled out their weapons. He was surprised by this, and she stood nearby and said that they looked like little dragon knights. They should go forward and deal with the rest of the undead. They were happy that they were able to defeat the knights, and the protagonist said that now they needed to deal with the rest of the knightly order. Suddenly, one of the knights jumped to attack him with a sword, but he noticed it and managed to jump aside. Marcus looked at him and asked, does he plan to stop him? The knightly order will get rid of every adventurer in the Adventurers Guild. Titus will be eliminated. He ran up to him very quickly, tried to attack him with his sword, and said in a menacing tone that if he dared to stand in his way, he would meet his death. He fought back his attacks with all his might and thought that this was as expected of the head of the knightly order. However, he somehow never expected that he would fight him directly. He kicked him, threw him hard aside, and Shannon became worried and loudly called his name. He held his stomach after this blow and thought that this guy was really strong. He loudly called his name and told him that he needed to come to his senses. Marcus walked towards him and said that he was in his right mind. In fact, they are the strange ones. Wherever they go, they always talk about Titus, and he is just the head of the Adventurers Guild. On the other hand, he is the head of the knightly order, recognized by the king. No matter how they feel about it, isn't he superior to them? That's right. This country only needs an order of knights. If they're going to stand in his way, they must die. Lucky, with a calm expression on his face, hit him with his tail and told him that he should shut his mouth. He was thrown into the wall, and he said that he was too noisy. He thanked him for saving him, and a worried Shannon asked loudly how he was feeling. MC said that he was fine. However, he is okay, right? Marcus began to slowly get up with strange movements, and he loudly asked which part of his body his tail hit. He was moving somehow suspiciously. He wagged his tail and said that he seemed to always act like this. He denied it, and the knight laughed and loudly said that it was so absurd to joke in such a situation. They, adventurers, don't worry about anything at all. He noticed that his tone had changed and asked who he was. He said with a wide smile that it was Lydia herself, the first disciple to taste knowledge from the legendary sage de Morte, the heir to her will. He asked what she wanted. She chuckled and said that so be it. Before he died, she would give him an answer. She wished for her research into the power of the undead treasures to be known to the entire world. This country would be sacrificed to help her achieve this goal. However, they need not worry, because even if they died, she could still use them as undead. He said loudly that this was not her research. De Morte was the one who started it. She said that it turned out that he knew about it, but it was she who completed it. In other words, it was her research. He asked, does that mean she was guilty of stealing the combustible stones? She chuckled and said that he even knew about it. That's right, she took control of the head of the knightly order and stole it. He was looking for a criminal, being the criminal himself. It was such a farce. It seemed like we could end this conversation on that lovely note. Knights, her undead must kill everyone here. Nothing happened because all the undead were dead, and the knights came to their senses. Lydia laughed loudly and said that they should all die and scream in pain. She didn't understand anything and thought that most of them should have died already. She said goodbye to them, after which Marcus's body fell to the ground. Shannon asked, however, where her real body could be. Rock called Lucky and asked if he would be able to find her. He said that unfortunately, without the smell, he wouldn't be able to. He began to think about it, but at that moment, De Morte came to them, apologized for the wait, and said that she would destroy any undead that dared to stand in their way. He turned to her with a confused look and said that it had already been taken care of. She looked around and noticed that all the undead in the area were already starting to disappear. She sat down on the ground and said in an upset tone that a glass of beer would be just right now. He apologized and asked, however, more importantly, if she knew where they could find Lydia. She immediately became more serious, agreed and said that they should follow her. After that, they came to the tower and he said that she was in the watchtower outside the city. Everyone except Shannon and Patra should wait in the monster garden. They agreed, and when they left, he went to the door to open it. He stopped because De Morte said that the entrance was not there. She raised her hand and used magic near this tower. She opened a passage downwards, and the protagonist said that the entrance was hidden by illusion magic. They needed to go inside. They began to descend. Shannon covered her face with her hand and asked what was that stench. She walked next to her and said that she did not know how Lydia managed to live for over 100 years, but it was unlikely that her body was in good condition. They finished going down and saw her standing next to the magic circles and a book in her hands. She looked at them and said that she was impressed that they had come so far. Their appearance here was unexpected. They should have encountered a bunch of undead outside. So how did they manage to get through? He said that they defeated everyone, and the knightly order came to their senses. She asked with a small smile, is he serious now? As she saw it, they, adventurers, liked to joke. De Morte went to her and said that it was not a joke. She called her by name and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Lydia looked at her with a puzzled look and asked who she was. She did not remember ever creating undead like her. She started using the Hell Prison spell and said that maybe it would refresh her memory. She was very surprised by this and asked loudly, is this ancient magic? She used the Water Dragon's Roar spell to extinguish the flames. She was still hurt by this attack and asked, is this flame? So she is De Morte? She gritted her teeth and asked loudly, did she turn into an undead to prevent her fame from spreading throughout the world? She grabbed her head and said that if she were a better person, even greater success would await her. Lydia loudly asked her to shut up and said that she should not speak as if she knew her. She trained even after her death and will not lose to her again. She created a magic circle in front of herself and summoned eternal darkness, which she directed at her. She used the same spell and loudly said that despite being so diligent, she is still a foolish child. Their magical currents collided, and MC asked with a surprised expression, do they have an equal chance? De Morte said with a slight surprise that she had become stronger. Lydia, with a serious expression on her face, loudly agreed and asked how many years she thought had passed since her death. Patra watched what was happening silently for a few seconds, then calmly walked towards her. She came closer to her and dealt a strong blow to her face with her staff. She fell to the ground, grabbed her face, and loudly said that it was not fair. How was she supposed to fight them all alone? She was very scared when she noticed her coming closer with a frightening smile on her face. He looked at this and said that she almost died because of her. It was the first time he saw her so angry. Lydia stood up, was about to say something, and used the spell Multiple Shadow Illusions. She laughed loudly and asked how she felt about this. Which of them was the real one? Unexpectedly, Patra immediately approached her and struck her in the face again with her staff. She was very worried about this and said loudly that her illusion magic had no effect on her. The others covered their faces with their hands and thought that in fact, she stunk so badly that it was quite easy to find her among the spears. She approached her and with a serious expression said that her death would have upset her daddy. She would not allow her to upset him. Lydia looked at her with a worried expression and loudly asked what she was saying. Rock called her, but de Morte approached her and put out her hand to stop her. She apologized for interrupting and asked if she could leave this to her. She wanted to take responsibility and deal with her student. She nodded with a smile in agreement and she thanked her and said that it was time for them to finish. They had lived too long. She created a clot of energy in her hand. Lydia was very surprised. She couldn't believe it and asked loudly, "Is this holy magic? But it will kill her too. Because of the use of holy magic, there will be nothing left of the undead. Is she really going to do this?" De Morte looked at her and said that this is the only way to destroy all the undead. It's okay, they have to die together. Lala grabbed her, called out loudly, and said that she can't do this. She asks her not to go. She is so happy that she met her. She called out loudly again, and the protagonist used holy magic and attacked Lydia, which surprised her very much. She fell to the floor and asked loudly how he creates holy magic without chance. He asked her for forgiveness and said that however, she should not disappear because of someone like her. She looked at them with a very angry expression on her face and said loudly that she didn't expect to fight such a high-ranking mage. A little more, and she would have managed to get rid of her. Her body began to disintegrate, and she said loudly that next time she would return with even greater strength, they would see it. De Morte looked at her and said, "I see, so this was not a real body." He agreed and said that there was no point in sacrificing herself for something like that. She grabbed her head and said that this was unbelievable. She became overly emotional and misjudged the situation. Lala flew to her again, joyfully called out and said that she was so glad that she hadn't disappeared. She also called her by name and said that she apologized for making her worry. However, nevertheless, they will have to part soon. There are no magic stones left and they cannot use the stolen stones. This is their farewell. She was very worried about this and said loudly that however, if he shared with them, then she didn't finish the sentence because de Morte said that they couldn't do it. They couldn't bother him anymore. She wanted to object, and MC came up to them and asked, how about becoming his familiar? They looked at each other, and he said that if she became his familiar, she would be free to use as many magic stones as she needed. Besides, she still needed to deal with Lydia, right? She called his name and asked if he was sure about this. Did he really want to make a representative of the dark race his familiar? He agreed and said that, but he possessed holy magic. It could have an adverse effect on her. In the worst case, she would just disappear. Would she be okay with that? Lala was very nervous about this, and de Morte said that as long as there was even the slightest chance of living, she would accept any outcome. The voice said that the undead, the Queen of Darkness, wanted to become his friend. Did he want to be friends with her? However, since she was a representative of the dark race, her dark magic would be greatly weakened. He said that it seemed her magical abilities would be weakened, but nothing more. She calmed down after hearing this and said that then, everything was fine. She was counting on him. Energy engulfed her body, and the voice said that the undead, the Queen of Darkness, had undergone the process of transformation into a holy beast and had become his friend. Now he could upgrade one of the companions of the monster garden. He clicked on the sea inscription and said that he was thinking about a little salt mining, so he would choose that. The voice said that the monster garden had been expanded. He asked what would happen to Lala now. The voice said that the pixie was the familiar of the Queen of Darkness. When she became his familiar, the pixie also became his familiar. His attention was caught by the fact that they called him by name and thanked him with happy faces. And de Morte said that she asked him to take care of her again. Rock said with a smile that he was also glad to meet them. Later, they returned to the city, where the residents were busy repairing the aftermath of the incident. He stood in front of the familiars and said that they should all go help rebuild the city. He would go to the guild to report the request. They agreed. He came to the guild. Rika noticed him and said that he was just in time. Inside, he saw Titus and Marcus sitting opposite each other at the table. He became nervous and asked, "What's going on here?" He wondered if they were actually just sitting quietly, or if something else had happened. "What's going on here?" She gave him a thumbs up with a smile, then left and closed the door behind her. He loudly asked her to wait, and Titus called his name and said that he was sorry for calling him, even though he was so busy. He turned to him and said that everything was fine. Marcus stood up from the table, bowed and said that he offered his deepest apologies. Because of his incompetence, he almost killed him. He sincerely apologizes from the bottom of his heart. The protagonist was a little surprised by this and said that everything was fine now, so he asked him to raise his head. However, all members of the Knightly Order were brainwashed, right? What happened then? He said that about that. He was very sorry, but he had no memories of what happened. Perhaps it all started 6 months ago when he met a girl named Lydia. This girl appeared in front of him alone during his training. Even though it was their first meeting, he remembers being overcome by the feeling as if a person he had known for a long time was standing in front of him. Perhaps the sweet smell he remembered was a medicine or a spell cast on him. She summoned the rest of the Knightly Order and forced them to collect the corpses of powerful monsters to help her develop the country. She explained that adventurers were an unnecessary nuisance, and that Titus was somehow the source of all evil, and they believed her words. As a result, they forcibly seized the corpses of powerful monsters. They were going to expel the adventurers from this country. In this regard, he also wants to offer his deepest apologies to him and the entire Adventurers Guild. He is deeply sorry. They were both surprised by this, and Titus said that he couldn't even believe that such a proud man like him bowed his head to him. He looked at his reaction and said that all right, he accepted his apology. Marcus thanked him for this, and he came closer, extended his hand, and said that he would do everything in his power to calm the adventurers. For now, he suggests working together and rebuilding the city. He shook his hand and said that he supported him and looked forward to their joint activities. MC thought that this was how the Knightly Order swore to work side by side with adventurers. The guild also made efforts to find Lydia's whereabouts, but finding her proved difficult. As the leader of the Knightly Order, Marcus will be held responsible for this entire incident. However, for now, the king decided to prioritize rebuilding the city, and they will deal with it later. Then another person reminded himself. Rika ran into the guild and loudly announced that she had bad news. Kid had escaped. He slipped away during their battle with the undead. Titus asked what she just said. Whether his escape was an accident or not is unknown. A month later, Rock and his familiars came to the sea, and everyone was happy about it. Shannon looked around with a joyful expression on her face and said that the sea was amazing. He agreed, saw her joyful expression, and felt a little embarrassed. She noticed his gaze and asked if something was wrong. He denied it and said that since they first met, she had become more cheerful. She smiled and said that it was all thanks to him. She was grateful that he saved her. He became even more embarrassed by this, laughed and said that there was no need for thanks. Lucky, with a smirk, apologized for interrupting them, and asked, however, for what purpose they came to the sea today. He said that all this time they were busy helping to rebuild the city, and he thought it would be nice to change the scenery. They all deserved to relax a little and have a barbecue. Patra didn't know what a barbecue was, but he said that it was a method of cooking in which meat and vegetables are cooked outdoors. He suggested that they eat together. She asked with a happy expression, so that means they will always be together, right? She loves barbecue. He sounded a little confused, and said that if you put it that way, then that's how it is. They could discuss the details later, but for now they should eat well. After that, everyone began to eat the food prepared by the gargoyle, and the protagonist began cooking for him. A bird familiar landed on his head. He looked at it and said that he hadn't named it yet. What should he call it? He suggested yakitori, which the bird didn't like at all. It started hitting him on the head, and he said it was just a joke. Barbecue is bad for him, so it slipped out by accident. Then he'll think of something else. He started suggesting different names that the bird didn't like, but she became happy when he asked, maybe CL? She started flying happily above his head, and he said that it seemed like she didn't like names related to food. From that moment on, she, CL. De Morte called him by name and said that she just couldn't help but share that the meat was soft and tasty. He was confused when he saw her and asked who she was. She showed her true form and said that it was her. Since they were here, she thought that her human form would be more pleasing to the eye. In this form, she could even go into the city. He said that it was illusion magic. They have a lot of magic stones. However, if her illusion form is like that, then how is she able to eat? She is made of bones, right? She said that there was no need to go into it. He should be able to sense the mood. Lala showed him something and asked what kind of sauce it was. It was very tasty. He said it was a special sauce he made from onions and ginger. That subtle aroma they could smell was coming from the apples. She said with surprise that she had never tasted such a delicious sauce before. She was so glad they met him. She was expecting even more delicious dishes from him. He agreed and said that he would probably eat some too. After that, they continued playing volleyball, having fun, and eating food. Later, MC went fishing. Lucky came to him and asked what he was doing. He said that he fished by attaching a hook and bait to a string, and the fish would swim up and swallow the bait. He dipped his tail in the water and said that it looked interesting and that he wanted to try it too. He called him and said that there was no bait on his tail. He laughed and said that, with such an attractive tail like his, there was no need for bait. They lay next to each other for a while, and he said that the weather was so nice today. Sometimes it was good to just relax like this. Lucky agreed, and he said that one must not forget how precious every moment was. He was surprised because his tail was pulled, called out loudly, and said that he caught something. He said loudly that he should pull his tail out now. He abruptly pulled his tail out of the water, and they both saw a mermaid holding on to his tail, who happily called it Fluffy. Rock looked at her and asked, "Is this a mermaid?" He looked at his tail with a slightly confused look and asked what to do now. He thought about it and said that somehow she didn't look harmless. He offered to put her back into the sea. He started waving his tail, trying to throw her off, but she held on tightly and said that it was so energetic and fluffy. He called his name with a confused look, and he said that he should just keep trying. He created a magic circle behind his back, directed it at his tail, and released a powerful stream of air. Thanks to this, he threw her back into the sea, and he stood next to him and asked what was that. The others ran to them. Shannon called him and asked if something happened to them. He turned to her and said that nothing happened. At that moment, the mermaid jumped out of the water again, and with a determined look, loudly called Fluffy. She landed and immediately grabbed his tail. She looked at this with a confused look and asked, "Is this a mermaid?" The protagonist agreed and said that it looked like it. Lucky got very angry about this and loudly said that this time he will not hold back. She became worried, loudly asked him to wait, and said that she was not some suspicious mermaid. She was simply overwhelmed with the desire to touch this fluffy cutie. He used his magic again and threw her into the sea with great force. He looked at the sea with a very frightened look and said that she was creepy. He was also a little worried and said that she was too suspicious. She jumped out of the sea again and loudly said that she was coming to him. She grabbed his tail, which worried him even more, and he loudly asked to save him. He was confused because of this and did not know what to do. Demorte approached them and said that he could leave this to her. She raised her hand, created a huge fireball, and asked what she would say to that. If she wanted, she could stay and she would turn her into fried fish. Or would she choose to quietly return to the sea? She was surprised when she saw this and said that, as expected of them, the land dwellers. Are they going to forcibly separate her from Fluffy? She raised her hand above her head and said loudly that then she would answer them the same. Leviathan must come out. At that moment, a huge monster emerged from the water. They were surprised to see this huge monster, and he said that it was the most powerful inhabitant of the deep sea. The mermaid agreed and said that it was Leviathan, the sea knight. He must show them his power. He nodded and said that it was nice to meet him. He was Leviathan, glad to meet him. MC agreed and said that it was nice to meet him too. The mermaid was indignant about this and loudly asked, "What does this mean? If he doesn't fight, then she can't be with Fluffy." He called her May and said that she knew that he couldn't do such a thing. He was sure they would understand if she just talked to them. She loudly asked, what was he talking about? Land dwellers only communicate with their fists. Only through fighting can one become friends with them. Then they will think she's good and stuff like that. Before he knows it, he'll be with Fluffy. He must just show them a little of his power. He finally agreed, began using magic, and said that he would then show her just a little. He created numerous tornadoes using a delicate version of the water dragon's storm spell. Rock was surprised by this and said loudly that it seemed like this assistant's magic was comparable to Fenrir's magic. Demorte found this curious and said loudly that then she too would show him her true power. She stopped using illusion magic and was about to summon the spirits of antiquity. Unexpectedly for everyone, Leviathan became very frightened, screamed loudly, and called her a monster. He hid underwater, and she was confused by this and loudly asked where he had run off to. He trembled with fear and said that he was afraid of monsters. She cast illusion magic on herself again, and May asked loudly, so she knew he was afraid of ghosts, right? She called her a sly fox, and Rock thought that they didn't know anything about it at all. She calmed down and said that it didn't matter. After all, she lost. Why don't they become friends? He thanked her for the offer, but refused. She was surprised by this and asked loudly why he refused. They had already exchanged blows, so now they could become comrades, right? He denied it, and she couldn't believe it and said that at this rate there would be no one to ask to help her village. He asked with a puzzled expression which village she was talking about. She said that he already had a gargoyle, wyverns, and orange ants. Could he help them too? She was asking for help for her village. He said that he didn't understand anything. What should he help her with? She said that in fact some big fish had shown up and in general a big problem had happened, and she was asking for help. He was a little confused and thought that he didn't understand what she was talking about at all. She was confused and asked how to explain this to him. Leviathan stuck his head out of the water, called her, and asked her to let him tell them everything. He overcame his fear, swam to the shore, and said that at the bottom of this sea there was a village of mermaids. 3 days ago, they were attacked by a group of fishmen. Fishmen are creatures that are half human and half fish, squid, or shark. However, their fish-like features are more pronounced than their human-like ones. However, in mermaids, human-like features predominate over fish-like ones. Thus, they are two different species. Until now, mermaids have never had hostile relations with fishmen, but they cannot be called close either. For 100 years, peace reigned in the village, so there are almost no inhabitants with combat experience. So as a result of a surprise attack, the fishmen captured the village and took many mermaids captive. Incidentally, it was he who was supposed to act as the guardian deity of the mermaid village. It's just that, it's embarrassing to admit, he's not particularly skilled in battle. May wasn't in the village at the time, so she was fine. So she came to ask the landlubbers for help. So he humbly asks them, would they be so kind as to help them? The protagonist asked, however, even taking into account their story, how would they fight if they couldn't breathe underwater? Leviathan said they didn't need to worry. He brought some airgrass with him. By eating it, they would be able to breathe underwater, and water pressure wouldn't be a problem either. He took the plant in his hand and said that he didn't even know such a plant existed. He said that it could only be collected in the mermaid village. If he helps them free the village, he can take as much airgrass as he wants. He said thoughtfully that, however, he can't put the others in danger. Patra called him and said that she wants to help them, Shannon said that she also wants to help in any way she can. The gargoyle agreed with this, and he said that if they say so, then he agrees. May was happy when she heard this and asked loudly, will they really help them? He thanked them, and she happily jumped on Lucky's tail and said that then she can touch this soft charm as much as she wants. He immediately used magic and threw her into the sea. After that, they ate the air grass. Everyone dived underwater, and MC said that, so that's how it works. He can't even believe that he breathes underwater. Shannon tried to swing her sword and said that it is quite difficult to move quickly underwater. He agreed and said that fighting underwater might be beyond their capabilities. They looked up and noticed wyverns swimming quickly next to the ants on their backs. They said that wyverns were simply magnificent. Even here they could use their wings. The gargoyle was able to move quickly using wind magic. He said that he should try using it too. He heard some sounds, turned around, saw Lucky trying to swim, and said that he was having trouble swimming. He looked at him and thought that it seemed like this was all a bit of a problem for him. He said that everyone except the gargoyle should go to the monster garden, and they were heading out. They agreed, after which they swam further together, and Leviathan said that this cave led to the mermaid village. May swam ahead and said that, if possible, they should try to keep up with her. They swam through the cave, after which they reached the underwater village. She asked, isn't it a mesmerizing sight? Because of the special magic that surrounds the village, no one can see it from the sea. For centuries, no human has set foot in this village. He should feel honored. Leviathan noticed something, grabbed the three of them with a tentacle, and dragged them back into the cave. She was surprised by this and loudly asked what he was doing. He asked them to be quiet, and a fishman with a spear swam past them. Rock looked at it and asked, is that the fishman? He agreed and said that they were probably patrolling. The rest of the mermaids were probably in the queen's castle in the center of the village. He saw them there when they escaped. He turned to him and asked what they should do. Would they attack them directly? He refused, and said that they would use the alley that led to the castle. He called her, and said that he needed her to lead them. He noticed that May was not nearby, and at that moment she swam outside, loudly called out to the stupid fishman, and said that she was here. He must free everyone immediately. She was about to say something else, but noticed that this monster was swimming towards her, became worried about it, and loudly said that she was still talking. Leviathan pulled her away at the last moment and loudly asked what she was doing. She, with a displeased expression, loudly said that she refused to participate in vile attacks like pathetic cowards. He said that they did not have time for this now. He noticed that the fishman was quickly approaching them to attack them, and the protagonist protected them, blocking the attack with daggers. He said that it looked like they were spotted. Since things turned out like this, they would have to break through. He was surprised when he saw how fast his opponent was swimming and thought that he could not gain enough speed to maneuver. The gargoyle swam towards him, called out to him, and told him to grab onto it. He grabbed its wings and used gust of wind magic to quickly swim forward. They quickly caught up with the fishman, and he punched him hard in the head. Their opponent hit the ground with great force, and they asked with an excited look, did they succeed? The monster stood up after this attack, and the surprised gargoyle loudly said that it didn't have any particular effect. He denied it and said that he wouldn't say that there was no effect at all. However, the opponent started swimming very quickly next to them again, and he watched him closely. He said that he should dodge 50 centimeters to the right. He did so, and the fishman swam past them. He was surprised by this and asked, how did this happen? MC said that the next turn was 70 centimeters to the left. They managed to dodge again, and he asked with a surprised expression, what the hell is going on? He continued to watch the enemy's movements and said that, as he suspected, this fishman was repeating the same movements over and over. Also, his eyes were probably brainwashed just like those from the Knightly Order. He didn't know who was to blame, but it seemed he was incapable of precise attacks. This meant that they could resist him. He had to move 3 meters diagonally to the left. When the fishman swam nearby, he jumped on him and grabbed his arms. He turned around, loudly called out to Leviathan, and said that it should bind them both with its tentacles. He captured them both, after which they bound the fishman to a rock with a removable tentacle. He said that they had certainly captured him, but he somehow doubted that he could speak. After all, it was possible to communicate with them normally before. Rock looked at him thoughtfully and asked who was behind this. For now, they should hurry and rescue the others. Later, they tied up all the guards who were in the village, and he said that their number was somehow unexpectedly small. May, with a displeased expression on her face, called out to him loudly, and asked why he tied her up too. Leviathan turned to her and said that if he allowed her to move freely, there would have been countless problems. She loudly asked what he just said. Other mermaids swam up to them, noticed her. Madeline hugged her and said that she was so glad that she was safe. She began to cry, and with a joyful expression on her face, said that she was so happy. He looked at this and said with surprise that her tears had crystallized. He said that these are called pearl tears. Mermaids with a lot of magic produce these special pearls when they experience strong emotions. The mermaids swam towards him, called out to him. One of them called him by name, introduced herself, and said that she was the one who was honored to serve the queen. She thanks him from the bottom of her heart for lending them a helping hand. The protagonist said there was no need for thanks. These aren't all mermaids, right? She agreed with a sad expression and said that many mermaids, including the queen, were taken to the Fishman village. They were locked up here, using this place as a prison camp. He said that then they should immediately go help the others. She asked him to wait a little, handed him a crystallized tear and asked him to take it. He took it, looked at it, and said that this was the pearl. She said that they were giving it to him as a token of gratitude from all of them. However, could he help them one more time? He agreed with a calm expression. Later, they all reached the Fishman village together, around which many fishmen were swimming. They peeked out from behind a rock, and he said that there were too many of them here. They looked up and said that this was a ship belonging to people. What is it doing here? He noticed a fishman with a commoner and asked if that fishman could talk. Maybe he was their leader? Madeline noticed something, called him, pointed her finger, and said that he should look there. He was very surprised when he noticed a mermaid in a cage and loudly said that this can't be. Do they really sell mermaids? They were shocked because of this, and she quietly called him and said that the ship was sailing away. Leviathan loudly said that they should help them. He will get to them. MC asked him to wait and said that if there were other captive mermaids who were no longer on the ship, then they should let the ship return to its secret lair. Determine the location and save all the mermaids at once. He called CL and said that he was counting on her. She should go after the ship with the mermaids and find their secret lair. She flew after the ship, and he peeked out from behind cover and said that they still needed to figure out how to rescue the mermaids trapped in the Fishman village. Madeline said she was asking to be allowed to deal with the guards. They were caught off guard during their last surprise attack. However, they were trained to fight, and besides, this was a problem they, the mermaids, should take care of themselves. She was asking to be allowed to do the dangerous work. He thought for a moment and said that even so, they couldn't handle a large number of fish alone. It was too dangerous. He called Lucky and Demort, and she said that they should leave it to them. He said with a happy look that they had come up with something fun in the monster garden. Rock looked at them and asked what he meant. He said that he couldn't wait to try it. He asked with a thoughtful look that he didn't mind at all. But wasn't it too much of a challenge? She said with a calm expression that everything would be fine. He could trust them. He agreed, and Madeline swam up to them and asked if they could definitely handle it together. Leviathan called her and said that they would be fine. To be honest, they were probably even stronger than him. She was very surprised by this and asked how this was even possible. Who were they really? They finished discussing the plan, after which the two of them swam to the center of the village. They stopped, many fishermen swam towards them, and she said with a confident look that they should pay attention. They were about to see the power of their combined magic. They began to use magic and released very strong energy upward. Demorte created 2 magic circles facing in different directions and used the expansion spell. The others watched this from the side in surprise and were shocked by what was happening. Thanks to their magic, the sea parted, and the Fishman village appeared in the air. Lucky, with a joyful look, said that their movement had become limited. This was their chance. They must capture them all. The protagonist, with a surprised expression, agreed and said that they should try. The mermaids were shocked by what happened and fell to the ground, and he thought that he forgot that they also couldn't move. He ran forward and said that those who were able to move should capture their opponents. They managed to immobilize the fishermen pretty quickly since they were on dry land. A talking fishman ran out of the cave and loudly asked what happened. He was shocked by what he saw and said loudly that it was impossible. What's even going on here? He noticed him and thought he could talk. He said loudly that he seemed to be in charge here. They had to free the captive mermaids. The fishman started looking for something and said loudly that he didn't quite understand what was going on, but he wouldn't let them take them. He took out some artifact with a wide smile and said in a serious tone that the fishmen had to unleash their power and destroy their enemies. Because of this, the fishmen nearby became significantly stronger. He noticed this and became very worried, and Lucky calmly grabbed one of them and threw it towards Leviathan. He caught it with his tentacle and tied it up. He looked at them with a calm look and said that perhaps they had become stronger, but they were moving very slowly. They don't pose any threat at all. The village leader started using the artifact again and said loudly that they should give him all their magic and power. Thanks to this, he increased in size greatly, became stronger, and asked loudly, "What will they say now?" Even his speed increased many times. As long as he has this magic sphere, he is invincible. He will not let them look down on him. They looked at him in surprise, and MC asked, "What kind of sphere is this?" The fishman extended his hand with a wide smile and said loudly that he will now taste the power of his sphere. Patra flew next to him on a wyvern and took the artifact from him. He was confused by this. She flew to him, called for Dad, and said that she has it. He praised her, and the fishman said loudly that they should wait and return it. Demorte looked at the sphere and said that magic similar to Lydia's magic emanates from it. Apparently, she used some data from her research. He asked if she could handle it. She agreed, and the beastman said loudly that they had to give it to him. He couldn't live without it. She smiled and told him to calm down. She was about to say something, but suddenly the sphere fell out of her hand, hit a stone, and cracked loudly. She looked at her hand with a slightly confused look, and he started crying because of his magic sphere. She smiled and said that it was okay, She was sure that he would find something better soon. He said loudly, in a dissatisfied tone, that she shouldn't say that he could pull off something like that. After that, they tied him up, and Rock asked, "So his name is Pedro? Why did he control the other fishmen and attack the mermaids?" He lowered his head and said that he wanted to prove his worth. He comes from the shark tribe, but he was exiled. Do they see the fins on their backs? For them, descendants of the shark tribe, the size of their fins determines the amount of magical power they possess. But his fin was so small that it only made everyone laugh. A few days ago, when he had nowhere to go, he just sat and looked at the moon. Then a strange woman and a merchant approached him. They said they wanted to help him prove himself and gave him a magic sphere. He doesn't really understand logic, but if he holds this sphere in his hand, while the fishman is sleeping, he will gain power over him. That's how he began to control them. Madeline indignantly asked loudly, "Why did he attack them then?" He said it was because in exchange for the sphere, he was ordered to attack the mermaid village, and he promised to give the captured mermaids to the merchant. She asked loudly in a displeased tone, even if he was being mocked, how could he behave so selfishly? He loudly apologized and said that he wanted to prove his worth no matter what. The protagonist asked, "So where did they take the mermaids he gave away?" Pedro raised his head and said that they probably went to Brandon, but he wasn't sure about that. He called Domort and asked if the magic sphere could still be analyzed. She said it would take some time, but it was possible. She approached him and said that she sympathized with his suffering. However, such incoming power would only destroy him. From now on, he should prove his worth only through his own efforts. He agreed, and she said with a smile that if he did this, everyone would forget that he broke the sphere. He was indignant about this and loudly said that she was the one who dropped it. She continued to deny it. And after that, they went to Brandon. They walked down the street, and MC thought that mermaids were hidden somewhere in the city. Earlier, Leviathan said that he and the mermaids, who cannot transform, would remain in the sea. They should not make a fuss in the city. He said that, however, they are capable of transforming into humans. Several girls agreed and said that, however, not everyone can do this. Sometimes they transform to go shopping in the city. They also have quick-drying clothes. Due to strong storms or pirate raids, many sunken ships lie at the bottom of the sea. There are also valuable treasures hidden there that they can use. At the present time, Ciel flew to him, sat on his hand, and he asked if she had managed to find their secret lair. They followed her, and he said that then they could move on. They stopped in front of a warehouse on the dock, and he asked, "Is it here?" For some reason there are no guards in sight. He will scout everything now, and they should stay here. The mermaids agreed. He went to the entrance of the warehouse and thought that the door was left open. It seems there is a careless guard here. He went inside, began to look around, and saw many monsters sitting in cages. He was surprised by what he saw and said that, no matter what kind of monsters they were, there was something unnatural in their appearance. He noticed a magic circle and said that it was probably made for synthesis. It seemed that he ended up in a place where disgusting research on monsters was carried out. He noticed an aquarium with mermaids inside, knocked on the glass, and asked how they felt. He came to their aid. They looked at him with puzzled faces, and he noticed a ladder leading up, and thought that the glass was too thick for them to hear him. He climbed onto the aquarium and tried to open the lock with a dagger, but it didn't work. He said that without a key, it would not be possible to open a lock strengthened by magic. One of the monsters sitting in a cage called him and asked if he wanted him to tell him the location of the key he was looking for. Rock looked at him and asked who he was. He said his name was Dracul, a member of the proud race of dragon gods, grandson of the leader of the dragon gods, Drad. He was traveling alone when he was attacked in his sleep. When he woke up, he found himself locked in here. If he agreed to free him, he would tell him where the key he needed was. What did he think about it? He agreed, because now was not the time for hesitation, and said that first, however, he would free the mermaids. After that, he found the key, opened the aquarium, and asked if they were okay. Leviathan sent him to help. They said that they were very grateful to him. He asked, "Are all of the kidnapped people here?" She denied it, and said that the queen was taken for auction. He was surprised by what he heard and thought that the hall of such an establishment was definitely equipped with strict security, which would turn out to be quite difficult for him. He said that now everyone who can turn into people needs to escape from here. They said that they were sincerely sorry. However, none of them can escape because no one present can turn into people. He called Shannon and the gargoyle and said that he needed their help. After that, he threw a bunch of keys to Dracula's cage and said that he did as promised. He left the cage, began to warm up his hands, and asked if he would tell him his name. He introduced himself, and he said that he was in his debt to him. In due time, he would definitely repay this debt. His attention was drawn to the fishmen, who loudly asked him for help. The protagonist approached them and asked why they were here too. Aren't they being controlled? They denied it and said that they had strong magic, which is why Pedro couldn't control them. So they were given to the merchants, so they were asking for help. He agreed and said that, however, they shouldn't even think about attacking the mermaids once they were free. They thanked him, and later he thought that this is how they freed the rest of the monsters with which they managed to establish contact. Afterwards, they all gathered together again. He asked, "Only the queen remained, right?" He called Lucky and asked if he could follow her scent. He sniffed and said that it seemed to be her scent, so he could handle it. He was about to go with him, but May loudly asked them to wait and said that she also wanted to go. The queen, or rather, she also wanted to help her mother. He was surprised by what he heard and asked if she called her mom. Madeline said that perhaps you can't tell from her appearance, but she is actually a princess. She was confused by her words and asked loudly what she meant. She was still asking to help with this. He agreed and asked, but she would have to obey him. Would she be able to handle it? She nodded in agreement, and he called Madeline and asked if she could prepare some of her treasures for them. In the worst case, they might have to buy her with gold. She agreed. Later, the three of them reached another building, and MC asked, "Does that mean the queen is here?" He agreed and said that her scent leads to this place. He looked around and said that she hadn't gotten into the auction room yet. First, he would inspect everything himself, and the two of them should stay outside for now. She immediately said loudly that she would go with him. She realized that she shouldn't make noise and apologized, and he said that he would definitely return her mother. She could rely on him. She agreed and said that she asked him to take care of her mother. He opened the door, walked inside, and saw a man sitting behind the counter. He looked at him calmly and said, "Welcome." He smelled a terrible stench, greeted him, and said that he had heard that they were selling special monsters. The man was picking his nose and said that he was quite well informed. He put some bills on the counter, he grinned, took the money, and said that it seemed like he really knew a lot. He should follow him. They walked down a long corridor and asked what kind of monster he was looking for. They offer a wide selection from humanoid monsters to fused ones. He will tell him some great news. Yesterday they brought in an extremely rare creature. He is sure that he will be interested in it. He thought about the rare creature. Was he talking about a mermaid? On the way, they met a girl in a hood who told them to stop. She was plucking feathers from a bird's head and asked why it smelled so bad in here. The man sniffed himself, agreed, and asked what was wrong with that. She said she wasn't talking about him. She ran up to Rock very quickly and said in a scary tone that he had a strange smell. He became worried about it, and she asked if he knew someone named Lydia. He pretended not to know anything and asked who she was talking about. She looked at him intently and asked if he really didn't know that. He denied it, and she asked again if that was true. She started to walk away but turned around and said that she felt something akin to her magic coming from him. Or was it just her imagination? Anyway, she apologized for interrupting them. She left, closed the door behind her, and he asked who it was. The man said it was the sorceress Riza, who, like him, worked here. He had been told that she made magical instruments, but even he didn't know all the intricacies. He followed him and, with a slightly worried look, thought that he should be careful with a woman who knew Lydia. The man opened the magically protected door and said with a wide smile, "Welcome." He must be surprised. They went inside, and he said that for the first time in the history of the auction, the queen of the mermaids. He looked at her and thought that this woman was May's mother. The man laughed and said that she had a charming figure. All mermaids were considered beautiful, but this one was head and shoulders above all the others. He asked how much they were willing to sell her for. He said about 300 million, or something in that range. He was very surprised by this price, and he said that mermaids are a species capable of fighting, so capturing them is not an easy task. Moreover, since they are talking about the queen, he should be ready to pay such a sum. However, even if he has such an amount, this time even it might not be enough. Since Grizz can't take his eyes off her, he didn't know who it was, but he said that it was the son of a rich merchant who runs this city. He does not hesitate to spend huge amounts of money to get women or whatever he desires. In general, he is what can be called a foolish son. Soon, he will get tired of this mermaid, and he will throw her away, like all the other women he bought. This guy just has a disgusting character. The protagonist remembered this name, and he said that therefore it is better for him to give up this idea for now. If he really wants a mermaid, then others will be sold during the auction. He can approach 3. By that time, her price would have dropped so much that he could buy her cheaply. Anyway, would he join the slave auction this time? What would he say? He agreed, and the man asked, was he serious now? He wouldn't say he had nothing to offer. He gave him some bills, thanked him, and said that in 6 days, at 6 o'clock in the evening, he was sure that under his protection, Dob would let him out. He left the building, and May noticed him and asked loudly how her mother was doing. Was she safe? He confirmed this and said that, however, she would be sold at auction in 6 days. She said loudly, which meant they had to help her until then. He asked her to wait and said that this place was protected by very powerful protective magic. They couldn't free her by conventional means. If possible, he wanted to rescue her and the other monsters peacefully. The method they used to rescue them was important. For now, they had to choose a more direct approach. However, for now, they need to consult with the guards about the illegal slave trade and monster fusion. They walked through the city streets and noticed Dracula, who was captured by the guards. They came closer, and he asked why he was captured again. He turned to him and loudly asked why the guards in this city turn a blind eye to warehouses filled with enslaved half-humans that are located right in the city. He even told them about the monsters that have undergone fusion. They think he is lying, just because he is half-human? The guards held their spears in front of him and loudly told him to shut his mouth. He already told him, it is not because he is half-human. This warehouse belongs to Chad, who would even believe such heresy? Even if he bought and sold slaves, he is still a wonderful wonderful person. He founded a distribution center here, a rehabilitation center, and did so much for this city. MC listened to them and thought, so Chad is selling slaves. Drackle, in an even more dissatisfied tone, loudly asked why they didn't conduct a proper investigation. Had they perhaps taken a bribe from him? They were alarmed by what they heard and loudly said that he should stop. He shouldn't think he could insult anyone he wanted. He needed to take him away. He would make him feel the full range of punishment for insulting them. He watched from the sidelines and thought, it's clear the local guards were in cahoots with Chad. He would soon save him. He said that for now, they should discuss this with everyone else. Later, they met with their other comrades and shared all the information they had received. He said that it seemed like this merchant named Chad had the town firmly in his grasp. They couldn't corner him without some solid evidence. With the Queen and Grizzly involved, it would be difficult for them to win the bidding. However, there had to be another way. He suggested they first learn more about Grizzly and Chad. They spoke with the villagers and then gathered together. He said that they should summarize what they had learned. Chad was undoubtedly the same man they saw on the ship. He seemed like a formidable opponent, because no matter who they asked, the people in this town claimed that he was a good and wonderful person. However, when they asked about Grizzly, he was only insulted. Shannon said that some hated him for taking their wives and daughters. Others accused him of recruiting his own personal army and gathering brutal monsters in an attempt to take over the entire town. Rock, looking confused, wondered what this guy was even doing. If the rumors are true, and he will have to deal with it too. He heard his stomach rumble, turned around, and Lucky said that he was hungry. Her stomach rumbled too when she said that she offered to try hard, just a little. She was very embarrassed by this and said that it was not that she was hungry or anything like that. He said that it was his fault. He forgot that they had not eaten yet. He suggests lunch. He was thinking about what to cook today, and a man next to them called him a commoner. He said that as he saw, a rare gray wolf was with him. It looked interesting. He wanted to buy it and was ready to pay a lot for it. He was indignant about this and said that it was not for sale. He would not sell it to anyone. He threw a lot of money from his carriage and said that he could take it. He would buy it for 20 times the market value of a gray wolf. He became even more angry about this, waved his hand and said loudly that he had said that he would not sell it at any price. He was surprised by this and asked what was wrong with him. This was incredible. He never thought that he would see an idiot in this city who did not know his name. He said with a wide smile that his name was Grizz. He was the only son of the richest merchant in this city, Count Fandel. He noticed his shocked face and said that since he realized it, he should pick it up. The protagonist said that no offense, but lucky, it was not a thing. He would never put it up for sale. He said with a wide smile that he still insisted on selling it. There was nothing in this city that he could not buy. He turned to the servant and said that he should tell them. He agreed and said that it would not be an exaggeration to say that everyone and everything in this city was the property of his master. Whatever he wished for would be his. His servants and guards began chanting his name and applauding. Grizz said that given what he had heard, he had to sell him. He refused again, and he said that he was thinking for too long. He was about to say something else, but Lucky became very angry and said loudly that he should shut up and listen carefully because he would not repeat it anymore. He was his only master. Even after 1,000 years, an insect like him would not have the right to order him around. He released a very strong pressure, causing his guards and servants to fall to the ground. Unexpectedly for them, Grizzly said with a joyful look that his loyalty was admirable. He asks them to come with him. He will feed him whatever he wants. He can think of a number and multiply it by 100. Whatever it is, it will be his. MC was surprised by this and wondered, did he resist? And did he manage to withstand his pressure? He cautiously stroked Lucky's face and said that he could share with him the place where he found it. What would he say about that? At the same time, he doesn't need money. He's proposing an exchange. He was about to say something about an auction, but he said that he was asking to give him the mermaid queen. He was surprised by this and said that he didn't know where he heard that. However, he thought it all over and said that he definitely couldn't do that because mermaids were much more valuable. Besides, they had a role to play in his plan. He asked what plan he was talking about. Grizzly said that for someone like him, a poor tramp, this discussion was completely inappropriate. He was an interesting guy. Not many people had the nerve to oppose him. He asked them to keep him company for a while. After that, they all walked behind him through a luxurious mansion with a wide corridor. He was surprised by this and said that it was such a huge mansion. Lucky could easily fit in there. He turned to them and said that it was natural. A commoner like him wouldn't have enough time to acquire such a house. This bronze statue cost $1 billion. It perfectly resembles his appearance. Then Rock noticed white wolves walking down the corridor and thought that if he remembered correctly, they began to be classified as rare monsters because they were heavily hunted for their beautiful fur. According to rumors, he collects many rare monsters. They entered the hall, where a long table was laid out with many different dishes. Grizz looked at them and said that since it was lunchtime, and he could bet they usually only ate scraps, they should savor it thoroughly. He was displeased with his words and wondered what kind of delusional thoughts he had about them. Even if he suddenly decided to treat them, it could still be a trap. He looked to the side and noticed that his comrades had already begun to eat with happy faces. He was going to stop them, but Lucky said he didn't have to worry. There was no smell of poison or anything like that. Grizzly said that was right. He wasn't the type to stoop so low. He could get everything without resorting to such methods. Wasn't he right? The servants started applauding, agreed with him, and started calling his name. The protagonist, looking confused, thought it was somehow tiring. After that, they came to the office, and he said that now that their stomachs were satisfied, he suggested moving on to the main topic. By the way, in this room there was no need to worry about eavesdropping. He had taken all the necessary precautions. If he wanted to know what he had planned for the mermaids, then he should tell them first. He agreed to this and said that Lucky was the boss of the 10th floor in the Flame of Destruction dungeon, which was located outside the royal capital. However, he didn't know if there was another boss of the same kind there. Grizzly asked, was he talking about that unconquered dungeon? If he remembers correctly, it's recommended for S rank. He seemed a little surprised by this and said that he was quite knowledgeable. He said with a smug look that he was, after all, the son of a merchant. He constantly received various information. MC asked if he would tell him why he needed mermaids. He said that he was going to use them for training. Rumor has it that fishmen would soon attack the city. He heard that Chad, the merchant, predicted this using the disaster prediction device he owns. In the past, he accurately foresaw white wolf attacks in other cities. So considering that mermaids are a combat species, especially if they have a queen who leads them, it seemed to him that they would be excellent in underwater combat. He wants his personal army to undergo special training. He believes that this way the damage to the city will be minimized. The city's leadership stated that if this prediction proved correct this time, they would spend a large sum of money to purchase a divination device from him. However, he found this suspicious. He thought with a serious expression that now the secret plan was clear. He asked if he knew that Chad was secretly engaged in the illegal trade of illegal immigrants and experiments with chimeras. Grizz, with a calm expression, said that he had heard something like that, but there was no proof of it. He knew how to conduct business discreetly. As soon as he arrived in this city, he organized free food and medical distribution points. He was able to win the trust of the city's residents in no time. Rock said that many of the guards were bribed, and without solid evidence, they could do nothing. He was dissatisfied with what he heard and said that these damned wandering slave traders were acting so arrogantly in his city. He said with a serious expression that they urgently needed proof. However, he is not at all like the rumors said. He heard that they called him simply the stupid son of a rich man, but it turned out that he is very smart. He refused and said that he is indeed the stupid son of a rich man. In fact, he asks to be considered as such. He said with a smile that it is always easier to negotiate that way. He was surprised by what he heard, but immediately became more serious and said that, seriously, if he manages to get evidence against Chad, could he count on his help in exposing him? He said with a thoughtful look that that would be good. The protagonist raised his voice and said in a serious tone that he had one more request. If he won the Mermaid Queen at the auction, he asked that she be given to him. Grizz was shocked by this request, and he said that if he was looking for a trainer for underwater training, he could provide him with not just one, but several. Moreover, he could do it right now. What would he say about this? He began to seriously think about all this and asked, his name is Rock, right? He smiled, extended his hand, and said that he had caught his attention and proved himself worthy of the deal. He looked forward to working with him. He reciprocated, shook his hand, and thus began their collaboration. Rock asked Demorte what she'd learned about the sphere. She replied that it had been difficult this time. She'd sacrificed her sleep and nearly died working on it, but against all odds, she'd managed. After hard work, a good drink is sacred. MC said, is that so, and what's the outcome? Demorte sat down and said, seriously, she discovered something very problematic. This sphere not only manipulates people, but also functions as a device for collecting mana. Rock asked her again, a device? She answered positively, and said that the supposed purpose of collecting mana in the sphere is to resurrect a demon that once threatened to destroy the world. MC asked, surprised, a demon? Demorte said she didn't know the details, but piecing together information from old documents, she leaned toward that interpretation. Moreover, the scale of magical power is beyond human control. Rock excitedly exclaimed, wait, maybe this was the Magin. Demorte asked, confused, Mudgeon, is that the name it's called now? MC responded fearfully, yes, and explained that Shannon had been cursed by that demon. After telling her story, Demorte replied that she understood. Judging by the available information, it was highly likely that this was also the demon's mana. Rock said thoughtfully, a demon's resurrection? Who would have thought of such a thing? Demorte smiled and calmly replied that her words were merely suggestions. But if her conclusions were correct, and if this was the demon spoken of in legend, then this resurrection would bring enormous troubles to the world. To prevent this, they urgently needed to find the creator of the sphere and stop the demon's resurrection. MC folded his arms and said, "The creator of the sphere." He then considered that, in this scenario, Risa, who supposedly made magical tools at Chad's shop, was the most suspicious. After some thought, Rock turned to Domorde and asked her to continue studying the demon. She responded affirmatively. He spent the time leading up to the auction meticulously gathering information about Chad and his connection to the demon. The day before the auction, he said, "This is Mr. Chad's soup kitchen. They need to line up." Afterward, they served everyone some food. She thanked them. The woman told Chad that they were very grateful to him. Meanwhile, MC Shannon and Lucky stood and watched everything that was happening. Rock looked away. The man said this was a free healing station. They needed to wait until he called their turn. The villagers were very happy to be healed for free. Rylan told Nayuta to wait a little longer. It would be their turn soon, okay? Nayuta replied that she was fine, so he should stop crying. Rylan wanted to object, but the man called the next person in line. Nayuta stood up and said she was leaving. Rylan told her to be careful. Lucky said he really had everyone fooled. MC responded positively and said that if only he were involved in shady dealings, everything would be perfect. At that moment, Rock noticed a crowd at the bulletin board. He asked, "What is this?" There was a commotion near the guild's bulletin board. MC approached the board and saw that Chad Khan had posted a notice to all adventurers warning them that the town might be attacked by fishmen in the next few days. He urgently asked them to be prepared to fulfill this urgent request. Rock said that it was just as Grizz said. The man was indignant and said, "Damn fishmen. Let them just dare to show up." Another asked, "Are they really coming?" He answered positively and said that it was Chad's prediction. Did he finally understand? The girl agreed with him. MC chuckled and said, "Chad's prediction." At that moment, he looked to the side and saw a boy walking towards him crying. Rylan walked towards them, crying loudly. Rock said, "Isn't that the kid?" MC crouched down in front of Rylan and asked, "What happened?" Rylan got scared and asked, "Is that a big dog?" This made him cry even louder. Lucky said, "For your information, he's not a dog." He yelled for someone to help him. Rock said, "Surprised? That is." After that, he apologized to Lucky and said that he needed to go into the garden for now. Lucky didn't answer and just smiled. MC then told the boy that he should look around, but there was no longer a big dog here. Rylan continued to cry. Rock scratched his head and said that it had only gotten worse. At that moment, Shannon approached MC and said that he should let her do this. She crouched down in front of Rylan and asked him, "What happened?" Everything was fine. He didn't need to be afraid. After these words, Rylan tried to calm down. She happily said, "Well done." He stopped crying. He's a brave boy. Rylan continued to sniffle. Shannon asked him if he was hungry. They should eat these cookies together. She smiled and handed him some cookies. Rylan smiled back and thanked her. He said he was hungry, but that wasn't the point. His little sister was missing. Shannon asked how she disappeared. Rylan hesitantly said if they understood. Nayuta had tripped and hurt her leg, so she went to the healer and he went to get food. But when he came back, she was gone. The guy in the tent said she was gone, but she was nowhere to be found. Shannon's expression sank and she said, "So that's what happened." Then she smiled and asked him if he knew that the big dog who was here earlier had an excellent sense of smell. She was sure he could help find Nayuta. Rylan happily asked if that was true. Shannon asked him what he would say. Would he like to look for his sister with him? Rylan happily answered yes. At that moment, Lucky came back and said that he was back. Shannon apologized to Rock and Lucky. She said that she made a promise without asking either of them. MC said that everything was fine. If anything, he was even grateful to her. Lucky agreed with him and said that they could call him a dog for now. Rock turned to Lucky and said that it was up to him. Lucky answered yes with a smile. After that, they all climbed on Lucky and he jumped up. Rylan was very surprised and shouted that it was incredible. He was like the wind. Lucky laughed at these words and said, "Like the wind, he likes it." MC told Shannon that she is good with children. She replied that she has a younger brother who is a few years younger than her, so she thanked him. Shannon asked Rylan, "His name is Rylan, right? Are their parents somewhere nearby?" Rylan denied it and said they didn't have any. Suddenly, a pack of white wolves attacked the town where they lived, and his father and others came to defend the town. Shannon apologized, saying she had brought up painful memories. Rylan said that since they had relatives in the capital, they were on their way to visit them, but Nayuta tripped and got injured. Rock looked at Rylan and noticed a mark on his neck. After a while, Lucky landed near the house and said they were there. The guys looked at the sign, and MC asked in surprise, "Chad Khan's residence?" Shannon asked, "What does that mean?" Rylan replied, "Who knows?" He could smell Nayuta and the many other children gathered inside. Rock, surprised, said that couldn't be true. He was using these free healing points to kidnap orphans who came for treatment. At that moment, someone loudly asked them, "Who are they?" MC said they needed to go to Grizz. After that, they needed to come up with a plan. As night fell, Grizz came out to Rock and greeted him. He asked him how he was doing. MC said, "Well, could he look after the kid for a bit?" Grizz answered positively and said no problem, but maybe he could explain everything to him? Rock apologized and said he would explain the whole situation later, and also, could he ask him something? Grizz turned to him, waiting for his question. At that moment, Shannon sat down next to Rylan and said she was sorry they didn't bring back his sister, but they wouldn't give up and would definitely bring Nayuta back. So he needed to wait for them here. Rylan, surprised, said they wouldn't give up. After that, he laughed and said that Nayuta always said that too. He asked them to take care of Nayuta. After a while, MC came to Risa. She said that Dob wasn't here at this time of day. Rock said he understood. It was just as he'd been told. MC asked her, "Yeah, right. She mentioned something about Lydia earlier, right?" Risa asked, "And so what?" Rock said he'd just heard rumors while he was walking around town. It seemed like this woman was hiding somewhere on the west coast. Risa was horrified by these words. MC said someone had said that after the undead horde flooded the capital, it suffered serious damage or something like that. Risa clasped her hands together and said she knew it. It was her mana after all. Rock was about to leave and said he couldn't vouch for the veracity of what he'd said. However, since she was trying to find her, he decided to tell her. After that, he opened the door and said he was going to go. She should say hi to Dob. After MC left, Risa grinned madly and, chuckling, said, "So she's injured." Rock thought that they were done laying out the bait. Now they would exchange information with Pedro and the mermaids, and then they would save Nayuta and the others. They start breaking into Chad's residence. Shannon approached Chad's house and, apologizing, asked if this was Mr. Chad's house. The guard asked who the hell she was. Shannon put on a sweet face, and the guard fell in love when he saw her. He asked, what could they do to her? Another guard asked her if she was a fan of Chad's. Well, if she insisted, they could let her look inside for a little while, in exchange for her joining them afterwards. The guards reached out to kiss her, but at that moment, MC appeared and pushed them in the back, causing them to fall. Rock asked her if she was okay. Shannon answered yes, then she apologized and took the key from the guard. They opened the gate. MC said that since they didn't know what kind of traps were here, they would proceed with caution. Stepping inside, he marveled at how huge the yard was. Rock noticed something and looked back. He saw a pack of coyotes. He turned to them and thought, orange coyotes? MC said they were Class B monsters, but there were a lot of them. At that moment, Patra appeared in front of them and said that they should trust her with this. Patra turned to the coyote and said that they needed to go through here. They were okay with that, right? The coyotes continued to approach and growl. Patra politely asked them, and the aura of a huge ant appeared behind her. The coyotes were frightened by this and parted to let them pass. Patra thanked them. MC said that was just like the queen of Class A orange ants. Patra called Rock and said that according to them, the kids are in that building over there. MC thanked her and patted her on the head. Patra laughed. Rock walked to the door and, grinning, said, the basement. After that, they started descending the stairs. Someone remarked that Chad was smart after all. They heard this and turned their heads. The man said that the very existence of the free healing center lured orphans. The second man said that if they were caught and sold, they would make more money than healing people. He wished he were as smart as Chad. Everyone at the table laughed. The man said that synthesized magical beasts were also worth a lot. Next time they should take him to the warehouse with them. However, after that, he felt ill and fell onto the table. His friends said he was pathetic. He had already passed out. After that, everyone at the table lost consciousness, as if they had all fallen asleep. At that moment, Ciel, holding a flower in its beak, flew up to MC. After that, MC opened the cage where the children were sitting. He leaned over and asked, "Are they okay?" The children didn't answer. Rock said they shouldn't worry, and Rylan asked them to help. Nayuta asked him again, "Rylan, brother?" MC said it was probably Nayuta, and she wasn't hurt anywhere. Nayuta thanked him and said she was okay. After that, the children sitting with her rejoiced and said Nayuta was right. Help had arrived. Nayuta said she told them that if they didn't give up, there would always be a way out. The children responded positively. Shannon said it was just like Rylan said, she was strong-willed. Nayuta smiled and said that her older brother was a bit of a whiner, but she'd been raised to be strong. Rock handed her something and said they didn't have much time, and here were the keys. Nayuta calmly replied that he shouldn't. After that, she took a small stick and unfastened the handcuffs. MC was surprised by this. Nayuta said that picking locks is a lady's job. Rock asked hesitantly, "Is that really true?" Nayuta said that she had been looking for an opportunity to escape for a long time, but she was racking her brains over how to get so many people out, so she was very glad that they came to help. MC was a little shocked. Nayuta approached the other children and said that now they needed to free everyone else. Patra, watching her, asked if she could do it. Nayuta answered positively and said that she just needed to try to imitate her actions. Patra answered positively and said, so that's how she does it. She decided to try and open the handcuffs, after which she shouted that she had succeeded. Nayuta praised her, well done. Now she was one step closer to becoming a lady. Patra was very happy about this. Nayuta said that everyone was freed, and now they need to somehow deal with the red coyotes. Patra told her that everything will be fine because she is here. Patra might just intimidate them. That's what she can do. Nayuta asked her, intimidate? That's amazing. Do she think she can do that too? Patra answered positively and said that she can. She just needs to look menacing. Nayuta answered positively and then tried to make a menacing face. She asked, like this? Patra said that it was perfect. Nayuta thanked her. Rock, watching them, said that it seemed like they had become good friends. Such intimidation. Shannon agreed with him. He said that they need to look for the divination device, and then they should return to Grizz. Everyone else agreed with MC. After they freed everyone, they came to Grizz. Rock said, and behold, they must take care of these children, and Sister Rylan is with them. Grizz hesitantly answered yes and said that it was no problem for him, but he didn't have time to finish, because Nayuta interrupted him and asked where her older brother was. Grizz replied that he had contacted his relatives in the royal capital and sent him there. Nayuta thanked him for everything he had done. Grizz replied that there were no problems. After that, he turned to MC and said, "By the way, about that matter, everything is exactly as he predicted. They will have fun tomorrow." After these words, he made a scary expression. Rock thought that this was great. It means they have a trump card. Now all that remains is... The next day, 6 p.m. MC and Grizz came to the auction. The room was very large and there were also a lot of people. Rock said, "This is the location. There are quite a lot of participants at the slave auction." Grizz agreed with him and said that rich people have more than enough free time. MC asked him, just to confirm, after the auction with the mermaid, they will be able to meet Chad, right? Grizz replied that he always shows up for deals worth over 100 million, so he shouldn't worry. The host came on stage and thanked everyone for waiting. The slave auction is about to begin. The first slave is a male of the dragon god race. The starting bid is 100. Dracula appeared on stage in a cage. After the starting bid was announced, participants in the hall began raising their hands and raising the price. 200, 250, 300. Rock thought it was Dracula. He asked Grizz to win this auction. He would not let them fall into the hands of the guards. Grizz said, "Well then." After that, he raised his hand and raised the bid to 500. The host was surprised by this and said that they have 500. Everyone in the hall started whispering that it was Grizz. The host asked, "Come on, do they have any more bidders?" "Well then, the bid of 500 wins." Grizz asked the MC, "Will that do?" Rock answered positively and thanked him. After that, he said, 500, is that about what slaves cost? Grizz answered negatively and said that it was much cheaper compared to the market price. The dragon god race is quite difficult to deal with, so they are somewhat unpopular, but 500 is still a good price. Well, since he was the one who made the bid, they know they can't beat it. After all, according to rumors, he is a spoiled rich kid. Everything is expected. After that, the host said that the next lot they are presenting today is a sea pearl, which is difficult to catch because they are fighting type. It is one of the brightest pearls. It is the mermaid queen. The starting bid is 50 million. The MC thought, "This is it." The host said that they should get started. The starting price for the mermaid queen is 50 million. Participants began to raise their hands and raise prices. 51 million, 52, 54, 56.5 million. At that moment, Grizz raised his hand and raised the bet to 100 million. At that moment, the participants started whispering. It was Grizz. Then he smiled madly. The participants continued to raise the bet. 110 million, 120 million, 120, 130 million. However, Grizz raised his hand again and raised the bet to 300 million. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Such a huge amount. The host asked, "Come on, are there any more people willing?" However, the room was silent. After a short wait, the host slammed the gavel on the table and said, "If that's the case, then the 300 million bet wins." Then Grizz asked Rock if he was happy. The MC thanked him and replied that it was as expected of him. Grizz said that he was just a rich kid. There was no point in competing with him. At that moment, Chad approached them and said that, in his opinion, it was time to go and pay the bills. Did he agree? He sincerely thanked him for purchasing the mermaid at this auction. Then he pointed to the table where the contract lay. Grizz replied affirmatively and approached the table to sign. While he was signing, he asked if he could ask something. Chad answered affirmatively. Grizz asked if they had made up the story about the fishmen attacking the city themselves, hadn't they? Chad shrugged and said Mr. Grizz was joking. Grizz continued, saying that someone was saying that more than half of the slaves for sale were illegal. Furthermore, wherever they appeared, they kidnapped orphans and made them their slaves. Rumor had it that in one city, they even set white wolves on a dupe to get rid of him. Chad asked him with a smile, "What the hell was he talking about?" Grizz said, "Exactly." He'd also examined his magical divination device. It turned out it possessed magical powers capable of interacting with demons, and he was still going to feign innocence. Chad shrugged and said that his examination of the magical device didn't inspire confidence. Even from him, such rudeness was unacceptable. Could he please provide more definitive evidence? Grizz glanced toward the door and nodded. The butler then opened the door and Nayuta walked in. At that moment, Chad looked terrified. Grizz said that this girl was acting as both a witness and proof of his actions after she was kidnapped from a free healing station and held captive in his basement, along with other orphans. Chad tugged at his mustache and said that, of course, he was curious about what he would say, but the people of this town trusted him. He understood that no one would believe the nonsense of some orphan. Grizz looked at him sternly and said that it seemed he had overlooked something. The girl's name was Nayuta Luis, the daughter of a ducal family, one of the highest nobility classes. Chad was very shocked by what he heard. He asked, "Did they say ducal family?" Nayuta said that as the legitimate heir of the Luis family, she could confirm that he had kidnapped and locked her in his basement, and she'll also reveal the fact that he instigated the White Wolf attack on their city, which killed her father and the others. Chad asked in horror, "Luis's family?" He never thought there would be a survivor. He pointed somewhere to the side and said that they needed to stop this farce. Where is the proof that she's the Duke's daughter? At that moment, Nayuta brushed her hair back and showed her mark, saying, "Here, this crest, proof that she's of the Luis line." Chad asked angrily, "Crest?" Grizz said that he might not know what a slave trader was, but many ducal families have a tradition of placing their crest on body parts. Each family uses their own secret dyes, so this is proof. Besides, this girl's older brother is heading to his relatives in the royal capital, and soon their true identities will be revealed. A duke's daughter or a common slave trader, who does he think will be believed? Chad didn't know what to say, but he remained angry. Grizz told him he should surrender. Chad remained silent at first, then, chuckling, asked, "So what?" After these words, he clapped his hands once, and all the guards ran up to him. He said that they probably already knew, but every guard in this city was under his control, and they dared to show up here with so many men. How stupid. Just as he thought, he was just a stupid fool. After that, he wished him luck in negotiating in the afterlife. Grizz asked Rock, "What now?" MC said he knew where Chad was headed. Most likely, he would go to the harbor and escape on his ship. He turned to Shannon and asked her if he could leave everything here in her hands. She silently nodded in agreement. Rock called Grizz and said that he needed to come with him. Grizz looked at him and asked in surprise, "Please don't tell him that he's going to leave her here alone. No matter how you look at it, it's a bit much." At that moment, Shannon suddenly took a step forward towards the guards. She started hitting them, fighting alone against several people. After she hit one of the guards, 2 more ran up and called her an idiot. She masterfully dodged their attacks and then hit them back. After she finished with everything, the guards cursed. "Damn." Grizz, shocked, said that it was amazing. MC said that she was training with Fenrir. She is not just a cute girl. Shannon, hearing these words, blushed and thought. Rock said that she was cute. After that, she laughed. The guard asked, "Why is this idiot laughing so much?" MC said that they should go ahead. Grizz agreed with him. After a while, they came to pick up the slaves. Dob greeted them and asked if he really worked with Grizz. Rock replied that it was a long story. He asked him if he was in charge of handing out slaves. Dob replied something like that. He had prepared the 2 of them. Everyone looked at the mermaid queen and Dracula. MC turned to Dracula and said that he was glad that he was okay. Dracula called Rock and said that it seemed he was in his debt again. MC said with a smile that he shouldn't even think about it. He would like to thank him for his help. Dracula said, by the way, he would like to ask him something. Rock asked him what it was. Dracula asked why a mermaid was worth 300 million and he was only 500. He wanted to say that the race of dragon gods wasn't worth that kind of money. He can't accept this. They need to replay everything. He looked very upset as he was worth too little. MC chuckled to himself. Then he apologized and said that they were in a hurry. They didn't have much time. Could he carry the mermaid back to the sea? Dracula replied that he didn't mind, but it was rather cruel to leave him like that. Rock looked back and saw the mermaid queen jump out of the water cage and fall right into MC's arms. Marrow asked Rock if he would carry her like this. At this, she called him master. MC, surprised, answered no and said that the one who paid was Grizz, so she shouldn't call him master. Marrow said that he shouldn't worry about trifles. They should go. At this, she called him master again. Rock thought that she really was May's mother. In the end, MC ended up carrying the queen to the sea. Rock said that, as expected, he escaped on a ship. At this moment, Grizz shouted at him that escaping was pointless. They had a witness. He just needed to surrender. Chad looked at them from the ship and, laughing, said he was curious what he would say. Her testimony would indeed cause trouble, but only if she remained alive. At that moment, he made a malicious and cunning face. A multitude of fishmen appeared from the sea. MC thought, fishmen. Chad smiled wickedly and said that they needed to get out. The time had come to get even for all their humiliation. They must destroy these pathetic humans. However, they didn't attack Rock, but climbed onto Chad's ship. He turned around and asked them what the hell they were doing. Their enemy was over there. He called out to Pedro and asked what was going on. At that moment, Madeline and May appeared before him. She told him that if he was looking for Pedro for his information, he had been sent to prison. Chad asked in surprise, why were the mermaids in league with the fishmen? May shouted at him that it was useless. They knew all about his plans. Madeline told him that he would pay for using the fishmen against them, the mermaids. At that moment, Chad turned around and shouted that he would not let it end like this. He tried to jump into the sea. May shouted at him that he had to stop. However, before he could escape, a monster appeared from the sea. He was terrified and shouted that they had to help him. He was asking them to spare him. MC and the others watched from the shore. Rock said that it looked like this was the end. He turned to the queen and said that she should quickly go to May and the other mermaids. He was sure they were very worried. The queen replied with a smile that she had no choice but to follow MC, saying that she was a slave after all, so she would follow him. Her daughter was long overdue to inherit the throne, and her slave status was reason enough for him to take her with him. She called him master again. Sea Queen Marrow wanted to be his friend. Would he be friends with her? Rock awkwardly replied that even if she said so herself, especially since the slave contract was no longer valid, he thought she should first consult with May and the others. Marrow agreed with him and said that then they should just get married. MC was taken aback by this proposal. She told him not to worry, she was still single. Rock denied it and said that wasn't the issue. She said that in any case they needed to hurry and tell May and the others everything. MC said she should wait. However, she continued and said that, besides, there was the wedding ceremony. At that moment, Rock interrupted her and loudly said that he would allow her to join their team, but he asked her to forget about the wedding. Marrow said, upset. That's how it is. Even so, it's sad. Well, then she'll just go back to being Marrow. She's looking forward to working together. MC let out a nervous sigh, and so May's mother Marrow joined their team. Meanwhile, Lydia stood and looked out to sea. Risa approached her and said she had no idea. She was actually here. Seriously. Her research papers were stolen. What now? She had to come to terms with it already. Lydia didn't respond. Risa smiled and asked, has she become mute during their separation? That's even more convenient. She'll try to keep her mouth shut forever. It must come. The eternal darkness. She used the magic of eternal darkness. Lydia prepared for battle, while Risa looked at her and smiled madly. However, Lydia dodged all of her attacks. Risa asked in surprise, did she manage to dodge? She should be seriously injured. Then Lydia used the skill Endless Flames of the Underworld. The blow sent Risa flying backwards and she fell. Lydia used magic to summon a large ball, which turned into a skull. Risa asked, is that a skull? After that, Lydia changed her appearance and said that she was pleased to meet her. She was Domorte, Lydia's master, even though she was a lich. Risa asked in shock, Domorte? This can't be, it's impossible, and yet this is magical power of incomparable level. Domorte leaned over slightly and said that then perhaps she wished to fight again? Risa awkwardly replied in the negative and said that the thing was. However, Domorte interrupted her and asked if she could then return the stolen wrist pieces. They were originally hers. Risa didn't respond and silently handed over the bag. Domorte transformed back into her form and thanked her. Risa asked her why the great sage was here. Domorte replied that she should thank her student. How ironic. Lydia's student also steals scientific papers. By the way, could she ask a question? Why would she resurrect a demon? Risa asked her. A demon? What was she talking about? Domorte asked her if she had made the demonic sphere. Risa replied in the negative and said, Chad already had it. She didn't know much about it. Domorte looked at her and thought that she seemed to be telling the truth. Afterwards, she thanked her for her answer and asked if she could do her one last favor. She would likely receive a severe punishment for what she had done, but judging by her magic, she was certain she had talent. Therefore, since this was the case, she should use this time in prison productively, reflect on her actions, and when she was released, devote herself to research aimed at the good of people. She was convinced that if it were her, she would succeed. She must believe that the words of the great sage could be trusted. She was both shocked and confused by her words. A few days later, Chad was put on trial. He was imprisoned for violating slavery laws, rebellion, and other crimes. Risa was also severely punished and sentenced to prison. But for some reason, she seemed terribly happy. Risa, meanwhile, was remembering the words that she could do it, that if it was her, that meant she would succeed. Rylan and his sister had contacted their relatives. From now on, they would be living with them. As for Pedro, he was still imprisoned by the mermaids. The fishmen, who had been manipulated, were gradually rebuilding their relationships with the mermaids. Rock and Grizz were standing on the roof. MC said that the city had become peaceful again. Grizz agreed with him and said that it seemed the city's residents now knew Chad's true face and that it was all thanks to him. Rock denied it and said that it wasn't just him who had worked hard, including Grizz and the rest of the guys. They had only managed to pull it all off thanks to their joint efforts. He smiled and thanked him for his support. Grizz, surprised, told him that he was simply amazing in every way. MC looked at him questioningly. Grizz thanked the heavens at that moment in an unknown location. In a cave-like place, Margaret said it was too much even for him. She apologized to those still alive. The boys had a picnic by the seashore. Marrow said Marrow was Rock's slave and had officially joined his team. The girls asked in shock, what? The queen replied that she had made it clear she had joined. May interrupted her and loudly said, but that's not what they were talking about. How did this even happen? Marrow sheepishly responded that MC had approached her with such passion and force. Rock was very surprised by such words. Shannon was a little embarrassed and asked in surprise, with passion? MC excitedly told her that it wasn't like that. He simply didn't object when she asked to join their team. Marrow calmly said that she heard him. He had risked his life to save her, and she couldn't refuse such an act. And so she decided to dedicate her entire life to Rock. She turned to MC and, taking his hand, said that he should ask her for something. Rock awkwardly replied in the negative and said that he, May, and the others only asked him to help. Marrow told him that he shouldn't be embarrassed. He said that it wasn't like that. While they were holding hands, Shannon came up to them and said that she too, MC had saved her too, and she would repay him with kindness for the rest of her life. The queen called her and kindly told her that then they should join forces together, and then they would support Rock. Shannon was surprised at first, but then agreed with her. MC, watching this, thought, what kind of situation is this? The queen said that therefore from now on, everything falls on her shoulders. May indignantly asked her, was she serious? She needs to stop acting weird. She can't just stop being queen. And anyway, if anyone should be on the team, it's her. After all, she listened to Rock in everything. She did everything. MC was shocked again and thought she should express herself less ambiguously. May said that she did. She didn't have time to finish because the queen called her and the next moment hugged her tightly. She thanked her and said that she and Sun were true heroes. They called for help and saved her. She was eternally grateful to them. May called her. After that, the queen sat down for a moment and told her that now she realized how valuable true friendship is. There are things that cannot be done alone, but they become possible when friends are nearby. Sometimes you need to rely on others to expand your horizons. You need to be able to listen to your friends. You need to be able to share thoughts and work together. She is sure that being by Rock's side has taught her a lot. She hopes that everything that happened will be a stepping stone to becoming a great queen. But as long as she's around, she won't be able to truly grow up. She spoils her too much, and that's why she's grown up so restless. So she's leaving her so she can become a truly great person. After that, she turned to Madeline and said that the same applies to her. Madeline responded positively. Mero said, only she is not influenced by May. She has a strong and fair heart, stronger than anyone else's. Therefore, she asks her to continue to support May. Madeline was touched and called her. Mero said that the two of them would handle everything perfectly, and she would make a wonderful queen. She would watch over them from afar, unnoticed. The girls called her and said that she couldn't fool them. Mero looked at them questioningly. Madeline yelled at her not to act innocent. May was her child, so she had to raise her herself. She couldn't put her aside for her courage any longer. May supported her and said that she was back to her old ways again, that she knew she just wanted to have fun. The queen was surprised and said that they needed to watch, that they were thinking faster now. May indignantly said that if she didn't return voluntarily, then they would drag her in by force. Madeline agreed with her. MC, watching all this, thought that it looked like a battle was starting. At that moment, Grizz approached them. He said that the mermaid queen, the orange ant queen, Fenrir, and even the gargoyle, he needed to admit that he really had a very powerful team. So who was he really? Rock awkwardly replied in the negative and said that it had nothing to do with him. Shannon, sitting on the ground at that moment, said that he was a kind person. She was drunk from drinking alcohol and said that MC really is the kindest person. Rock approached her and asked if she was drunk. She said no, and that no one understands. It's just juice. Each of them needs to give it their all, and then they can handle anything. But why does he think they do this? Because he tries his best, as much as possible, to cause as little pain to other creatures as possible, and not to create any inconvenience for those around him. That's his approach to life. MC called Shannon. She said that he is a truly kind person with an open heart. That's why she wanted to say that she loves him, but she didn't have time to finish, because the girls who were starting a showdown became too loud. The queen laughed and said that they were still so green. They still have a lot of growing to do. The real lessons are out there, on the open sea. She sent her daughter and Madeline back to the sea. Grizz asked if they were okay. Mero replied that it was okay. It was just water, not even fire. MC approached Shannon and asked her how she was. Looking closer, he saw that she had fallen asleep. Grizz said she had passed out. After that, he apologized to him and said that he was the one who brought the drinks, and she accidentally got drunk. Rock said that it was okay. Everything was fine. He put her to bed and covered her up. Grizz, sipping alcohol, said that perhaps there was truth in her words. The MC looked at him questioningly. Grizz continued and said that he was talking about his kindness. After all, he has such powerful strength that he could easily subjugate anyone. But why doesn't he do it? Rock replied that he is not kind at all. He just wants his family and friends to live happily and peacefully. He has no proof, but he is sure that happiness cannot be achieved by force. That's all. Grizz was a little surprised by his words and, scratching his head, said that he has no proof. After that, he laughed and winked at him. He said that this is why they call him a kind person. Mero watched them and, remembering something, said she had a gift for MC. They approached the shore, and she said it was his very own ship. This ship was specially raised from the bottom as a token of gratitude for saving the mermaids. This one was raised, repaired, and now it was afloat again. Rock looked at the ship in admiration and thought it was too big. He asked if he could look inside. The queen answered yes. After that, they walked through the ship. Mero said that everything inside was wet and damaged, but the ship itself was intact. MC looked at her and thanked her. The queen smiled at him and said that with this, he would have much more freedom of movement. Rock was passing by a room and noticed a painting on the wall. He came closer and thought it was somehow strange. Only this painting was not damaged at all by the water. Such a mysterious picture. He wanted to look at it forever. Mero called him and asked if something was wrong. MC flinched in surprise and replied in the negative. He said everything was fine. As night fell, everyone gathered on the shore around the campfire. The mermaid queen thanked everyone for coming. First of all, she wanted to express her gratitude to Rock and his crew for rescuing the mermaids. Their help had been invaluable. She, Mero, wanted to sing a song on behalf of all the mermaids, a song of gratitude and in hopes for friendship between humans and sea creatures. After that, she began to sing, and everyone present enjoyed her voice. With that, the mermaid rescue could be considered a success. This incident demonstrated the importance of the relationship between humans and sea creatures. Grizz, along with May and the others, would become a bridge that would eventually strengthen the connection between land and sea. Only one thing worries him: Dobbs' whereabouts. It's still unknown. No one really knows anything about him. Even Chad doesn't remember why he hired him. MC thought he didn't come across as a villain, but who was he then? Then they took part in joint training for mermaids and humans. 3 months flew by. At that moment, Grizz called Rock and said that, man to man, he needed his advice. While MC and the others were on the road, Lucky was running alongside them and enjoying the snow. He told Rock that snow is so much fun. It's fluffy, cold, and delicious. After that, he ran off to run in the snow again. MC said he was having a blast. They went to the snowy mountains for a reason. 7 days ago, Grizz told Rock that he needed his advice. MC asked him what was wrong. Grizz apologized and asked if he could come with him first. Rock looked at him questioningly. After that, they went into a room, and Grizz said that he thought they could talk in peace here. To be honest, Grizz didn't have time to finish because MC asked him if he had a crush on someone. Grizz answered positively and asked, "That's unexpected, right?" At his age, he even felt a bit awkward. Rock smiled and said that it wasn't. That's great, nothing to be ashamed of. But why was he telling him that? Grizz said that the girl he liked wanted some snowstone jewelry, but it was impossible to get it now. MC asked, "Snowstone?" Grizz said that snowstone was a rare mineral that could only be found in Coron village, deep in the mountains. But this year everything was covered in snow and supplies had stopped. So he thought, what if he could help? Rock said thoughtfully, "Snow mountains, they'd never been there." Grizz said sharply that he was asking him very much. Of course, he would be rewarded for his help, but he shouldn't tell anyone the reason. It would only cause him unnecessary trouble. So, he refuses? MC looked at him kindly and was about to answer positively. However, at that moment, everyone else entered the room. The mermaid queen said she understood his situation. Demorda told Rock he needed to talk about it. He shouldn't worry about it. They wouldn't tell anyone. Everyone else agreed with her. MC spun around in surprise and asked, "What?" Grizz was also surprised and asked how they got here. The door was locked. Mara ordered. "Spill it. How did they meet?" Shannon said she fully supported her. He should tell what kind of person she is. Patra expectantly said, "Come on, tell me. What is he waiting for?" She chuckled and said that he was in fact a surprisingly innocent creature. Grizz was in complete shock. He was shaking all over and trying to call out to Rock. MC folded his hands as if begging for his forgiveness. The girls didn't stop laughing. She asked, "And then? What happened next?" "How exciting." They kept laughing. Grizz wondered, "What's that expression on her face?" He screamed in frustration, saying they had simply exceeded all his expectations. Meanwhile, the queen told everyone they needed to try harder. Everyone else agreed with her. Rock quietly apologized to Grizz. Grizz said there had been a lot of talking. So what is the answer? Would he accept his request? MC answered affirmatively. They arrived at a place where the road was blocked. Demorda used magic to clear the way. She said the way was now clear. He thanked her. Grizz said that, as expected from Rock's team, thanks to Fenrir, the monsters weren't approaching them. They'd been traveling for 6 days already, so they should be arriving soon. In the distance, they saw a large wall, the gate to Coron village. Grizz said he was merchant Dranch. Grizz, he had brought humanitarian aid and wanted to speak with the village chief. The guard answered affirmatively and said they would check just in case. MC asked Grizz, "Humanitarian aid?" Grizz answered positively and said that sometimes it was impossible to get to Coron by the usual means, so he replaced an acquaintance who was going to bring supplies here. Rock said in surprise, "I see." The guard said that the inspection was complete, after which he thanked them and said they could pass Coron village. MC said in surprise that he didn't expect that. Shannon was surprised. There is no snow at all. Grizz said that everyone's first reaction was that they say the land in Coron is blessed with fire, and the snow doesn't linger here. Rock looked at the building and said, "I see, that happens too." Grizz said that he would go to the headman. He asked MC if he would look for the snowstone. Rock answered positively. Grizz told him that the main thing was that it looked nice and that the girl liked it. All hope was on him. He could handle it, right? MC answered awkwardly, "Well, they need to see." Shannon told him not to worry so much. They would be there with him. Grizz breathed a sigh of relief and said he felt much better. The girls responded positively and wished him luck. After that, Rock and the others decided to stroll around town. MC approached the counter and, apologetically, asked if they had any snowstones. The saleswoman asked if they were local. Unfortunately, snowstones are only sold in the spring or summer. Every store stocks up on them in the winter, and in the spring, they process them, and customers have already bought them all. Rock said, "So that's it." Shannon said that this is bad. They can't find them anywhere. MC was a little upset and said that he was sorry, he should tell Grizz what's up. At that moment they heard someone loudly say, "He said already, they don't have it." He said that he should listen carefully. He should just sell all the magic stones he has. Otherwise, their village will be in danger. The saleswoman said, no matter how many times he repeats it, the village has a limited supply of stones. What's not there is not there. Rock approached him and asked what was going on. He heard them talking about magic stones. Rista loudly asked him, "Who the hell is he?" They had no time for spectators. At that moment, Jorund hit him on the back of the head and told him to stop. He apologized to the guys. They looked at him and were very surprised. Jorund asked them if this was the first time they had seen the snow people. They were a tribe of half-humans. They lived very deep in the mountains. They rarely left their lands, so their surprise was understandable. Rista called him and said that they were just wasting their time with them. They needed to quickly look for the stones. MC asked them if they were looking for magic stones. Depending on their answer, maybe he could help them. Rista abruptly approached Rock and said that they had a misunderstanding earlier. He said, "He has magic stones? If so, he asks him to give them to him." MC said he wasn't against it, but such a sudden change in behavior. He had to tell them why they needed it. Magic stones were used in battles, and he couldn't just hand it out. Rista said they couldn't tell him. Hearing this, Rock turned around and said that if that was the case, then they should forget about his words. After that, Rista quickly ran after MC. He said he had to stop. Their village chief could tell him, so he was asking him to come to their village. Rock asked, "To the village?" He answered positively and said that in gratitude for the magic stones, they could ask anything. MC said, well, he suggested it himself. After that, Rock asked them if their village had snowstones. Rista answered positively and said that they were the ones who supplied the snowstones here. MC said that meant that if they stopped by, they could get the snowstones. Rista hesitantly said that if they traded for magic stones, then no problem. He asked Jorund if they could make a similar deal. Jorund replied that snowstones were valuable now, but magic stones were more important. He would resolve the snowstone issue, so they could come to Anessa village. Rock turned to Shannon and said that she should tell Grizz that they would be going to Anessa village for snowstones. She responded affirmatively. Jorund turned and, thanking MC, said that they needed to prepare for departure. They could meet at the main gate. Rock responded affirmatively and said there was no problem. After that, the merchant called MC and asked him if he was really going to Anessa village. Rock responded affirmatively and asked, why? The merchant told him that many travelers who went there never returned. The snow people are quite reclusive. They are the only ones with whom they have any contact. Rumor has it that on the other side of the mountains, the snow people have begun to establish contact with a magical land, Suiju. MC asked him again, Suiju? The seller said Suiju is a country whose main strength lies in magic. In recent years, they've been actively increasing their power, and rumor has it they're waiting for the right moment to overwhelm the world with their power and subjugate other countries. These are just rumors though, but never before have snow people asked for magic stones, and now is a surprise, so he should be on guard. These are turbulent times. Rock asked him why he was telling him all this. The seller replied that he'd overheard their conversation. If he suddenly disappears, his conscience will not give him peace. MC thanked him and said he'd be careful. After that, Rock thought that Suiju is a country where everything revolves around magic. Perhaps they should keep their eyes open. After some time, they encountered some snowmen. Jorund said they should follow them. The boys set off, but someone was watching MC on the mountain. Along the way, Rock climbed onto Lucky's back. He said they would soon be at the village. He thought that meant Anessa village was half a day's journey from Coron village. MC looked ahead and noticed someone. He wondered if this child was alone in such a snowstorm, and in the forest, no less. Noticing that Rock had noticed him, he turned around and disappeared. Rista said they were there. Anessa village. MC said that this village, too, was blessed with the blessing of fire. Lucky was inside. Jorund responded positively and said that he understood everything immediately. Anessa village was the main source of the blessing of fire. They were alive and well only thanks to the blessing of fire, and he wasn't exaggerating at all. Rock said that he didn't feel particularly welcome here. Jorund apologized and explained that the snow people had migrated to these lands long ago, fleeing persecution, and that many disliked humans for this reason. He promised that he wouldn't let anyone harm him, so he asked him to ignore their stares. They approached the elder's house. Jorund called the elder and said they had returned. The elder greeted them and asked what had happened to the magic stones. Noticing MC, he asked who was with them. He poured tea into a mug and said he understood everything, so it was all for the stones. He apologized and explained that he hadn't introduced himself. He was Krogo, the elder of Annis. He also apologized for all the difficulties he had encountered along the way. He handed him a cup and said he hoped he would like it. Rock thanked him and said that in this frost it was just what he needed. Taking a sip, MC exclaimed admiringly, "It's delicious." He thought the light, delicate aroma softly wafting through his breath and the deep special sweetness filling his mouth. If he could sum it up in one word, it would be amazing. Rock said it was delicious, incredibly delicious. He'd never tasted anything like it before. Krogo said he was pleased to know that. This drink is called Bigfoot, a rare variety found only here. Many are captivated by its unique sweetness and aroma. If he'd like, he could give him some as a souvenir, although this tea is also sold in Coron. MC said he'd be very grateful, so they should talk about magic stones. At that moment, the cup on the table shook, and then everything around it. Rock wondered, the ground is shaking. Could it be an avalanche? He used his search skill and wondered if that was the aura of a monster's presence. Moreover, this creature is truly gigantic, and this is the location. The next moment, his eyes wide with surprise, he wondered if it was right under the village. After it stopped, Krogo said it seemed to have calmed down. Earthquakes happen here often. Nothing to worry about. It's a common occurrence for them. MC asked if the tremors were related to a giant monster underground. The village chief was surprised and said he understood everything, and he was quite perceptive. He couldn't be fooled. The truth is, a dragon sleeps under Anissa's village. Rock repeated after him. Dragon? Is he talking about one with colossal magic? That kind of dragon? Krogo answered affirmatively and said that, according to legend, a dragon sleeps right here under the village, a type of fire dragon. The so-called blessing of fire that feeds the two villages is simply the magic of the sleeping dragon, flowing through the bowels of the earth. MC thought dragons were a completely different species from wyverns. For a long time, due to the lack of evidence of their existence, they were considered a myth, but it turns out they are real after all. Krogo said that a dragon's lifespan is said to last thousands of years. Legend has it that once a dragon falls asleep, it doesn't awaken for centuries, and now it's awakening. Long ago, during a time of severe and cruel oppression, the demi-humans were exiled to these lands, but Lux smiled on them and they found the blessing of fire here and were able to survive. He felt sorry for the dragon, but they were forced to contain it with seals to prevent it from awakening. Rock, surprised, said that containing a dragon with seals was human magic capable of such a thing? The chieftain said that a powerful mage from the Ice and Snow tribe had been maintaining the seal for centuries. MC asked him again, Ice and Snow tribe? Krogo answered affirmatively and said they were once of the Snow people, but a marriage to an ice fairy imbued their family with special magic. Now only the seal keeper and her grandson remain, but the gift hasn't been passed on to the grandson. Now the keeper's magical power is weakening every year, so they are in dire need of magic stones. So he begs Rock if he could share the magic stones with them. MC said he understood and agreed to share, but on one condition: they must show him the dragon. Krogo was very surprised and frightened by this proposal. Rock looked at him decisively and said that if their story was true, and the dragon really did awaken and begin to rampage, it would spell disaster for the entire kingdom. If the threat was confirmed, as an adventurer, he was obliged to report it. The village chief wanted to object, but MC interrupted him and said, he wants the dragon to remain asleep, right? Krogo answered affirmatively. Rock told Demort that she should show herself. Appearing before everyone, she said she was already on her way. Krogo was surprised by her appearance. MC said that the great sage Demort stood before them, and he believed she would be able to prolong the dragon's slumber. As soon as it was clear there was no danger, he would hand them the magic stones. So, could they please let them see the dragon? The village chief still hesitated. Noticing this, Demorta decided to use her charm and approached Krogo. She asked him to let them see, calling him a venerable grandfather. It worked, and they were already at the entrance to the cave. The village chief shouted at them that they should not hesitate. Did they want to see the dragon or not? Krogo turned to Demorte and told her to be careful here. She thanked him. The village chief was embarrassed and beamed at her company. He laughed and said that such behavior was natural for a gentleman. Rock thought he was too simple-minded. Krogo said he'd forgotten to mention something important. They could take a look at the dragon, but he urged them not to interfere with the seal's keeper under any circumstances. She wasn't easy to talk to, and she possessed powerful magic. They never knew what she might do in a bad mood, so if they valued their lives, they should never interfere with her. MC said he'd taken note. After a while, the village chief announced that they had arrived. The dragon, encased in ice, appeared before them. Demorte asked if this was the dragon. It was standing quite far away. Krogo apologized and told them to wait for him here. He'd bring her the magic stones, and they should wait a bit. Rock asked Demorta how things were going with the seal. Demorta said she was too far to examine it in detail, but it seemed to be a high-level spell. Even the unexpected encounter of a tribe wielding such magic in such remote lands evoked a strange, almost romantic atmosphere. At that moment, the guardian appeared behind them and said that the sinister lich had arrived. Should she send her to the afterlife immediately? MC assumed a defensive stance and asked who was there. The Guardian used her gravity magic skill. The blows sent Rock crashing to the ground, paralyzed. The Guardian said that this foolish old man had brought strangers here without permission. Demorti was surprised. She used gravity magic without a spell? The Guardian, with a crazed expression, said that the one they should blame was that old fool, and she would make them disappear. After that, the Guardian laughed and said she was just joking. So was her performance flawless? Were they scared? Demorti replied negatively and said she immediately realized she was faking it. The Guardian asked, surprised, what? Demort said she simply sensed no killing intent from her. The Guardian became upset and said they were a boring audience. MC asked her, who is she? The Guardian said she was Margaret, the last of the strongest of the Ice and Snow tribe. At that moment, Krogo approached them and loudly declared, there she is. He's already looked for her. He already told her that she shouldn't interfere with the guests without permission. Margaret said that he brought them here himself, and now he's grumbling. He should give her the magic stones faster. That's why the Ice and Snow tribe. Krogo turned to Rock and asked if everything was okay. He said it was time for them to go. Margaret said they should wait, and since they had already come to see her, why not take a closer look at the dragon? The village chief yelled at her and told her she should stop acting on her own. At that moment, Margaret made a scary face and said they had made a pact. Hadn't he forgotten? Because the dragon was here, she was the mistress of this place. The village chief looked angry and said she could do whatever it wanted. Margaret told them they should follow her. They approached the dragon. MC said it was truly enormous up close, and it radiated magical power. Demorta asked if it was a crystal. Was the barrier made of crystals? Margaret asked her if the lich didn't know about the crystal barrier. Then she should listen carefully. She would tell her everything without any secrets. Let them think it was a gift from Margaret's grace. Margaret said she should come here. Demort asked Rock if she would be excused for a minute. MC responded positively and said she didn't have to rush. Demorta thanked him and said that who would have thought she'd encounter techniques she'd never seen before. Rock looked at them and said he'd never seen Demort to glow with happiness like that. MC continued standing next to the dragon, then decided to touch the crystal. He said it really was a crystal. Could one really live inside a crystal? It was quite amazing. At that moment, Rock heard a voice. He had to stop. It shouldn't disturb his sleep. He felt unwell. MC thought the voice was right inside his head, The voice was asking him to let him get some sleep. Rock wondered if it was really the dragon speaking. At that moment, the earth shook again. MC said, "Is this another earthquake?" For a moment, the crystal containing the dragon opened, but the seal on top prevented this from happening. Margaret laughed and asked, "That's amazing, right? This magical circuit is her creation." De Morte said it was truly magnificent. Margaret asked, "Isn't it?" Rock thought that this granny has quite a character. At that moment, MC again noticed the boy he had already seen in the forest and asked, "Who was he?" Margaret called him and said that he was home and should greet the guests. Ivan greeted them softly. Margaret shouted at him not to speak under his breath. Ivan didn't answer and made a sad face. Margaret said, "Oh, these children, it's Ivan. He's her grandson. Really, he's just like her, the same gentle and shy soul." Rock thought, gentle? He leaned over a little and greeted the boy. "Wasn't it he who was in the snowy mountains that time?" Margaret asked him. So was he going to the mountains by himself again? Was he practicing magic again? All this time, Ivan remained silent. Margaret grabbed him by the shoulders and said that he didn't have the gift of the ice and snow tribe. He should accept his fate and live a normal life. These words hurt him, and he ran away. Margaret said that he should stop. After that, she sighed sadly. Rock asked her if she was being too harsh with him. Margaret rudely told him that he should mind his own business and leave what was not his. This was their tribe's problem. Outsiders should shut their mouths and not spread it in vain. She definitely will. She didn't have time to finish, because Krogo asked them if they were finished. He turned to MC and said that they needed to go back already. If they left now, they would make it back to Koron before sunset. Margaret answered negatively and said that the guys should stay here a little longer. The village chief, angry, asked what she was talking about. Margaret said that she was trying for the village. If she used the power of these children, the dragon seal would become stronger. Or was there something that didn't suit him? The village headman couldn't find an answer. At that moment, Rista arrived. He called the village headman and said, "Here he is. The merchants from the neighboring region want to say goodbye to him before leaving." Krogo was a little taken aback and asked, "Oh, really?" He was already on his way. Margaret shouted at him to stop and take Rock with him. His magic would only get in the way. Krogo sharply told her that she was being presumptuous again. Rista called the village headman and asked him to hurry. Krogo ran up to him and said he was already on his way. He looked very angry at Margaret. When MC started to follow them, Margaret told him to keep an eye on them. MC looked at her questioningly. Karlfeldt called the village headman and thanked him for his hospitality. Krogo replied that it was nothing. He was annoyed that he was leaving them so soon. Rock, observing them, thought that for a simple merchant, his equipment was somehow too serious. Moreover, his escort, given their posture and manner of movement, strongly reminded him of a trained military unit. Karlfeldt, apologizing, asked MC who he was. He did not look like a local. Rock said it was nice to meet him. He was MC, an adventurer. He had come to these parts in search of snowstones. Karlfeldt replied that he understood. Snowstones are rare at this time. His name was Karlfeldt. He was a merchant from Suiju. Rock asked him again, "Suiju? In such weather, crossing the city, especially with such equipment, must have been quite difficult?" Karlfeldt replied that he was right. That was it. Karlfeldt's assistant told him it was time to leave. Karlfeldt agreed with him and told them that he was leaving them. May the blessing of the goddess of joy fall upon them. The village chief told him to let him accompany him to the gate. MC summoned Ciel and asked it to find out where they were going. Rock thought, a merchant from Suiju? That was quite curious. MC remembered the merchant's words about rumors that on the other side of the mountains, the snow people had begun to establish contact with the magical land of Suiju, so he should be on guard. Times were turbulent. Rock thought the dragon wasn't their only secret. There was clearly more to it. MC entered the house and, surprised, said it was quite spacious. It turns out there's a hot spring at the inn in Anessa. Jaren said there was a large hot spring behind the house where he could relax. Technically, it's a guest house, but they usually hold drinking parties here, so he could settle in and relax. Rock thanked him. Joran said that regarding the food, because everything was decided so suddenly, there was a slight delay. If he didn't mind, he could cook something simple. But he didn't have time to finish, as MC interrupted him and said that the main thing was that it was edible, and the rest was unimportant. He apologized for the inconvenience. Joran said that the village chief had asked him to pass on something. He told him to refrain from night walks. As he had already mentioned, some of them dislike people. It was just a precaution. Rock agreed with him, and then asked, by the way, if he was friends with the residents of Suiju. They had mentioned something about hospitality. Jorand replied that it was Krogo who was showing them special favor, and that otherwise they were simply buying up snowstones at a high price. Most of the village was wary of them. Well, they would see each other tomorrow. He would stop by in the morning. After that, he wished him a pleasant rest. MC thanked him. Left alone, Rock used his watch and said, "Well then." After that, he teleported to another location. The children, seeing him, shouted that he had arrived. They welcomed him back. MC sat down for a moment and said, "Here he is." He thought that even though he had been given a place to live, this place was the best home in the world. The table was set with a lot of delicious food. She delightedly said that it all looked delicious. Everyone sat down at the table and was already anticipating the delicious food. Rock told him that his cooking was getting better every time. He happily said that with the new friends they'd made, they'd started growing more vegetables. Everyone contributed as much as they could, and thanks to Marrow, there were no problems with fish now. MC said that this was great. After that, He looked at Lucky and asked, "What's wrong?" Lucky sat there and trembled all over. Lucky replied that everything was wrong. He also tried to plow the field, but he accidentally destroyed everything. After that, he apologized to Rock. MC replied, "That's how it is." After that, he put his hand on him and said that there was nothing to worry about. Each of them had their strengths and weaknesses. Of course, it would be great if they could all do everything together, but that's not always possible. So he just had to do little by little, in small steps, what he could do to achieve what he wanted. These words made Lucky even more upset and he started crying. He hugged MC and said that he would try his best. After a while, Demorte asked Rock if he was there. MC heard her voice from somewhere above, and he realized that she was at the hot springs where he had been placed. He appeared before Demorte and Ciel as a projection and said that it was good work. Demorte could also be seen as a projection, but only in another one together. After a while, almost immediately, Rock and Demorte had returned to their opposite states. Demorte said that she was home. She greeted them. MC said, "Does this mean she joined Ciel?" Demorte answered negatively and said that they ran into each other at the entrance. Rock asked Ciel if it found out where they went. Ciel answered him something in bird language. MC thanked her. He asked Demorte how she was doing. She replied that Margaret was clearly up to something. It was just her guess, but she didn't think she was planning to keep the dragon sealed at all. Rock was a little surprised by her words and asked what that meant. Demorte replied that her magic hadn't weakened at all, and she had the impression that she didn't need the magic stones. It felt like she was hiding something. MC thoughtfully replied that he understood everything. Could it have something to do with the dragon's voice? Demorte asked him what voice it was. Rock said that when he touched the crystal that contained the dragon, he heard a voice. He told him not to disturb his sleep. Demorte thought for a moment and said she hadn't heard anything. It seemed like it was a tamer skill. It looked like they were going to be here for a while, so all they could do was wait and watch. MC agreed with her. Afterwards, he asked why they didn't go to the Anessa hot spring or enjoy the snow after dinner. Rock was sitting in the spring and said that, as expected, the hot springs were very nice. Unlike the springs in the garden, the snow here felt especially nice. She apologized for the wait. Patra said that there was such a huge selection of swimsuits that she had a hard time choosing. MC said they all looked great. She thanked him. Rock told her to remember to wash herself thoroughly before getting into the water. Patra responded positively. Afterwards, everyone enjoyed soaking in the hot springs. However, Lucky called out to MC and said that he was cold. He was shivering all over while in the water. Rock said that's right. Even though it's spacious, it's as deep as a regular hot spring. At that moment, Demorte used magic and completely covered Lucky with water. He cried out happily and said he felt warm. After that, he thanked her. Mero called MC and asked him if he'd like a drink. Rock asked her what it was. She replied that it was banana-flavored sake, personally made by Demorte, right in the mini garden. MC said that sounded interesting. Taking a sip, he said it was very tasty. Demorte is at her best, as always. Suddenly remembering something, he asked Mero if she was okay being in a hot spring. After all, she was a mermaid. She replied that she loved hot springs. She often visited such places near underwater volcanoes. Rock was surprised by this. He looked up and said that admiring the snow, drinking delicious sake, and being in good company at the hot springs, that was true luxury. However, a moment later, MC heard someone ask, "Is that sake?" Rock stood up abruptly and called Shannon. He looked at her and wondered if he was too late. He asked her how she was. She replied that she was fine, and that Demorte had made her some weak sake. MC breathed a sigh of relief and said that it was good. Shannon handed him the cup and asked if he wanted to try it. Rock hesitantly replied yes and thanked her. She asked him if he knew it tasted quite good. MC looked at her and thought that it must be the sake he had drunk, but his heart was pounding wildly. Meanwhile, Mero was watching them, and then she began to sing. Her voice carried not only throughout the hot springs, but throughout the entire village. The next day, Jorund came into the room and, after wishing them good morning, asked them if they'd slept well. He saw that everyone was sitting there as if they were all feeling unwell. Rock and Shannon were sitting there, clutching their heads, shaking slightly. Jorund asked them if they were okay. He replied that his head was splitting. They'd gotten carried away the night before and had clearly overindulged.